anything else that you want us to know about it, or anything else super cool about you guys?
No, just come by. We are the two nice people with a very charming German accent, but it's some German engineering that went into this map.
Yes, absolutely. It's very, very cool. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to interview me. Again, this is Leslie Havens coming to you from Sun and Fun 2023. This is Lizzie Havens coming to you from the 2023 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. I'm here with Doug Rosendahl. How are you today?
I'm great. It's good to be at Sun and Fun.
Yes, it's a great day to be at Sun and Fun. So you're here with Mr. Mulligan. Tell us a little bit about it. I know you were flying today. You have a couple more coming up. Give us some history on the plane and what your schedule is.
Well, Mr. Mulligan is a replica of a Golden Age racer. And this airplane was built in Kansas City, Missouri by a guy named Benny Howard. And it was designed to be a cross-country racer. So in 1934, they were on their way to California to start the Bendix Trophy, which ended in Cleveland. It started at the West Coast and ended in Cleveland. And they went up to 21,000 feet, became hypoxic, and come to their senses a little bit, got the airplane down, but they were so hypoxic that in the landing they crashed it. And so they spent, a year rebuilding it, and in 1935 they flew from Oakland, California to Cleveland, Ohio, and won the Bendix Trophy by 30 seconds. They beat Roscoe Turner. They flew nonstop. He stopped a couple times for fuel, and they beat him by 30 seconds on a 2,000-mile race. And since they were there, they decided, what the heck, let's enter the airplane in the pylon race, the Thompson Trophy. And, two totally different missions. And they entered it in the pylon race, and so they lined up back then in races, they did what was called a racehorse start. And all the airplanes lined up on the ground, and they dropped the green flag, and away they went. It must have been just pure chaos. And air racing in the 30s was, like NASCAR or, NFL. There were 80,000 people at that race in Cleveland in 1935. But there was some weather, and they'd been sitting on the ground with these airplanes running for quite some time. And Mr. Mulligan got hot, and they fouled up the plugs. So when they dropped the green flag, Mr. Mulligan, he barely had enough power to get in the air. But he got it in the air and got it going and leaned it out, I suppose, and got the plugs cleaned out and proceeded to pass everybody in the race except Roscoe Turner, who was in the lead. And the guy flying it at that time was Harold Newman from Kansas City. And Harold thought, we're in the money, we're in second place. He pulled the power back to save his engine, but Roscoe didn't know that. So Roscoe added power to make sure that Mr. Mulligan couldn't catch him and blew up his motor, which set the stage for Mr. Mulligan to win both the Bendix cross-country race and the Thompson pylon race. First time that had ever happened in history. Benny Howard took the money from the winnings from those races and started the Howard Aircraft Company, which is famous for the DGA-8. The Mr. Mulligan was actually called the DGA-6. And Benny had built some previous racers, Mike and Ike and Pete, and I think they were 3, 4, and 5, DGA 3, 4, and 5. And then he took the money from the winnings of the Thompson and Bendix trophies and started the Howard Aircraft Company in Chicago and built the DGA 8, 11, and 15, which, you see lots of DGA 15s at air shows today. And it's still a great airplane. The DGA 15's got a 985 450 horse engine, and it'll compete with anything we've got today for a transportation. Big cabin, very comfortable, very fast. Not as fast as Mulligan, though.
Not quite as fast. That's some really cool history. I didn't know that. I've definitely, like you said, seen a lot of them, but I did not know the backstory to it. That's really cool.
Yeah, it's a really... well, you think about the racers of the 30s, and a lot of them were things like GBs and Weddell Williams, and they were single-place open cockpit monoplanes with ridiculously small wings and horrible flying characteristics, and frankly, they were dangerous. And Mr. Mulligan, here's Mr. Mulligan, a four-place cabin design that looks like you could load it up and fly it cross-country, which is what we did. We flew it down here from northern Iowa via Dallas. Had another air show last weekend in a Mustang in Barksdale. So we flew to Dallas, got the Mustang, went and did air show at Barksdale, back to Dallas and flew it back here. And it's comfortable transportation airplane with very, reasonable flying characteristics for the day.
Yeah, absolutely. So just load up the family, go do the fun stuff that you want to do, and then unload and go do some racing.
Yeah, or do aerobatics like we did here at the air show today.
Yeah, and you said that you were flying a couple more times this week as well?
That's right. We're on the schedule Friday and Saturday.
Awesome. I'll definitely have to catch that because I missed it today, unfortunately, but I've been looking forward to seeing the plane and definitely will have to catch it this weekend. So you have it here. You took ownership of it not too long ago, right? Tell us a little bit of that background.
So this airplane, again, is a replica, and it was built in the early 1980s by Jim Yonkin. And the Yonkin family's famous in aviation. First of all, Jim is the designer of the Century Series autopilots, the Century 1, 2, and 3. He was the first guy to build a 3 1/8 inch HSI. He hand-built an HSI for his Tripacer, and then went on to work for Edo Air Century and built the NSD 360, which was the first HSI for general aviation airplanes, and many of them are still in use today. I've got a Century 3 autopilot in my Baron that flies it perfectly. So Jim was a great inventor. Then he retired from the avionics electronics business, and he built the mystery ship. First he built a replica of the Traveler mystery ship. Then he built this airplane, Mr. Mulligan. He rebuilt several stagger-wing Beechcraft, which are very sought-after airplanes, because he made some significant modifications to the landing gear, which made it a much more dependable airplane. And then he teamed up with another guy in the early 90s, I suppose, and started True Track Autopilots, which became the largest autopilot manufacturer in the world. And he was in his mid-70s when he did that. And just a really historic figure that's under-recognized in aviation was Jim Yonkin. And then his son, Bobby Yonkin, is the guy that pioneered the Twin Beach Air Show Act and Sampson, and flew in Masters of Disaster. And, when Bobby perished in the Masters of Disaster Act, his son, Matt, started flying the Twin Beach. And I knew Jim from the True Track Autopilot business because I had an RV and an autopilot, and I'd gotten to know Jim. And Jim asked me to give Matt some, I was a Twin Beach freight pilot when I was younger, and give him some counsel in the Twin Beach. And so I became friends with Matt, and he's young enough to be my son, but Matt and I have become very close friends. And of course we know Amanda was a Yonkin, and so the Yonkin family's made a tremendous impact on aviation. I would argue that there are very few pilots in general aviation that have not been touched, either watching a Yonkin fly or flying some of Jim's inventions in airplanes. So as Jim got older in years, Matt arranged for me to fly with his granddad some and Mr. Mulligan, and we took it out occasionally, but not often, and I'd go fly it with him. And when Jim passed here about 3 years ago, the family asked if I was interested in buying it, and so I did. And the airplane's been in Arkansas in a museum for a long time, and this airplane deserves to be out where people can see it. So I'm going to do a few air shows with it. I'm not going to work it hard, but I'm going to do some air shows with it. I got my aerobatic competency letter in it, so I can do aerobatics and put a smoke system on it. And the reception here at Sun and Fun to the airplane's been really great.
Oh, I bet. It's so much different than other air shows, because a lot of air shows, you get the families that come in, which are great, and that's how we get the future of aviation. But here you get people who just love and adore planes and appreciate planes for what they are, whether or not they even know what they are. And that's such a good stage for it to be on.
Yep, and I'm just really honored that I'm able to bring it down here and show it to the public. And like I say, we'll be doing a few other venues over the next few years.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to keep an eye out, but I'm super excited for Friday and Saturday to see it. I heard that you have quite the background just in general of flying not only the beach, but some other really cool planes as well.
Yeah, my first job in aviation was in the right seat of a DC-3. And really the reason I was there was not to fly the airplane. It was to load and unload 7,000 pounds of freight. And we were flying overnight packages. And that was my first job. And I was running my business in the daytime and flying freight at night and sleeping in the back of the airplane. And then started flying the Twin Beach as a captain, And that led me into warbirds, and I joined the CAF in 1989 and started flying the B-25 in 1992, I believe. So I've been flying it for over 30 years. And then the Corsair and several other fun. And the Red Tail Mustang, I'm the squadron leader of the CAF Red Tail Rise Above Squadron. And we have the P-51C, and then we've got a traveling exhibit with a theater that, in a 180-degree theater that tells the story of the Tuskegee Airmen and the Wasp. So, yeah, I've been involved. I'm a pilot examiner, specialty examiner, so I give check rides in most of the World War II stuff. And it's, for a dumb farm kid from Iowa, it's been a really great run.
Yeah, that's an awesome run. I did the Red Tail exhibit. I don't even remember which air show, but a few years ago, and I haven't done the Wasp one yet. Is the whole exhibit here at Sun and Fun this year?
Sadly, it's not. We're in, I believe, Fort Worth this weekend. But it's been, the Red Tail exhibit's been on the road for over 10 years, and the response to that has been overwhelming, and it's really humbling and a great honor to be able to carry these stories forward. I mean, that's what I think air shows are about. The airplanes are really cool, but they're a tool we use to tell a story. And that's what causes that human connection, is when we can make this relatable and tell a story. And all of these airplanes, if you look at their history deep enough, have a great story to tell, whether it's the Doolittle Raider story in the B-25 or, the D-Day story in the C-47. I was fortunate enough to fly That's All Brother back to Normandy in 2019 for the 75th anniversary. And being able to cause people to remember and think about these stories is really important. And whether it's the stories of World War II or the stories of the great strides that were made by small independent pilots and mechanics in the 30s when they were developing these airplanes. The civilian airplanes at that time were faster than anything the military had. And one of the stories there is, we were coming off World War I, and everybody said, we're done with wars. There's never the war to end all wars. Well, that was wrong, and we were not taking care of what we needed to do in terms of defense, and it came back to bite us. And so all of those stories are important, and being able to show these airplanes in front of the crowd is a great way to keep those stories alive.
Yeah, absolutely. The heritage flights are always my favorite parts of the weekend. They always get me. But it's, like you said, it's just a tool to help people remember, teach the younger generation, get the younger generation interested in aviation, looking up whenever they hear an airplane. And I agree, that's a huge, huge part of it. What has been your favorite plane to fly, other than Mr. Mulligan? We'll pull that one out of the running.
Well, I get asked that question a lot, and my standard answer is always whichever one I'm sitting in. So today I'm sitting in Mr. Mulligan, so that's my favorite. All these airplanes, aside from the stories, as an aviator, all these airplanes have little hints and little tricks and little things that, if you're listening and paying attention, that you can learn from the airplane. And there will come a day when things aren't going right with the airplane that you're flying. And if you have more of those tricks in your bag, there's a greater likelihood that the day's going to turn out to be good rather than bad.
Yeah, absolutely. Just learning from every airplane and learning from every pilot. It's a never-ending learning journey, I feel like, and it's awesome that you get to keep learning and keep flying new toys and bringing it to us. We appreciate you being here at Sun and Fun. I'm definitely going to go check out the plane and get a few pictures of it, and I can't wait to see it flying soon. Is there any way that they can reach you or get information about either that or the CAF if someone's interested in joining that?
Well, obviously, if you look on the web, you can find the commemorativeairforce.org. And I'm pretty easy to find on the web. I'm out there on Facebook and whatever, and love if anybody's got great pictures that they've taken here this weekend, we'd love for them to share them on my Facebook page. There's also a Mr. Mulligan Facebook page, so post that stuff. We love to see it, and it helps tell the story.
Awesome, absolutely. Well, again, this is Busy Havens. I'm here with Doug Rosendahl at Sun and Fun 2023. Thanks so much for joining us.
It's great to be here.
Great to have you. Thanks so much. And everyone look up at the sky and take a peek at Mr. Mulligan.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Lincoln Electric. You can visit the Lincoln Electric booth, N44 and N45, to take advantage of limited-time show special pricing on MIG and TIG welders or plasma cutting equipment. Learn TIG welding in our welding education workshops. Lincoln Electric, ready to help you with all of your welding and cutting projects.
What is happening, everybody? Sean Starker here, Sun and Fun 2023, Sun and Fun Radio, and I have an absolute treat today. I have Anastasia Branson. She has some amazing aviation-themed artwork here, and we're here with Abby from Banyan Pilot Shop. We're also here with Captain Val, Skyline Baron Pilot. We're at a very special unveiling, and we're going to take you along. We're going to tell you about this amazing piece right here on Sun and Fun Radio. Ladies, thank you for joining us. Anastasia, tell us a little bit about your art piece that you've done here.
I met Valerie and Eric like a month ago, and I fell in love with it. They aircraft, and I fall in love with them because they're so sweet, they're so kind, they're very friendly. She's so attractive. She's an amazing person, so I was ready to paint for them and give it away because they are professional. They love what they do. They have a lot of followers, and I know that they love my art. So we negotiate what they would like to see, and we go from there. I know that they are ambassadors of Bahamas, so we decided to have one island. It's Bimini. So we start to work from there, and as well Valerie decided to have a flag of Bahamas on the painting and the Bahamas symbol. So I did a lot of effort. I put a lot of effort to do it to do the best I can. So I love my art. And
it's beautiful.
Thank you so much. And I love the guys so collaborate with me, and I'm ready to do something else for them. They're so great people. They're so warm and open. So I love you guys, and I hope you will love my art.
And you captured so much of what you just said into that art. Yeah. Now, I know this is radio and it's a little bit hard to see, but for those that are listening, we have a beautiful, absolutely beautiful Baron here, 79er Lima. You've likely seen her flying through the various and sundry adventures on Skyline Baron Pilot. Captain Val and Eric are in the cockpit here. As usual, you can see the contrails, and they meld seamlessly into the Bahamian flag. The Bahamian colors, of course, that nice, soft, yellow sand of the Bahamas, and the turquoise water, the absolutely recognizable, the distinctive water of the Bahamas. And then we have the Bahamian symbols captured there, all in this piece that is at once in motion yet calming. So a wonderful, wonderful job. And you guys can stop by, if you're here at Sun and Fun, stop by and see this amazing piece. Anastasia is set up here. The piece is on display right next to Banyan Pilot Shop, which brings me to Abby. We're here with Abby from Banyan Pilot Shop. We're going to talk a little bit about what y'all have on offer here at Sun and Fun, about this amazing piece and what y'all's involvement is with Skyline Baron Pilot. So tell us a little bit about what you're doing here for Sun and Fun 2023.
All right, so Banyan Pilot Shop, we're here, booth LD03. We have been good friends of Valerie and Eric for several years now at Banyan.
Hello, this is Russ Rosleski from the Stuck Mic Avcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
The destination mountain community of Mountain Air embraces the timeless appeal of the surrounding Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina. It's an inviting, year-round lifestyle designed for today's families, a lifestyle that is both new and familiar. We invite you to experience it for yourself, where the higher altitude offers a cool respite from the summer heat. Take in the view, breathe deeply, embark on adventures, and discover the magic that is mountain air. The destination mountain community of Mountain Air embraces the timeless appeal of the surrounding Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina. It's an inviting, year-round lifestyle designed for today's families, a lifestyle that is both new and familiar. We invite you to experience it for yourself, where the higher altitude offers a cool respite from the summer heat. Take in the view, breathe deeply, embark on adventures, and discover the magic that is mountain air.
A big shout out to Aircraft Spruce and Specialty for their continued support as the hosting sponsor for the Hangar B exhibit hall. The Aircraft Spruce team is here to provide friendly service and help place orders for all your aircraft parts and supply needs. For over 57 years, customers around the world have counted on Aircraft Spruce to keep them flying. They invite you to stop by the Aircraft Spruce booth in Hangar B or visit them online at aircraftspruce.com.
Veterans Florida helps military veterans transition to civilian life. Florida works hard to be the nation's most veteran-friendly state by providing powerful tools to take advantage of Sunshine State benefits. We connect veterans with employers eager to hire veterans in jobs using their particular military skills. We assist veterans in creating a winning resume and preparing for job interviews. Employers receive veteran recruiting assistance and may apply for our workforce training grant.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Textron Aviation. If you like trivia, you can put your Cessna and Beechcraft knowledge to the test. Tell us the year any of our display aircraft were certified and you'll receive a special edition giveaway. Only at the Textron Aviation booth east of the FAA building while supplies last.
Aeroshell has one of the most comprehensive and proven ranges of aviation lubricant products. This includes aircraft piston engine oils, jet engine oils, greases, and hydraulic fluids. We combine this with what is among the best technical support in the industry. Our Aeroshell brand has been trusted for generations for use in aviation throughout the world. We are located in Hangar C, and we look forward to seeing you soon. For over 100 years, TECO has been powering West Central Florida. Over 800,000 customers in Hillsborough County and parts of Polk, Pasco, and Pinellas counties depend on TECO. As Florida's current top producer of solar energy per customer, TECO is expanding its solar power generation to be about 14% of its energy generation, enough to supply more than 200,000 homes. TECO, keeping the lights on now and in the future.
Sun and Fun offers many services for our handicapped guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office located on the west side of the admissions building in the Main Gate Plaza, or go to flysnf.org for more information.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Good morning, Sun and Fun! Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM is on the air live. That's right, folks. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. We thank our presenting sponsors, E3 Aviation, E3 Aviation Association. Find them on the web, find them on the net, find them everywhere. They are everywhere, and we thank them for being our presenting sponsor this year. Now, I also want to give a personal shout-out thank you to Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport, Sun and Fun radio sponsor for the past 3 years. We are so glad they're coming back again. We have the whole short area right off to the side of the radio station here on Leanhouse Way and Clubhouse Path. Stop by, kick back in the Adirondack chairs, relax. They got some cornhole boards set up, but they also have a QR code to scan, and you can win an AirVenture package. I talk on radio live. Let's try that again. Airfare, package, place to stay, tickets, and I understand they drag you off to the Green Bay Packer Museum as well.
Ooh.
So, why GRB? Today is day 5 of our 6-day event. It is by no way over. We have so much going on today. Massive, massive day. we had a balloon display this morning. We could not launch. For those of you listening and are and upset about the balloons not launching, I am too. I love the balloon launch, but you have to understand that hot air balloons, more than any other aspect of aviation, any type of flying you do, hot air balloons are most affected by the wind. Driving in this morning, I drove through patches of fog. It's like, wow, everything's calm. I know. It's winds aloft. We did not launch balloons this morning because we don't want anybody putting their lives at risk.
Safety first.
Safety, safety, safety. That's right. Our primary 3 words: safety, safety, safety. So, but our balloon pilots, they blew the balloons up. You got to see what they look like. It was stunning against a beautiful sky. So I am Dave Shellbitter. I am the volunteer chairman of Sun and Fun Radio. They don't pay me for this. I'm just a volunteer with a big mouth that tripped and fell face first into the volunteer job of a lifetime.
29 years ago.
29 years ago. In the early years, I kept going to Billy Henderson saying, Billy, can I do this? Billy, can I do that? Finally, Billy got tired of my constant questions and said, long as you don't cost us our radio license, you can do whatever you want. Buddy, you never write
That's
me
kind of like writing
check.
a blank check, exactly.
You never do that. I took it from me and a couple of microphones to what we are now today. We are broadcasting worldwide thanks to the support of liveatc.net. You can find our audio stream on liveatc.net/SNF. Dave Pasco. Not only does this man give us audio streaming year round. That's right. Sun and Fun ends, Sun and Fun Radio doesn't. We broadcast 24/7, 365. He comes to the station and volunteers, putting in as many, if not more, hours than I do. Dave Pasco, I'm hoping you're out there listening to the morning show. Good morning, Dave, man. We love you, brother. We miss you. And, thank you so much. I am joined on deck this morning. This time I'm going to go clockwise around the deck. So the very first is Jack Mason.
Good morning, Dave. Again, good morning, Sun and Fun. We're having a great time. I want to do a very quick 10-second shout-out to our young Central Florida Aerospace Academy interns. We have Seth up here on the deck. I know we've got an engineer assistants inside, but thank you to the students that are out here volunteering. So if you do see a student or if a student sees you, give them a little hand wave. They're out here learning the future of aviation. So thank you, students.
And I am lucky enough to have Seth back with us for the third year we were talking this morning. And our new volunteer this year, Dominic, who's a freshman, he has already told me, I'm coming back every year, and I will continue after I graduate.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah.
And then we have Will. I haven't seen Will yet this morning, but Will is a great kid, stepped in on the board. My normal engineer training, you have to train a couple of shifts before they let you lay hands on the board. And then you spend a third shift operating the board with somebody watching you. Will was operating the board by himself, unsupervised, on his very first shift. So we're so happy. So next to Jack is Randy Bibb, Mr. Bibb.
Good
Not
morning.
to be confused with Mr. Bibendium.
Yes, I've heard that.
Randy Bibb. You heard that from me.
I
That's
did.
an old
Good morning,
joke.
Sun and Fun. Good morning, good morning. I love every aspect of Sun and Fun, but my very favorite is the night show.
Night air show. That's happening tonight.
Can't wait for it.
Pyrotechnics afterwards. Now, we are in a very dry condition. There has been opinions and concerns expressed on social media that we have to cancel. We have a commercial burn permit. We are not canceling the night air show. We are good to go. We will have an outstanding night air show tonight. So come on by, watch our daily air show, hang out on the grounds, get some food. Go by the corn roast. Hey, man, if you haven't had our roasted in the husk corn, got to go by the corn roast. They've got a booth here in the core area. And I can't believe I'm going on. We're joined by, I'm going to have to stop because I was just told we got a minute to break. Good morning, Trevor Simoneau.
Good morning, Dave. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm well. Excited to be here. Great to be back at Sun and Fun 2023. I've been in school all week, so it's good to be taking some time off and hanging out around airplanes.
And that young voice, do not be confused. By school, he means Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. Also up is Carl.
Hey, good
Larry.
morning. Enjoying the new app, that Sun and Fun app, man. It's been terrific. Powered by E3 Aviation.
That's right. The Sun and Fun app. Download it now from the iTunes Store or the Play Store. And we're going to have a minute, just a minute. We're gonna preempt our announcements a little bit this morning because we have to talk to a man who's been a first interview fixture for years. He's with us in an official capacity. And
12 years.
12 years.
12 years.
And
I wanted to add it up this morning, figure out how long we've been doing this. But 12 years.
The executive director for the Aerospace Center for Excellence, Mr. Eric Crump.
What's up, folks? Good morning and welcome to Saturday Sun and Fun. I hope you like people. Hope you like your peers, because there's going to be a whole bunch of them on campus today. We're ready for a great day. I couldn't have bought better weather if I had tried. I'm looking forward to a great show and a great night air show. And I finally today get to get my 3-year-old out here so that he can come play with airplanes too. So he's very excited about that.
Cool. I love seeing the kids and the excitement around the airplane.
And I'm bringing the Crumpets. They're going to come by and see you.
They're going to be here
They're
too.
going to come see you too.
A phrase I coined several years ago as a joke, but his 2 daughters, and I started calling them the Crumpets.
I started calling them that. I still call them the Crumpets.
Eric Crump, Executive Director of ACE. Website?
aceedu.org. And you can
ACE.
also find lots of information about Sun and Fun, since we operate the air show too.
Cool. We're going to go to break.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
It's more important than ever to quit smoking. Tobacco-Free Florida, sponsor of the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, offers tools and services that are free and proven to help you quit. Quit smoking on your own terms with its Quit Your Way program. Quit Your Way offers phone, web, and group quit services to Floridians in every county, regardless of insurance status. Free nicotine replacement therapy, like the patch or gum, are also available. More information is available at tobaccofreeflorida.com.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Flying Eyes sunglasses and prescription eyewear are designed by pilots with comfort and functionality in mind. The temples are millimeter thin and flexible for headset compatibility with shatterproof, non-polarized lenses that offer a clear view of your instrument panel. Experience the comfort and clarity you deserve with Flying Eyes, available at booth NE40 or online at flyingeyesoptics.com.
Hello, aviators. We have a message from pilot Jim G. You are cleared to land on your own private runway. Beautiful Leavitt Airport NH-38 is now for sale. This 53-acre property includes a 3-bedroom home, large aircraft hangar with workshop, a 4-car garage, and your very own 1,900-foot FAA-registered private runway. All on a picturesque hillside with sweeping mountain and valley views in New Hampshire's scenic White Mountains. Photos, specifications, and more information are all available at nh38.com. That's right, nh38.com.
Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of quality avionics from name brand manufacturers to keep pilots, aircraft owners, and operators flying. With a comprehensive inventory and its helpful and knowledgeable avionics experts, you're sure to find everything you need in avionics, ADS-B solutions, instruments, headsets, pilot supplies, panel design, avionics repair, and more. And their lowest price guarantee means you'll never overpay. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar Delta or on the web at gulfcoastavionics.com.
Aeroshell has one of the most comprehensive and proven ranges of aviation lubricant products. This includes aircraft piston engine oils, jet engine oils, greases, and hydraulic fluids. We combine this with what is among the best technical support in the industry. Our Aeroshell brand has been trusted for generations for use in aviation throughout the world. We are located in Hangar C, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor Honda Generators, the official generator of Sun and Fun. You can visit the Honda display directly across from Sunset Grill and register to win a Honda EU 2200i generator. Or you can scan the QR code on one of the Honda Generator banners throughout the Sun and Fun grounds. You can also visit Honda Jet on the east side of Runway 5 near Taxiway Echo to see the latest innovations in aviation. More information is available at powerequipment.honda.com.
Higher Power Hydraulic Doors is a family-owned and operated business with over 30 years construction experience. They are the premier hangar door manufacturer on the market today because of their proprietary design. While traditional hangar doors put additional stress on the building, our hangar doors are engineered to eliminate this significant and expensive problem. Stop by to see us at booths 22 and 23 in Hangar A. Visit the Bahamas' vibrant and immersive booth at Hangar D, booths 20 and 21, to see how easy it is to fly to the islands of the Bahamas. Representatives from tourism, customs, and civil aviation are available, making the Bahamas booth your one-stop shop for planning your next fly-in to the 16 islands of the Bahamas.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live. I don't have my cheat sheet in front of me, but I think I can do this. Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live. Coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. That's right, I've said it so many times, I don't actually need my cheat sheet this morning. So I was chatting earlier, and we got running long, and I talked to Eric for just a minute, and we're going to get back to talking with Eric about ACE and all the great stuff we do. But, Jack, you've changed.
Yes, it's, Jack got tied up with something, so I'm here.
And how are we? Kevin Streeter of the Let's Talk Flying podcast.
That's right. Yep, I'm doing great today. My last day at the show.
Aww.
Hanging out here for a little while. Got to go back to work. So,
you know, that curse, that four-letter word, work.
Work. My
That's
job's
right.
not even really a job, though. It's just
you get paid to fly airplanes.
Just get paid to fly airplanes.
And I understand you just got great news yesterday. You are an FO, a first officer for what airline?
SkyWest Airlines.
SkyWest Airlines.
Yeah. And I was voluntold I'm going to be a new captain here pretty soon. I'm going to captain upgrade. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yep,
That's awesome.
definitely.
Nice lifestyle
So now we got to
change.
call him
Yeah.
Captain Kevin.
Next year. Yeah.
So and again we're back on. We've got Trevor Semino with us. Trevor started out at Sun and Fun Radio, doing our feature called "Kids' Eyes on the Skies," which Eric, we should look into doing that.
We got to bring that back.
That's right.
"Kids' Eyes on the Skies" was a feature, Sun and Fun from a child's view, from a young person's view. And I thought, well, he's a nice, articulate young man. He should be able to do this. This guy comes in for his first round of Kids' Eyes on the Skies, and he's got interviews that we couldn't get.
Yeah.
And he came in, he rocked it, and everybody's going, keep an eye on this kid. He's going to be running the place one day. And you've moved up. Now, you're at Embry-Riddle.
I am, yes. Senior year.
Your senior year at Embry-Riddle.
Already.
How is that possible?
And
That was
Yeah, I
quick.
know, right?
Dude,
I'm still wondering that
you were
myself.
Like this little bitty kid, man. Holy smokes!
I'm not much taller than I was in 2016 on the first round
are.
of Kids' Eyes on the Skies, but yeah.
No, Trevor,
yeah.
you are, because I would talk to you looking down, and now I talk to you looking up.
Now we're at least eye level. At least eye level.
Now, what's your major at Emory?
So my major is aeronautics with a specialization and minor in aviation law and policy. So that's really what I study nowadays, and it's great. I love it. It's a great, it's a great way to think about the industry from a different perspective, and it's a ton of fun.
So we're gonna have to start calling you barrister.
I've still got a few years before law school, but
And Carl Valeri, Stuck Mike Avcast, Aviation Careers Avcast, our podcast. You actually, I was like tickled to death that I've moved back in October and I'm 15 minutes from campus. You live on campus.
I was going to say, I'm about 15 seconds from here. In the, actually a building that's right across or close to where we are here, and it's next to the Phillips 66 Compass Rose. It's called Elevate, and it's a business incubator. And actually, somebody who knows a lot more about that business incubator than me is Eric Crump.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it was Dave.
No,
John, I got to answer questions. I was not prepared. You guys got to give me. You got to give me speaking notes if we're going to. I'm just kidding.
So the only incubator I'm aware of is the one you put chicken eggs in when you want baby chicks.
Well, not too dissimilar from the way a business incubator works. That's exactly the idea. You put your idea in, you warm it up a little bit, and out pops a functioning business ready to go to market. So. We announced the Elevate Aerospace and Logistics Incubator last year at Sun and Fun. Let folks sort of take a tour and showed them pictures of what it was going to look like. We officially opened in July of 22 and have really, really been happy with its success thus far. We just launched our first business about a month ago.
Is that the one Carl was telling me about? Because Carl was telling me about somebody that came in.
Yeah, a brand new 145 repair station, functional, in a hangar. Clients got it. The purpose of an incubator, for those of you that aren't aware, is you're really not supposed to be there long. Part of your membership agreement is that we really don't expect you to be here more than a year. If you need to be here longer than a year, we can talk about it. But the idea is we provide super low-cost office space as well as access to a really awesome qualified team of mentors who help you get where you need to go so that you can get out of the incubator. Your chicken egg can hatch, and you can go out and get in the workplace. And even if you have an existing business, you want to bring it in, refine it, scale it, get it ready to move on to its next phase. So we support business 0.0, 1.0, and 2.0 in Elevate.
All right, so that's the Elevate Center. And for those of you long-term Sun and Fun attendees, what is the Elevate Center now used to be part of the executive offices until we did the expansion of the museum. Was it 2 years ago? A year ago?
So, 2 years ago. Officially, Skylab just celebrated its 1 year anniversary in August of 22. So it opened in August of 21. Tell
me about Skylab.
So Skylab Innovation Center is a purpose-built STEM laboratory. Interestingly, it has soft walls so that we can reconfigure the building to be whatever we need it to be. As you walk in the door, we just opened the brand new John Lights Leanhouse Media Production Lab this year. We fundraised for that last year. So now we have a full TV video production studio on campus so that we can better tell our story year-round, which is fabulous. You need to get over there and see it at some point. Yeah. It's really slick. Then next, that's the Redbird Flight Simulation Lab, 20 simulators, get kids jazzed up. Engineering Lab, Drone and Robotics Lab, and then NOAA's Science on a Sphere, where we teach weather and space science.
Cool.
That's cool. Now, and for those of you who might not know, our previous CEO and president, John Lights Leanhouse, he was given the term Lights. He was for many reasons, but one of the reasons was he was a public information officer. So it was Lights, Camera, Action. That's where Lights comes from.
And that's the tagline. It's on the plaque next to the door, Lights, Camera, Action.
And that's why it's fitting that the new media center is named after Lights Leanhouse. So now, what do we see coming down the road for the Aerospace Center for Excellence? Any big new projects going on? I know we're developing programs and scholarships all of the time, but Are we doing any capital campaigns right now?
Yeah, so you know me well enough to know that we're always going to do something. Since I got here in June, we refined and built out a 3-year strategic plan for immediate goals that we need to accomplish over the next 3 years to really double down on our mission to engage, educate, and accelerate the next generation of aerospace professionals. Our current capital campaign is to build an aviation-themed playground right outside the Florida Air Museum because we need to get more young kids on campus. Sun and Fun is fantastic, but the only problem is it's only 1 week a year.
Yeah.
So we don't want to flash in the pan where kids come here and they go, this is amazing, but they have to wait a whole year to do aviation again. So the playground affords young kids the opportunity to come in and not just play, but to learn through play. When you get on the swing set, there's a lesson there about potential and kinetic energy. When you're on my spring riders, you're learning the 3 laws of motion. And when you're on the slide, there's a really cool lesson there with a ball and a sandbag about friction. So it is actually it's its own laboratory. It just happens to be disguised as play. So kids like me will learn with motivation to play.
Well, and that's an excellent idea because we know that in order to inspire students, we need to start much younger than that high school or even middle school level. That inspiration starts when you are coming to an air show for the first time with your family, and so having that venue available, I think, is just outstanding.
And our museum members will have year-round access to that for only the cost of their museum membership. So,
well, and great to bring out folks from the local community, too.
Right. Exactly.
So, and again, we covered it right before our last break. We got about a minute and a half to get before our next break. If people want to learn more about it, where do they find you on campus, or where can they find out information if they're here?
Sure. So the Skylab Innovation Center, Florida Air Museum, and our Junior Aces workshop area for young kids is on James C. Ray Boulevard. So it's on the south side of our campus. So when you come in the main parking lot, for example, if you hang a left, you're going to walk straight through all of our youth programming. You can also find us online year-round, aceedu.org.
I'm distracting everybody because, we're here, we're looking at the line. There is a robot dog across the road from us. It looks like...
There is indeed.
Yeah, 1 minute. We're going to get 1 minute before the break. So, but I look over there, I see something prancing. There's a robot dog right over there by the display across the road from us. That's too cool.
Yeah, they're waving over at the booth over there at us. Yeah,
I would call that current maneuver prancing.
Prancing.
He appears to be prancing.
Yeah.
So that's just cool.
I will say that is new this year at Sun and Fun. I do not recall seeing that in previous years.
Awesome.
You get a chance to get out to Paradise City. We've got a drone. The Army's drone is out there at Paradise City. They got a trail you can go through and stuff.
Yeah, the MQ-1C. It's awesome.
There's some really cool stuff happening here, folks. We still have 2 days of yummy aviation goodness. You're not planning on being here. You got to get here. You want more information on Sun and Fun, on Eric Crump, the Aerospace Center for Excellence, any of that stuff. You know what? You can go to flysnf.org, the primary website. You can go to ace.edu.
acedu.org.
acedu.org. And we're going to go to break, and we'll be right back.
Hello, this is Seth from Central Florida Aerospace Academy. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
AOPA is eager to get the airshow season started and get back out there and mingle. Along with Sun and Fun and AirVenture, AOPA will be hosting a new kind of regional events in 2022 with a more casual and laid-back feel. These events will offer educational seminars, aviation displays, and aerial entertainment at a local airport near you. Stay tuned for locations and dates to be announced soon. You can visit AOPA.org and stop by the AOPA tent at Sun and Fun and find out more about how AOPA continues to work hard and to protect and promote general aviation for you.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
Aeroshell has one of the most comprehensive and proven ranges of aviation lubricant products. This includes aircraft piston engine oils, jet engine oils, greases, and hydraulic fluids. We combine this with what is among the best technical support in the industry. Our Aeroshell brand has been trusted for generations for use in aviation throughout the world. We are located in Hangar C, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor LiveATC.net, the worldwide leader in live rebroadcasting and recording of ATC radio communications. You can listen to aviation radio on any device, from the busiest airline hubs to your small local airport. It's aviation in action at LiveATC.net. You can even volunteer to be a part of this unique network, helping to bring new airports and frequencies online. LiveATC's pre-configured compact receiver systems make it easy to add your local airport. You can follow them on Twitter at LiveATC or like them on Facebook. LiveATC.net, live air traffic from their headsets to you.
I'm News Channel 8's Keith Cate. Every day, a lot of news happens in the Bay Area, and where you choose to get your information matters. There's only one news operation in Tampa Bay that is always on your side, looking out for you, making sure your voice is heard, and uncovering the truth. News Channel 8. We're in your neighborhood and at your call, investigating and reporting on the stories that impact you and your family. Trust the station that is always on your side.
Pilots trust Phillips 66 lubricants to keep engines running smoothly, and this week you can trust them to put the fun in Sun and Fun as it proudly sponsors every takeoff and touchdown. Visit the Phillips 66 Pilot Welcome Center and booth N30 to learn about our aviation products and get some cool giveaways. And if you need proven engine protection for the flight home, you can buy Phillips 66 Aviation Oil at a special price all week long. Phillips 66 Lubricants, keeping the world running smoothly.
Do you like light sport airplanes? Do you enjoy building aircraft or thinking about wanting to build one? Well, Zenith Aircraft has a kit for you. They have an aircraft that can fit your light sport needs and budget. Zenith Aircraft have multiple engine options along with many different kits including STOL that you can choose from depending on your personal needs. Zenith Aircraft have been manufacturing and marketing aircraft kits from its modern production facility located in the United States and continue to bring you top-notch aircraft kits with over 2,000 kits sold since 1974. With a wide array of customers across the United States and from around the world, Zenith Aircraft is the leading leading manufacturer of light sport aircraft kits with a proven commitment to builders and owners. You can visit Zenith Aircraft to get more information on these amazing kits at booth MD26B.
Veterans Florida Entrepreneur Program provides all the knowledge to successfully launch and operate a business. As soon as their business is up and running, we keep them connected with mentors and resources. Our mission can be summed up in our theme: your pursuit, our power. We recognize military veterans are incredibly focused and will succeed in achieving their goals. We provide the tools and resources for success.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual. Trevor got my cheat sheet.
10 years there. So, I'm sorry.
The 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. You know, right before we went to break, I spotted what looks like one of the Advanced Dynamics robot dogs. He's actually there. The pilotsafety.com display here. Look for the big red tent with the blue edges. And I was joking, and during the break, I went, "Yeah, puppy, 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 come here, puppy." And next thing I know, the dog is walking this direction. I didn't know I was the robot. I know I'm the dog whisperer, but I didn't know I was a robot.
Well, and they even brought us some cool swag. These fuel testers here, some cool stuff.
Cool. Pilot Safety Institute here to shout out Robot Dog. He's happy to be here. He's prancing. Another group that's happy to be here is all of our wonderful exhibitors and aircraft vendors. And two of my favorites have actually teamed up, which is pretty cool. And I want to welcome to the deck Trey Murdow, TL North America, the TL Sport Aircraft. How you doing? I'm going to step back and let the crew take the interview because I've been talking for 36 minutes.
Okay.
So, good morning, Trey. Good morning, the lovely Miss Daniela from Bushcat. Of course, our friend Mike Daniels' favorite airplane because it's for fluffy pilots. We'll hear about that in a minute. Take it away, guys.
Well, thank you for having us back here for another day. As you mentioned, for the 49th Sun and Fun, it's a pleasure to be back here. Wonderful weather. And also, as you mentioned, it's wonderful to be here with other exhibitors. It's so critical and crucial for us to be here and present during the show to exhibit our wares and our wonderful products. I bring Daniela Knoll with Aerosport is here with us today. They have joined the TL Sport Aircraft lineup. They've joined in with us to be dealers of the products in northern Illinois and DeLand, Florida. In addition, they also, as Dave mentioned, sell the Bushcat. Daniela.
Thanks, Trey. It's a pleasure to be here. We really have enjoyed teaming up with Trey and TL Sport Aircraft to provide a different type of aircraft for different mission. Certainly the Bushcat is a light sport backcountry STOL aircraft manufactured in South Africa that's been doing very well in the United States. But, you know, Aerosport kind of provides a one-stop shop. So we utilize the aircraft for flight training, and some of the TL Sport aircraft are perfect trainers as well for us. So we can train on them, we can sell them, we can provide maintenance, all of the above.
You know, we were talking before, Trey, about service yesterday. And by the way, you can hear those interviews on liveatc.net/SNF all year long. And one of the things we mentioned is the fact that when I buy an aircraft that's been manufactured, say, overseas, I'm a little bit worried about maintenance, and I'm a little worried about service, especially. I want to be able to make a phone call and ask a question.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's key because of the fact that we do truly understand the aircraft from the manufacturer's perspective, and you're getting a really thorough type of service. You know, we do see some aircraft coming into us where we just cringe and we think, oh man, you know, sometimes the older AMPs that aren't familiar with light sport aircraft don't really quite do what they got to do. So, you know, not to put them down and all, but we certainly we certainly thrive on excellent service.
Absolutely. And where can they find you on the internet for those people that are listening right now?
Our website is fly-aerosport.com.
And you mentioned that you're in 2 locations?
Yeah, we actually purchased a hangar in DeLand, Florida, and joined a little bit of that light sport community there. So we started that about 2 years ago and has been very successful for us, especially with our flight school and aircraft maintenance business.
And are you handling the new aircraft that came out? The
Sparker?
coming out? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Sparker.
Sparker. That is a cool looking aircraft.
It is, yeah.
Well, no, everything that they come out with is cool looking. But
absolutely. We have a Sting S4 in DeLand, Florida. Yep. We'd love to have one of each. We'll get there someday. But it's a wonderful aircraft to fly.
Absolutely. And that's a light sport.
Correct.
And so for those that don't know what the light sport is, there's some limitations, but it actually allows a lot more people to fly, doesn't it?
It really does, and we truly feel that it actually makes for better pilots. These light aircraft really need your full attention, and you need to be very careful with it. You can't be slamming them into the ground like you would a 172. So it really makes the finesse of flying a little bit more difficult.
It's all about those stick and rudder skills, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say, stick and rudder. And, we're ultimately making better pilots because of it and preparing them if their dream and their intent is to go into the airlines and to be a commercial pilot, it makes them a better pilot. And that's why I think a lot of flight schools are looking at it today seriously as a viable platform.
Yeah, I was going to ask that. So who's typically flying these aircraft? Are we looking at students, weekend warriors, GA folks, or a little bit of everyone?
I'd say it's kind of leans to the side of a hobby pilot. We probably have maybe 60% weekend warriors, hobby pilots, but there's a growing number of flight schools that are adopting the platform and adopting the TL line. We have somebody up in the Northeast as well, Frederick Flight Center, that has 2 new Stings inbound for their students.
So when you're talking about flight schools, what would be the model that would be best for a flight school, you think?
So we actually kind of run a Part 61 flight school, which is a little bit more laid back. It's not as stringent. We feel and we market it as an affordable way to earn that dream of flight. So because the light sport aircraft have a very low operating cost, we can rent the aircraft for much lower than some of the other traditional flight schools. So someone that is even looking to get to the airline can train even up to a private pilot. In fact, the Sting S4 is considered a technically advanced aircraft, so we can do commercial training in that as well for a portion of the price that you would with a more, advanced aircraft in the GA world.
And can you fly instruments in these or IFR?
So some of them, if equipped properly, you can train IFR, but you're not allowed to fly into actual IMC.
Absolutely. So you still can get that time in a technically advanced aircraft and at a much lower price than most of these technically advanced aircraft or complex aircraft.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I feel like we should mention as well, because the ruling is a little convoluted on that, and Daniela, you correct me if I'm wrong, but for private owners of an LSA, they can be converted to ELSA.
Right.
Correct. And then they can actually fly IMC, but they cannot be used for training.
From what I understand, the experimental category has a little bit more leeway, but yeah, I mean, the aircraft certainly has to be equipped properly, but even a private pilot, if the lighting package is available that's required, they can certainly fly night VFR, no problem.
Where can they find you on the field? Are you guys, you have aircraft out here?
Yeah, the TL Sport Aircraft booth is over in Paradise City in LP05.
Is there any chance of getting a ride in one?
Unfortunately, the show we have in shows, or in past years we've done that. This year, unfortunately, we just have the one aircraft that's in the booth.
But DeLand is not far away, is it?
No.
Not at all. So you can certainly come to DeLand, Florida, and we would be happy to give you a test flight in either the Sting S4 or even the Bushcat.
Awesome. Where do we find you on the field out there at DeLand?
The Bushcat is over in LP22 in Paradise City, and as I said, the TL Sport Aircraft in LP05, Paradise City.
And if I come to DeLand, take the mic away from the chairman. If I come out to DeLand, where are you on the DeLand airport?
That's a great question, Dave. Thanks for bringing that up. We're in an area called located. It's called Mustang Point. It's actually an area within the airport off of runway 5. We have a 7,000 square foot hangar there.
Wow.
And we have a couple of neighbors, our friends from Magnus and a couple of friends from
Aeromotive?
No.
Aerofinity.
Yes, Aerofinity. Those folks are just a couple doors down. So there's a lot of us out there on the field that you can kind of stop and shop in one shot.
You know, it's exciting to see all the growth that's been happening out at the DeLand Airport. It's actually my hometown, and so it's great to see that you all have a flight school there, that you're operating in and out of DED. That's awesome.
Yeah, it is. It gets busy though. All the Riddle planes are coming over, and it gets a little congested.
And we got about 1 minute left, and I wanted to thank you for the gift. Appreciate it. What would you like to add?
I also want to add that we spoke about it earlier in the week, but we have the new Sparker that we're very excited about coming in. It's our experimental EAB aircraft, and we also have a brand new Sirius that is IFR equipped coming into the country here in May. Both of those planes will be available in Florida. We will schedule some demo sessions and flights and put them on the website where you can come down to Aerosport and take a demo flight.
Cool. And you guys have a new, I guess you'd call it a consortium there on the DeLand Airport with the light sport that presented your first showcase re-envisioned last year. How did that go over?
So, pretty good. Yeah, Aerofinity, our friends next door, have certainly done a nice job trying to bring that back, and we feel that there's a need for a marketplace in the southeast of the country. So, that's the place where you can really check it out, and it's kind of a buyer's marketplace.
Great. And one last time, for people who are not on the grounds, what's your website?
We are at www.tlsportaircraft.com.
www.tlsportaircraft.com. I love it. Danielle, always a pleasure to see you. Trey, brother, good to see you, man. We're working on something for next year, so you might be hearing more about TL than everybody's ever heard of. We're gonna try and see if we can work something out. Now, all week long, the lovely Miss Frankie has been coming in and telling us about our weather. And this morning, I'm gonna usurp Frankie and go, "It's a gorgeous day. Get here." But that's all I know about weather. I need the Federal Aviation Administration's weather professional to tell me it's a beautiful day.
Well, it is a beautiful day, and it's going to continue to be a beautiful day. We do have sunny skies for the morning, a little bit of cloud increase this afternoon. We're going to see some scatter layers there into the afternoon and the evening, but nothing too severe. This morning, unlike the last couple of days, is not as windy. However, that's going to change this afternoon. We're going to get a little bit of gust there for the air show and into the evening. So a little bit of wind, but nothing that these planes can't handle.
A little breeze in the hair, so nothing too bad.
Yes, but that's also going to help with the heat because it's supposed to go into the high 80s. Ooh. Maybe touch the 9s.
Wow. Hey, I like that.
I'm a Florida boy. Spring. What do you expect? You know? So, Frankie, real quick, tell me about Frankie. You work where?
I work at the FAA Flight Service Safety and Operations Group. We oversee the contract for the CONUS Leidos Flight Service. So the 1-800-WX-BRIEF that people call or they go into their website. That's our program, and also we oversee the program in Alaska, where there's a lot of folks that still use flight service every day in flight to keep them safe, and also have an aviation weather camera program, which we're expanding, and if anybody wants information, they can come see me at the Safety Center.
All right, that's the FAA Safety Center, the big 2-story building with the tents on top. Frankie, thank you so much. You've been doing such a great job for us this week. I love the ears. Every day you wear your headband with your little kitty ears on, and I'm a dog person, but I still love I love all animals, and those are just too cute.
They're the good weather ears. That's
is that what those are?
Yes.
Well, thank you for wearing your good weather ears.
I hope you're wearing them tomorrow.
Yes. Thank you.
So all week long, we've been talking about the new boss.
We need a little fanfare with this one if we could. But dun, 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 dun. There we go.
Gene Conrad, Sun and Fun's new president and CEO. Welcome to the deck. How you doing, boss?
Good, Dave. It's been a great week. Dialed up the weather gods have been very, very good to us this year. And
whatever dancing you're doing, it's working.
Whatever, yeah, I know, right? But we're up 25% right now.
That's great.
It is absolutely phenomenal. I know the weather helps, obviously, but we're just very, very fortunate. My team and our 2,500 volunteers have just done a yeoman's job, and kudos to them. And we appreciate them. My heart goes out to them. They have just crushed it for us this year and done a phenomenal job. So thank you to our volunteers.
All right. Well, yes, absolutely. Thank you, everybody. 2,500 a
2,500.
So this is your first turn as the boss during the event, right?
First turn as the boss during the event, but
how's it feel?
Well, I've been asked several times, what's the difference between running the airport with this great event when I was the airport director, we hosted it, and now running it. And what I would say is, whether it's running the airport or running a business, you get to do it every single day. You get to tweak it. You can make it more efficient. You're on it every single day. Here, we can plan, do all the things we think are going to be right, and then we have to unpack it. We got 6 days to operate, and then we got to put it back in the box. And that is not easy.
No.
And we're not perfect, but we definitely put in perfect effort. So there's some tweaks for next year, lots of changes this year. And, the reason, for a lot of the changes is to get ready for the 50th.
Yeah, our big year next year.
Our 50th next year. So we didn't want to, we wanted to be in a position for next year. We're not making all of those changes, next year. We want to get them done this year. Lots of great things, couple hiccups, but hey, what are you going to do? I mean, it is what it is, but we're taking notes. 10 pages of notes I have already.
Wow.
But it's all
Is
good
that
stuff.
all?
That's all. It may be 15 after today. You never know. But, it's going to be a huge crowd today. And obviously the weather plays a big part in that.
Right. And Gene, I don't mean to put you on the spot, and I know the answer to what I'm about to ask. But the elephant in the room, we announced like crazy that we were improving the internet. My understanding, and I'm pretty certain that I've got it from a very good source, that we brought everything in. We got all the gear in. They came out with testers that actually mimicked having tens of thousands of people connected, and everything worked before the fly-in.
Yep.
But then we had a severe internet outage.
Yep.
And it affected things, and we stepped on the grounds, and the crews. Where are we at with the internet? I understand it's up, it's going, we're good, we're golden.
Well, here's the thing. So
that's what you're talking about, unpacking it.
No,
for
I mean,
6 days.
hey, let's talk about it. So again, we're thinking we're doing the right things. We did the right things, but guess what? Then you get here and it's day one, right? And you have all the exhibitors and vendors coming in. They've got routers. They're putting cables in. They're doing all these different things. It's affecting the system. So we have a new network, right? So guess what? It was not perfect, and I'm just going to say it was total crap for the 3 first days. Not going to shy away from it. It was, but guess what? Yesterday worked great. Today it's working great. So we've done a great job, and again, our volunteers and our contract that we brought in, I mean, they've been killing themselves to make this work. And I know it puts stress on our exhibitors and vendors, so my apologies, for that. But we'll be better next year. But it was a big, heavy lift to put in everything that we put in. And, again, we're not perfect, but, we're rallying right now, and it's been good the last 2 days, knock on wood. We want to continue and get through tomorrow. But, a lot of lessons learned, and we'll debrief, and we'll be back and ready to go and strong next year. One of the other big things is, Verizon works here. AT&T, not so much. Right, and so that's been a challenge for a lot of people as well. We do have the cow over there, an AT&T cow with antennas, so I believe it's up and running now. We had a little fiasco with the FAA, and it wasn't the FAA's fault. It was actually, AT&T not understanding the terps and, how high they could raise the antenna and all that. But we worked through that yesterday, but I believe it is up and running. So if you have AT&T, hopefully it's working for you today. And I don't know, I have Verizon. But that had been a challenge too. So again, just making sure we're getting these things in place for this year, getting ready for the 50th and moving forward. But again, my apologies. Didn't work the first 3 days, and that was unfortunate. But we're rallying now, and everything's good.
But Gene, something that does seem to be working very well this year is the island.
Yes.
So give us a description on the island as far as what it took to kind of come up with that idea and put it together.
Yeah, so, for the island, the big thing was, for our flying community, on the Far East side, there really weren't any services out there for those folks. So we had home-built campers, we had vintage campers, we moved general aviation camping to the east side now. So all the airplanes are on the east side. We want to make sure, though, if we're going to do that, that we're providing those services that, they expect. And so the island's been absolutely phenomenal for us. We have food and beverage out there, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Pilot welcome centers there, the island store, which has been phenomenal, Uber and Lyft drop-off, tram stop, all the services, evening programming. Top Gun was on the first night out there. 100 people are out there. But it's been very, very well received. Shower houses are out there, comfort stations. So it's been great, because we want to make sure we're taking care of those folks that are camping with us and staying here on the field. So that's been a massive success.
Great, and it has, and I'm hearing nothing but outstanding reports from people that have been there and enjoyed it, and thank you so much for doing that. Gene, I would love to sit and chat with you all day. We've kind of run over, and we've stepped into somebody else's time. Anything else, 30 seconds you want to add before we go?
Yeah, real quick, just again, appreciate our volunteers, appreciate all the guests coming in, and, just want to touch on one thing real quick. A lot of discussion. I thought the big elephant in the room was going to be the new runway. I just want to make sure everybody knows that new runway is 10 to 12 years out friends, 10 to 12 years out. Lots of planning, other things are going to go on. So we're going to be here for a long, long time, and we're planning for the next 50 years of this great event. So no worries. Amazon doesn't own the airport. They've been great partners, actually. They're not even going to fly tonight. They canceled their schedule to accommodate our fireworks. So we're going to have a great night, a great day, and get ready for our 50th next year.
And the cool thing about it is, and nobody seems to understand this, is that Amazon is a tenant on the airport. They are our neighbor. We are accommodating their stuff. They are accommodating ours. Amazon is not taking over anything. We're neighbors. We're all working together. Gene Conrad, Executive Director, President and CEO. I was so used
Thanks,
to Eric,
Dave.
Executive
You just
Director.
demoted me,
you.
which is fine. Monday, I probably have said, okay, that's fine.
President and CEO of Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence. Thank you so much. You got a waffle there. Grab something to eat. Go about your day. I hope I didn't put you on the spot.
You're good.
We might be looking for a new radio chairman, so if Jack wants to apply for the job. We have another guest on deck. We're going to jump right into that. Randy Bibb, Kevin Streeter are going to take the interview. I'm going to step back.
All right. Randy, how you doing?
I'm great. We're here with a wonderful young man here. Has to talk about his new company.
Yeah, definitely. And we have on deck with us, we have Patriot Eagle Aircraft Detailing. Something you don't really hear very much is aircraft detailing, which definitely needs, I think we need more of.
Well, I was telling Alan that this is the first interview that I've heard of a detail company.
Yeah, definitely.
Over, taking the initiative to come over and actually sit down and talk about what you've got going on.
So we have Alan Cortez. Is that right? Alan Cortez?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Alan
definitely.
Cortez.
Alan Cortez with Patriot Eagle Aircraft Detailing. Alan, tell us a little bit about the detailing company you have and a little bit how you got into it and go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, thank you guys for having me on the show. It's an honor to be here. Pleasure meeting you, Kevin and Randy. It's definitely the first time we've been on a radio, so this is quite an achievement for us. But yes, we are Patriot Eagle Aircraft Detailing, and we specialize in full-service detailing for fleet aircraft and also for private owners. So the GA community, also the commercial community. But we also specialize in paint restoration. So we're giving an alternative for aircraft owners and maintenance officers and whoever manages aircraft when it comes time to having to repaint their aircraft.
I recently got a paint quote on a Baron, just a Baron, regular Baron, and the cost of restoring the paint was less than 10% of painting the aircraft. So you specialize now in restoration. Do you have any samples of your work, what you've done in your
Yeah, absolutely. Our Instagram page is Patriot Eagle Aircraft Detailing, and you can visit our website at www.patrioteagledetailing.com. But aircraft paint restoration is only a fraction of the cost compared to painting, just due to all the regulations and EPA regulations and waiting times and having to check weight and balances. A lot of that stuff we don't have to deal with compared to the painting industry.
Right, they have to basically disassemble. They've removed the control surfaces and have to rebalance everything.
It's a big expense because you got to have an A&P. They got to take it all apart, put it all back together, weigh it, be done. It's a big, lengthy process. For the fact, too, that the aircraft's down for months at a time. Having worked at a flight school in northern Michigan, whenever we bought a new airplane, it was gone for 3 months, getting paint redone, the whole deal. So knowing that, this is definitely a better alternative option. We were talking to you earlier too, you said on the outside, you have used something like a polished ceramic coat. Is that right?
Sure, yeah. So commenting a little bit on what you said earlier, as far as the waiting time on painting, that's something that is it's really chaotic for a lot of companies and a lot of owners having to wait months to get on a waiting list and then losing their aircraft and flying time. So as a business, that really hurts. So just to kind of comment on that, we don't have that problem here. Our lead times are usually less than a month. We get you in and out with a matter of sometimes weeks.
So a light twin, light jet, how long would it take you, timeline? How long is this airplane going to be down for this polishing restoration
Right, so it all depends on what condition it comes into us, and we also check out the current conditions of the paint. Can we restore it? Does it have enough potential left on it for us to bring it back and to warranty the service?
And you have an airplane here on the field, apparently a rare airplane that you've restored.
Yeah, so we, not our airplane, but we have partnered with Stallion 51 over at Warbirds, and they have a very rare and beautiful Lockheed 12A Electra Junior, and that is one of 7 aircraft, I believe 7 aircraft operating right now in the world. They're very rare. It's from, I believe, 1937, and it's one of Continental's first fleet aircraft when they started off their airline. But to kind of comment on what you had asked me earlier, Kevin, as far as what do we do to kind of seal this in and make sure that the paint fading doesn't occur in the future, we use a ceramic coating, kind of the same idea of possibly a sealant, except it's a ceramic coating that is warranted for 2 years. So we restore the aircraft, and we also guarantee that it's not going to come back for that amount of time.
Okay, well, thank you, Alan Cortez from it's a great name, Patriot Eagle Aircraft Detailing. Go out and check them out real quickly. Where are you on the field?
Yes, sir. Our booth is located at Light Plains, and you can check out the Electra Junior at Warbirds, and our website is www.patrioteagledetailing.com.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
It's an honor.
Yep.
Hello, this is Mike Harris from Why We Fly General Aviation Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
You can help save lives by donating blood at the Big Red Bus at this year's Sun and Fun Fly-In. You could literally be saving the life of a hospital patient. The annual Sun and Fun Fly-In blood drive is Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Each day is a great opportunity to help others. All blood donors receive a custom Sun and Fun Fly-In t-shirt plus a $20 e-gift card. You can make an appointment to donate blood at oneblood.org/sunandfun and share your power to save lives.
Gary GPS Reeves, that's the guy in the pink shirt from pilotsafety.org, is an official sponsor of the Sun and Fun Educational Forums. For the best way to fly single-pilot IFR with autopilots, Avidyne, ForeFlight, and Garmin, you can check out the free classes Gary is teaching this week by searching the online Sun and Fun daily schedule for Reeves or visiting pilotsafety.org.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance. Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance is the nation's premier avionics and aircraft maintenance facility. With 5 locations throughout Florida, they are fully equipped to handle anything your plane may need. Their staff of experienced pilots, A&P mechanics, and avionics specialists are ready to help guide you through a custom solution that is right for your aircraft. You can visit them in Hangar C or always online at SarasotaAvionics.com.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. You know, the best protection against the harmful rays of the sun is light clothing. That's right. Thin cotton clothing is about the best way to avoid excessive sun exposure. And this protection comes with absolutely no risks of doing harm, especially important for those of us traveling from the northern states. A wide-brimmed hat is another healthy option to reduce excessive sun exposure. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
If you would like a truly first-class, adult-oriented experience at Sun and Fun, consider the 927 Club. Located at Airshow Center on the Warbird Ramp, the air-conditioned 927 Club Chalet features an all-new menu by renowned chef Marcos Fernandez. The 927 Club features amenities such as full breakfast and hot lunch, Wednesday and Saturday evening happy hours and dinners before the night air shows, complimentary soft drinks and snacks, complimentary beer and wine from 3 to 6 p.m. daily, and exclusive airshow seating on the patio facing Airshow Center. The full menu and more information is available at flysnf.org.
A big shout out to Aircraft Spruce and Specialty for their continued support as the hosting sponsor for the Hangar B exhibit hall. The Aircraft Spruce team is here to provide friendly service and help place orders for all your aircraft parts and supply needs. For over 57 years, customers around the world have counted on Aircraft Spruce to keep them flying. They invite you to stop by the Aircraft Spruce booth in Hangar B or visit them online at aircraftspruce.com.
Sun and Fun, thanks to our sponsor, Visit Central Florida. When you land in Polk County, you've landed in Florida's sweetest spot. From theme parks and events to the arts, culture, sports, or fine dining, let us be your launch pad to your next adventure. You can stop by the Visitor Information Center here on site or fly over to their website, visitcentralflorida.org, for more information.
Epic Aircraft. Now here's a company to watch out for. The E1000 is a sleek, sexy, very fast, all-carbon fiber, 6-seat, certified, single-engine turboprop with some pretty impressive performance numbers. With its 1,200 horsepower PT6 engine, this rocket ship offers a 333-knot cruise, 1,560 nautical mile range, 1,100-pound full-fuel payload, a 4,000-foot-per-minute climb, and a roomy cabin. It even looks fast just sitting on the ramp. You can see the remarkable Epic E1000 at outside booth number 3.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org. And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
To the deck here at Sun and Fun. We're on liveatc.net/SNF, streaming live 1510 a.m. and also on YouTube and Facebook. So we're everywhere.
First time ever for
YouTube.
YouTube.
This is actually the first time ever. And give a big shout out and a wave to our friends on YouTube. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Sun and Fun 2023, and it's presented by this year
E3 Aviation. Our presenting sponsor will be E3, also hosted by, for the radio station, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. FlyGRB.com with a chance to win the AirVenture package, Carl. So you can come down here to the radio station downstairs and see their booth and scan the QR code, I believe, and have a chance to win a trip up in the midsummer to go take the family up to Wisconsin area.
That sounds like a pretty good deal to me.
Not bad at all.
I'll be going in May. I'm going to go visit. It's going to be pretty cool up
Jealous.
there. Yeah, it's a lot cooler than here. You know, they were just talking about workshops and all the things that you can learn in workshops. And something that I've never actually ventured into, and that's TIG welding. Have with me today Jim Bollinger, who knows a few things about it, who's running a workshop here right at Sun and Fun. And by the way, if you're looking for those workshops, there's a Sun and Fun app. You can actually just plug in there welding, and you'll actually find Jim. Jim, welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So, Jim, like I said, it's one of those skills, welding, that a lot of us are kind of a little bit afraid of at first to get into, and probably because we don't have someone to help us move forward. And that's what you're doing here.
Absolutely. Don't be afraid of it.
So the workshop that you're working on, is this something for brand new folks, and are they going to be able to experience?
So we can take anyone from never held a TIG torch in their life all the way up to welding to even an experienced person can draw a lot from our lectures and the information we're giving.
Interesting. Now, if you're looking online right now, you're listening, LincolnElectric.com, and you can check out that website. They are a large company, and you can look at up their
They're the world's largest manufacturer of everything welding, from safety equipment, welding equipment, to welding consumable products.
I think it's really cool that they're into education also, and that's why you're here.
We are. They are hugely into education, especially our youth, trying to get our youth back out there and get them in the shop. $32 million they just spent on a brand new, totally amazing welding school up in Cleveland, Ohio. At LincolnElectric.com. If you're interested, you can go out there and see that facility for all kinds of education.
So this TIG welding, is that something for recreational purposes, or is that something you could use in the world and make money doing?
The highest paid welders are typically TIG welders because it is a skill to learn. But we can use it everything from making jewelry to building aircraft.
I was in the workshop last night watching your TIG welder weld a new engine mount for the engine workshops out there. So 10 o'clock at night, and it was the preparation, and now the welder, the finesse, is called in. How long is that program? How much does it cost? I'm very excited. I've always found welding to be the add-on passion to the rest of aviation.
So here at Sun and Fun and at AirVenture, the class is free. So
free
you just
is
show
good.
up.
I mean, yeah, free.
Show up, like free 99. Just show up, and we will walk you through the whole process. It is a lot of finesse and it is a skill, but it is pretty fun to do. We have a good time with it.
And when I was there, I was really, because I'm used to the flame and all that other stuff, and it wasn't. It's an electrode, and it didn't flame up. It went.
Oh, that's interesting.
So TIG is a sanitary process. It's ultra clean. That's why we exclusively use it for aviation welding. It is the most finite welding process out there.
There was a man there, and he is an independent welder. He works on an airport. He makes a good living.
Yes, ma'am. Right now, most of the people that graduate, the young guys that graduate out of the Lincoln Weld School, almost have guaranteed employment, because the average age of a welder right now in the United States is about 59 years old.
Wow.
So they can make a very, very good living depending on their discipline or multiple disciplines. For instance, TIG, stick, MIG, multi-certified across the board. You can pretty much write your own ticket where you want to go.
You know, Robin, you were at the airlines and as a mechanic.
And at the major airlines, if you're in a hub, you will have certified welders, and they're their own kings of the corner.
They are.
Because only they can do what they do.
And everybody wants a welder as a best friend.
Absolutely.
You got a lot of best friends.
In the boating world, too. I mean, all the different hobbies. Having a welder is a wonderful thing to have around.
Absolutely.
So the one cool thing is that he's actually taken it another step and has gone towards the younger generation and online, and is also an influencer. Jim Bollinger also has a really cool YouTube channel that you can watch and learn online. So where can we find that, actually?
So on YouTube, it's Do Right Fabrication, and I try to bring that platform that the youth are using, social media, and get them excited about building things, getting in the shop, learning a trade, learning a skill, even if it's a hobby, right?
Could you say that first word slowly?
Do Right, D-O-R-I-T-E, Do Right Fabrication, because there's only one way to do something, right? See what I did there?
So glad. Thank you. That was, yeah.
So what can they find on your YouTube channel as far as
So
learning?
It's not just about welding. I do all kinds of heavy equipment repair, aircraft welding, custom fabrication. I try to make it fun, and in every project, throw a little nugget of learning in there. So it's not like a lecture. For instance, I built a cannon, a real brass cannon from scratch that shoots a golf ball a mile.
A mile?
Just because I wanted to.
Wow. So you are actually located in the workshop. But where's the workshops again for today here on the...
As you walk in, at the entrance, as you're walking in to the main hangars and Sunset Grill, they're on the left-hand side. And there's a full row of them. Lincoln Welding is the first thing you're going to see on the entrance left side. And then there's, going to give a plug for the other classes, there's dope and fabric, there's metalworking, there's electrical, which in a home-built airplane can bite you. And but the Lincoln workshop is one of the most favored and well attended because it's such a great skill.
Yeah, we usually have standing room only every time.
And can we find you at other air shows, other events throughout the year as well, in case we missed you this year?
We'll be at AirVenture this year. We call it Oshkosh in our world. Everybody, I think, does, right? We'll be there. We'll be on a much bigger scale because it's a little bit bigger show as far as attendance-wise.
So in those workshops, is that something that just continually runs, or do you have like different portions, different lessons, et cetera?
So it's a basic TIG class, and we start from the very beginning. So it's the same class over and over and over. And the idea here is to get everybody in there, get a torch in your hand, give you some understanding and knowledge, and then be able to actually make some welds. So we'll put a welder in your hand. We'll help you weld some aluminum. We'll help you weld some 4130 chromoly. And then the hope is that you go back to your grandpa's shop, your uncle's shop, the neighbor, your local makerspace.
Community colleges offer welding.
Absolutely. But you're no longer intimidated, and you have the knowledge when something goes wrong to say, why did that just do that? Oh, I remember him saying that thing, right? And then they can...
Or to take a look at that weld and do preventative maintenance. See if it looks secure and
And that's why we exclusively use TIG for aviation, almost exclusively anymore now, is because moment by moment you can see the puddle, and you're not forced to continue, such as in MIG or in stick, where you either stop or you weld with what you have. TIG is its own unique animal.
So if you're going to come by to see that class, to learn TIG welding, is there a time that someone should show up if they want to
10
show
o'clock.
up? So it's at 10 o'clock?
So what we're doing this year, we're running a little bit differently. We show up at 10 o'clock, and we lecture, and we talk about it depending on questions. Obviously, aviators are typically very smart people, and they're very intuitive. They think. So there's sometimes a lot of questions that make people think. And then we'll run until about lunchtime. We'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back, and everyone can come back and just kind of trickle back in and get their actual torch time, get time under the hood. That way nobody's rushed to stand in line for 3 hours to get time at that weld booth.
Do I leave with a piece I can show and tell?
I will give you a whole stack of them.
Whoa.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Oh, Jim Bollinger, who we're speaking with right now, Lincoln Electric, lincolnelectric.com at the workshops. Even if you weren't able to get involved at the beginning of the workshop, please stop by. He can get you in no matter what.
Yep.
And you'll actually get some stick time, as they say.
Yeah,
So,
well, yeah,
in
stick
the
time,
aviation,
torch
torch time in the aviation industry. Jim, I appreciate you. Also, Do Right Fabrication on YouTube, DORITE Fabrication on YouTube. Has some really cool classes out there. I was checking them out. Really wonderful advocate for welding. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, y'all. It's
been
a blast.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen to Sun and Fun Radio, 1510 a.m., liveatc.net/SNF. We'll be right back after this announcement.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio, across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
They say you need one airplane to go fast, one to go slow, and one to go upside down. If you're into that third category, you can stop by the Sun and Fun Aerobatics Center and the Curtis Pitts Museum. The Aerobatics Center promotes stall spin awareness, unusual attitude recovery training, and better airmanship through aerobatics. All aviation enthusiasts are invited to stop by the center, located adjacent to the aerobatic tent, and enjoy the shade and hospitality. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Lincoln Electric. You can visit the Lincoln Electric booth, N44 and N45, to take advantage of limited-time show special pricing on MIG and TIG welders or plasma cutting equipment. Learn TIG welding in our welding education workshops.
Yep.
Lincoln Electric, ready to help you with all of your welding and cutting projects.
That's right.
Enjoying all the aircraft is one of the leading reasons people come to Sun and Fun, and we are pleased to open Flightline access to all of our guests. However, please help protect people and aircraft by following a few simple rules. Warning: aircraft in motion have spinning propellers that are very dangerous and hard to see. Please avoid all moving aircraft. Do not touch aircraft without the owner's permission. Always be aware of belt buckles, cameras, and other hard objects that could scratch or dent the airplane. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time this year.
I'm News Channel 8's Keith Cate. Every day, a lot of news happens in the Bay Area, and where you choose to get your information matters. There's only one news operation in Tampa Bay that is always on your side, looking out for you, making sure your voice is heard, and uncovering the truth. News Channel 8. We're in your neighborhood and at your call, investigating and reporting on the stories that impact you and your family. Trust the station that is always on your side.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Moto Art. If you're looking to own a piece of aviation history, plane tags might be just what you're in search of. Each collectible plane tag is made from the skin of a real decommissioned aircraft. Would you like to own a piece of an Airbus or a Boeing? Maybe a Grumman Goose, Convair or MiG, Chinooks to Hueys, and Bonanzas to Starships too. Each oval plane tag is handcrafted with respect for the aircraft that it came from and the stories it carries with it. You can see the whole collection of plane tags at the Moto Art booth, N49 in the North Exhibit area, or online at planetags.com.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Honda Generators, the official generator of Sun and Fun.
Be sure to visit the Honda display directly across from Sunset Grill to see the all-new Honda EU 3200i generator. Weighing less than 60 pounds and capable of running a 13.5 BTU air conditioner, it's the perfect power source for your RV. More information is at powerequipment.honda.com.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. Did you know that when you're thirsty, you're already dehydrated? That's why good old-fashioned H2O is the way to go. Caffeinated beverages, a choice for many who become thirsty, can actually cause even more dehydration due to the caffeine. The early stages of dehydration cannot be detected, and that's why you got to go with the water every chance you get. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
As GA pilots, we understand the need for proficiency but sometimes lack the resources to accomplish it. That's where Redbird Pro comes in, a new app that measures your proficiency in 9 key areas to generate a personalized training plan full of articles, quizzes, and simulator scenarios that address the weakest parts of your flying. Redbird Pro is available in the App Store and Google Play. You can visit Redbird for more information at booth N76 or online at redbirdflight.com.
Do you like light sport airplanes? Do you enjoy building aircraft or thinking about wanting to build one? Well, Zenith Aircraft has a kit for you. They have an aircraft that can fit your light sport needs and budget. Zenith Aircraft have multiple engine options along with many different kits including STOL that you can choose from depending on your personal needs. Zenith Aircraft have been manufacturing and marketing aircraft kits from its modern production facility located in the United States and continue to bring you top-notch aircraft kits with over 2,000 kits sold since 1974. With a wide array of customers across the United States and from around the world, Zenith Aircraft is the leading manufacturer of light sport aircraft kits with a proven commitment to builders and owners. You can visit Zenith Aircraft to get more information on these amazing kits at booth MD26B.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Live from the 2023 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, the 49th annual Expo presented by E3 Aviation. E3, again, we thank you for your presenting sponsor service. The Magic of Aviation, March 28th through April 2nd, 2023, down here in Central Florida, Lakeland, Florida. I best describe it dead center between Orlando and Tampa. That's the easiest way to find it if you're listening here across the world. Our 51,000 different listeners last year, or 31,000, I think, unique. So we thank you for your continued support. liveatc.net/SNF to listen to us year-round. Randy, Trevor, I was laughing there a minute ago because this young lady here sitting next to me was asked for her business card, and her answer was, which one? So this Miss Sarah Rutland with Travel Shoreline. Of course, we had Sarah up the other day talking about the insurance portion of the business, but today we're going to flip the coin here a little bit and talk about the travel agency side of it. And I thought that maybe we don't have as often because we're just thinking that we can, easily just book something ourselves, but really, it's not as easy as it sounds. So, Sarah, welcome to the deck.
Well, thanks for having me back. I appreciate. Good to see you guys again. And as pilots and folks who travel a lot, sometimes you think, well, it's just easier to do it myself. Mm-hmm. One of the things about Travel Shoreline, and our travel agency actually kind of came from doing our corporate flight management. Okay. So, doing the logistics for all of our customers. It just made it easy for them. You can offload that. Somebody else will take care of it. It doesn't cost you a thing.
Now, when you're saying take care of it, from start to finish, how many different points do you take coverage over?
Anything you want to do, we can handle it all. So if you're going on a business aircraft, we'll arrange your car to show up where the aircraft's going to show up, plane side. You're not going to have, now that's no small feat. You can do something on the computer, but if you don't make several phone calls, that car has a good chance of not being there when you're ready.
I'm on a business trip, but I know that I'll be landing on the aircraft at 0800.
Yep.
I'd like to be at the meeting by 0915. But I'd like the driver to stay with me throughout the day because I'm going to have a luncheon, but then have another meeting. So, I mean, these are accommodations that, of course, you guys have probably had practice with and know how to set up perfectly.
We can do all of that, whether you have a rental car, whether you have a car and a driver. You need hotels, you need business meeting locations. We can handle all of that for the business traveler.
Sarah,
and then you take the person who's the business traveler, now he wants to take his family somewhere. but he's used to having somebody do it for him.
Well, I fly corporate jets, as you know, and we have cars stationed, and we have cars waiting on us. And doing this professionally, I know that happens about 20% of the time. We have a car waiting on us. They know we're coming days in advance.
That's right.
And so you're exactly right about that personal touch, those phone calls to ensure this happens. 20 is a generous number that percent of the time that our car's waiting on us at the airplane.
That's a perfect example, because it takes no less than 5 phone calls to make sure my clients, that car's waiting. It's ready. I know it's there before they get there, because not only do I make the reservations and we talk with both the FBO and whoever the rental car, whoever the driving service is, but we call them again once the aircraft is launched.
I love when the acronyms come in, and there's the non-aviation enthusiasts that are out here. Dave always does a good job of, kind of referring it to that way. So an FBO, give us kind of a description of that.
Okay, an FBO for the
gas station.
Well, they're a gas station, but they do all kinds of services, and our FBOs are really good. Even the little guys, they're great. They do a lot of things. They wear a lot of hats. So sometimes if you don't make those continued calls, but that's where the aircraft comes in. That's where the passengers board and arrive. They can get you a lot of services, but it takes a lot of constant contact.
You want the paperwork, you want the numbers, you want the figures, you want everything to be done. So when that's a passenger, or I'm sure that the crew definitely appreciate that as well, that everything is done, taken care of.
Yep.
Peace of mind for them that they're walking into that FBO and here's your car, ma'am, sir. Here's everything set up. So they come back and like, that was an outstanding trip. Thank you for your service and what you do to make it easy, for my daytime planning. So I would like to put you on the spot just a little bit. What is that one phone call like that you never want to hear? Like, okay, I need to leave at 0900 and it's maybe 1800 the night before. Does that ever happen? I mean, are you getting
happens
short
all
notice?
the time?
But that's part of the job that you do.
It is.
So that's part of the service you can offer is like we help plan even on short notice.
That's right.
Excellent.
If you got to go, you got to go, and you need somebody to help you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I suppose you've developed a relationship with many of these FBOs that you get kind of priority service, if you will.
You do, and of course, flying a corporate jet myself, we've been into so many of these FBOs, so you do get to know them well, and they're great people, and so I can call them and say, hey, this is Sarah from Shoreline, and I've got a crew coming in. It's not just the passengers. The crew's got to have cars. They've got to have hotels. If you don't take care of your crews, the crews can't take care of the passengers.
And I'm sure this is international planning, or is this primarily domestic that you're dealing
We
with?
can do it all.
Absolutely.
And if you want to go on vacation, we can handle that. We have 3 sandal specialist agents, which is really great. We've got 2 other CSRs that help with that. So there's a lot of things to plan in a good trip. For the customer, then there's only one person they have to call. But the travel agent is going to touch many, many, many different places to make your vacation or your business trip.
That planning is the most stressful part of the entire trip,
It
the
is.
logistics of
Oh
it.
yeah, when you think about everything that goes into getting you
To
just
that
from point A to point B, the logistics alone.
Right.
Absolutely.
And I'm sorry, but the people that go on, you go to book an airline ticket, and they offer you packages, car and hotel and everything else. That is the absolute worst decision you can ever make. April and I booked a package to Vegas. Flight, car, hotel. We get there, and this hotel we were in was the deepest pit I have ever seen in my life. And we reached out to them, and we said, no, we're not staying here. We want a refund. And they said, okay, we'll give you a refund of $13 a night because that's what we're paying for the hotel. And I'm like, that's about $12.99 too much.
Oh, dear.
So having a professional do it for you is just, it can't beat it. It might cost you a couple of pennies, but the value behind it is outstanding.
Well, and the knowledge. I'm sure you're familiar with the hotels. You're familiar
Sure.
with the resorts. You know these locations.
Right.
You're probably like myself. And are you sure you would like to be driving next week? Because we're looking at 3 inches of snow in this area, and I'm planning a trip for you, sir, because you're a Floridian. I didn't think about that. So, yep, thank you for the advice. A little bit here and there. So I'm sure it's just part of the trade that we get into.
That's all part of it. And for those of us that kind of travel for a living, then the last thing you want to do is have it. we're not big package people, like Dave said.
Right.
So you want to do your own thing. Like I helped a guy, and he wanted to take his wife to Ireland for the first time. He's been many times, she had never been. So together, found out what was important to him, the things to see, and we arranged them into Dublin. And then we had all of these stops, and he was each place 2 nights, so he could use that as a jumping off point to go see the places. And he made a trip, circled all the way around the island, came back, spent 2 more nights in Dublin, and came home. He said it was the best trip. Now, he travels for a living. Been to Ireland many times, said best trip he's ever had.
Okay. I may be planning a family trip here soon. You know, I got a few ideas in mind, but I want to run them by you. So am I picking up the phone to give you a call? Am I going just to the website? How am I going to go ahead and make contact with you to start, allowing you to plan this trip for me?
You can send me an email, and I'll call you at when is a good time, or you can call me. Everybody here who knows me knows that if I'm not on the phone, I answer it.
Okay.
And if I'm on the phone, I call you back as soon as I get off.
And I'm sure they can go to the website and find the phone number. So what's a good website they can go to?
They can go to travelshoreline.com or Fly Sassy. That's
Fly Sassy.
FLY.
I love that. I love that you. I love that you named your website after your pilot attitude. No, and it's FLYSASI.com. We are about out of time here. I have to do a personal thank you shout out to Shoreline Aviation, Shoreline Flight Services, and Haul & Ass Productions, which we never ever talk about on the radio because it's Haul & Ass Productions. Their logo is a donkey, folks. It's a donkey.
That's right.
Hauling burro. That's your marketing specialties company. My personal gratitude and thank you for being the very first Sun and Fun Radio advertiser and for being with us so much, for never dropping us. Thank you so much. We love you. We're so glad you're here. We're going to go to a break, and we'll be back.
You are listening to the Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
They say you need one airplane to go fast, one to go slow, and one to go upside down. If you're into that third category, you can stop by the Sun and Fun Aerobatics Center and the Curtis Pitts Museum. The Aerobatics Center promotes stall spin awareness, unusual attitude recovery training, and better airmanship through aerobatics. All aviation enthusiasts are invited to stop by the center, located adjacent to the aerobatic tent, and enjoy the shade and hospitality.
Hello, aviators. We have a message from pilot Jim G. You are cleared to land on your own private runway. Beautiful Leavitt Airport, NH-38, is now for sale. This 53-acre property includes a 3-bedroom home, large aircraft hangar with workshop, a 4-car garage, and your very own 1,900-foot FAA-registered private runway. All on a picturesque hillside with sweeping mountain and valley views in New Hampshire's scenic White Mountains. Photos, specifications, and more information are all available at nh38.com. That's right, nh38.com.
If you or someone you're with requires urgent medical assistance, please call 911 immediately. If practical or less urgent, you can visit Sun and Fun's Medical Hospitality Building and Tent located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across from the big Piedmont jet near the main entrance. Medical Hospitality is staffed from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. by licensed volunteer doctors and nurses. From sunburns, blisters, and dehydration to insect bites, headaches, and stomach pain, they are ready to help. And water and sunscreen are always available, free of charge.
Sun and Fun welcomes our veterans and active duty military. There is so much to see and do at the Veterans Plaza near the main entrance. You can visit the Veterans Welcome Tent, military displays, war reenactors, VA and veteran services, daily presentations in the Air America tent, live entertainment Friday and Saturday at 1700 hours, and much more.
Aeroshell has one of the most comprehensive and proven ranges of aviation lubricant products. This includes aircraft piston engine oils, jet engine oils, greases, and hydraulic fluids. We combine this with what is among the best technical support in the industry. Our Aeroshell brand has been trusted for generations for use in aviation throughout the world. We are located in Hangar C, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Aero LEDs. Currently offering 10% off through Sun and Fun, Aero LEDs FAA-approved LED landing, taxi, and navigational lighting products are designed for retrofit or replacement of aircraft legacy lighting systems. They consume less power, output substantially more light, and are rated for more than 30,000 hours of continuous use. Ideal for installation on experimental or certified aircraft. You can see Aero LEDs lights in action, along with some new releases inside Hangar D, booths D6 and D7, or online at aeroleds.com.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor liveatc.net, the worldwide leader in live rebroadcasting and recording of ATC radio communications. You can listen to aviation radio on any device, from the busiest airline hubs to your small local airport. It's aviation in action at liveatc.net. You can even volunteer to be a part of this unique network, helping to bring new airports and frequencies online. LiveATC's pre-configured compact receiver systems make it easy to add your local airport. You can follow them on Twitter at LiveATC or like them on Facebook. LiveATC.net, live air traffic from their headsets to you.
Gary GPS Reeves, that's the guy in the pink shirt from pilotsafety.org, is an official sponsor of the Sun and Fun Educational Forums. For the best way to fly single pilot IFR with autopilots, Avidyne, ForeFlight, and Garmin, you can check out the free classes Gary is teaching this week by searching the online Sun and Fun daily schedule for Reeves or visiting pilotsafety.org.
Aircraft judging is conducted in the following aircraft categories: home builts, light plane, seaplane, rotorcraft, ultralights, warbirds, and vintage. Judging of airplanes begins on opening day and concludes prior to the awards ceremony Saturday evening. All aircraft must be registered for judging by noon on Friday. The awards ceremony is held Saturday night at 6 p.m. at the Bueller Restoration Hangar.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Shoreline Aviation Insurance. Shoreline Aviation Insurance has a broad aviation background. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, they've done it. This experience helps them be a resource to their clients, not just sell a policy. They've owned and operated both piston and turbine aircraft. They are very experienced instructors and even owned a flight school for many years. They have operated a Part 135 operation, and they currently own an antique warbird on floats, as well as the experimental glass air that Glenn built. All of this experience is what they call the Shoreline Advantage. You can learn how to put the Shoreline Advantage to work for you at shorelineaviationinsurance.com.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to the deck here. Chats from the deck. That's the airplane noise we love to hear. We're reporting live from Sun and Fun 2023. Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo is sponsored by E3 Aviation. Don't forget to check out their app. That's Sun and Fun app, and it's downloadable. You can find out where all the vendors are. It's a gorgeous day out, and people that love to fly love a lot of other hobbies that get them out in the world and not just flying around, but driving around. And Roy Brewer actually is joining us on the deck, and we haven't heard Roy's his wonderful tones in a while. He's been doing a lot of bang-up engineering work, so I just want to give a quick shout-out to you and your crew, just doing a wonderful, wonderful job today.
Well, I appreciate it, and the editing crew is knocking it out of the park, and we've got some students here. You've heard some things about them earlier, and they are doing a fantastic job at getting everything in order. So we've got Harley-Davidson here with us today from Lakeland, and Ken Vitulli, and also Randa Burris. So, is it working okay? We got mics on? Okay, good. They're here to tell us all about the Harley-Davidson line of products, and also some changes in that lineup, along with the local area and all the events that take place here. So, Ken?
Absolutely. Good morning, Roy. Great to be here.
Good morning.
Beautiful weather, as you said, coming in. I've got to actually go back to work and sell some motorcycles when I'm done, but Randy gets to hang out and have fun all day, so that'll be good for her. Team's done a great job out here. It's been a great partnership between Sun and Fun and Lakeland Harley for many years. We get to supply them with our training bikes. We run a rider training program that actually you can learn to ride in about 3.5 days. And go from never have ridden before to getting your motorcycle endorsement. So it's a big part of our business and what we do. But anyway, what we do is every year we supply those motorcycles. We stop the class for a week. We send those bikes out here, and they use them to run back and forth. And it's been a great partnership. And there's something, I think, in common with motorcycles and aviation. That adrenaline part is pretty cool. So we've enjoyed being out here.
Absolutely. And Roy, you actually ride, don't you?
Yeah, I've got one of the bikes that's a 2008 Harley Sportster Custom, and really enjoy that. And I spend a lot of time at the dealership, not for maintenance. It's not one of those things, but I enjoy the events that Lakeland Harley-Davidson puts on, and also all of the apparel and things like that that are there. And I learned something this morning, that there is a Wounded Warrior Harley-Davidson product there at Lakeland, so I'll have to stop by and get that.
Yeah, absolutely. Come and check that out. There's a partnership nationally between Harley-Davidson, the motor company, and the Wounded Warrior Project, and it's been a good partnership for many years, so come by and check it out.
So if you're not here on the grounds and you're listening, it's lakelandhd.com. That's Lakeland Harley-Davidson, lakelandhd.com. But if you're here, it's really easy to find them. They're over there next to the FAA building. And they have an incredible display, especially the lovely Randa. She's out there and actually got me sold on something. I was just telling her that I can't, give it away, but I was thinking of getting a gift for somebody of a Harley-Davidson, and that person doesn't know how to ride and has never ridden a Harley-Davidson. One of the things that you told me, though, is that even if you're don't feel you're the best driver in the world, this could actually make you a better driver, right?
Yes, absolutely. Kenny Simons is our riding coach. He's actually the manager over the program. He takes people out for 2 days on the range, and he also does classroom work, and he gets you so comfortable where you get your license in that 3.5 days like Kim Vituli was talking about. And honestly, if you've not had your endorsement before, never ridden before, you'll come out probably one of the better riders out of the program.
Really?
Yes.
The only requirement is you can ride a bicycle. If you can ride a bicycle, we can get you out there.
I could do that.
Yeah?
Yeah, and somebody my size get out there. I mean, some big round kind of guy can get on a Harley-Davidson.
It's hard. We're all big round guys with Harley-Davidson, trust me.
Absolutely. And I tell you, one thing I love about Harley-Davidson is just, like you said, it's similar to aviation. I love aviation for the freedom. And I think that's a lot of the appeal to Harley-Davidson, is going out there, bugs in the teeth, and riding around. It reminds me of a Stearman. You're kind of going back to the old days.
Now, when you finish that riding course, I've noticed that most of the riders are better equipped to handle things than the people that have been riding for years, because there's usually about a 6-month period, and some of the skills that you don't practice start to deteriorate. So when you see somebody stopping at a stop sign and they don't put their feet down, usually that's an indication that they've been riding a while and continuing to practice the skills that they're taught in the beginning. So I've been riding over 50 years, and I used to teach that for the Air Force, and so they're able to navigate the cones and all the things on the course that really help you a lot.
Well, and a lot of us learned to, I learned to ride on mini bikes and dirt bikes, and you just get out there and you keep falling over until you don't. That's not the way we want you to learn anymore in today's world. So, with that riding course, again, it's very comprehensive. It's not easy. I always tell people this isn't some fluffy little course you come in and spend a couple of days and get a certificate. We want to make sure you're going to be safe out there on the road, and we want to make sure that this is your, kind of your entry into becoming a motorcycle rider. So it's serious. We work real hard on it. Our instructors go through hundreds of hours of training to be able to get you out there on the road, and then we provide the motorcycles. So it's a really neat course.
For a newbie, though, into riding, is it similar to like an aviation? For instance, you start off in a smaller airplane, and then we wind up getting endorsements for larger, faster type of airplanes. I'm assuming there's a difference in how to maneuver and how to handle something that's smaller and something that's larger with more power.
To a certain extent, that's true. I think you're more comfortable as a new rider on a smaller bike. Just logistically, you feel like it's a little easier to ride. But once you can ride, you can ride. And actually, the bigger bikes are a little more balanced. The center of gravity tends to be a little bit lower. And so once you can ride, you can ride. And once you can get the mental aspect of, hey, I'm good at this, it doesn't matter what it is.
Now, you've got some changes to your lineup of bikes, and so give us a little bit. You've got 2 categories, a cruiser and a sport category currently on the site, but tell us what's coming up and what to expect?
Yeah, so it's really an exciting time for the Harley-Davidson Motor Company. You know, there's a transition from what we'll call our old round guys, right? Where we've been riding for 100 years, and we like the old air-cooled V-twin motors, and they're great engines. Don't get me wrong. And so we're continuing with that model lineup with our Grand American Touring lineup, your Street Glides and your Road Glides and your bigger bikes and your baggers. But what we're also starting to see is there's a lot of younger riders coming into the marketplace, a lot of female riders. When you look at the female demographic for what we do as a motor company, it's a big part of our growth. So Harley's come out with a new, revolutionary new engine called the Rev Max engine, and you're going to see a lot of new motorcycles coming out with that platform. And so, you know, it's liquid cooled. It's all the things that the Harley guys are a little hesitant for, but we're still doing both. And that's, I think, what the motor company's done great. We're not abandoning our core, but we do realize that there's a level of technology out there that makes a lot of sense. So, you know, from the new Nightster to the Pan America, that's an exciting product for us. It's a touring sport model where you can go off-road, on-road. It's an incredible bike. The power to weight ratio is really, really amazing. So it's fun. Right now it's fun to be a Harley dealer, to see all the new stuff coming out.
For a new guy, though, that's looking at getting one, how about service? I mean, is that something? Is it similar to like a car dealer? Will we come back to you for the service?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, you've got one of the things that's great about Harley, and I obviously like to tout my own dealership, but, you know, Harley's got over 600 dealers nationwide. And I tell people the dealer network is great. We're all the same. We're kind of owner-operators that love the sport. You're never more than, you know, an hour away from a Harley store. So if you're riding from here to Sturgis, let's say, you got a great dealer network out there to support you, to service your motorcycle. The service part is kind of, it is what it is. I get that. The fun part is accessorizing the bike. Mm-hmm. And that's really what we specialize in. We'll certainly maintain your bike, but I always say the single most rare Harley-Davidson on the road is a stock Harley-Davidson. It's had nothing to do with it. Everybody likes to personalize them.
Look, well, is that true? Like with an airplanes, you know, we could actually buy an airplane, put twice as much money into accessorizing.
I will be happy to do that for you, no problem at all.
Yeah, you have to have the apparel, and you have to have all the accessories on the bike and all these other things. But yeah, it's that same principle as the airplanes, that you can spend whatever you want. But I will say this: I've dealt with the Lakeland Harley dealership. And the service guys are fantastic that work there. They follow up. The customer service is great. They have looked for things that are a little bit harder to find with the bike, since mine's 2008. So they've helped in every way possible to keep it on the road.
That's really good to hear, and thank you for those kind words. That's really what we work for at that store. I've got a great staff. I run 45 to 50 people at that store. We've got a great service department. Really, it's the people, and we talk about that every day. That's what makes us different than the other dealers, is the people. It's the culture we built there, and I'm very proud of that team.
Okay, well, Ken and Randa, we appreciate you being here, and you're located near the FAA building over in that area, and there are some great products on display out there, and they'll be happy to talk to you.
And if they're not here on the grounds, how do they find you in town? Where are you located? You're local.
Yeah, we're local, absolutely. So we're
what's your
4202 Lakeland Hills Boulevard, and the easiest way is just lakelandhd.com on the internet.
All right, Lakeland HD. Thank you guys so much for making time to come talk to us, and especially thank you for your contributions to Sun and Fun. I know that Ken and the crew couldn't do it without you guys, so thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
And it is 45 after the hour, and for those of you who may not know what that means, engineer, get ready. Here it comes. My engineer officially hates me now. It is 45 after the hour, and it is time for us to do some shout-outs. Shout-outs are a short message that come to Sun and Fun Radio and get announced live on air, and we talk to you. Tell us, we'll tell everybody. The Medical Hospitality Tent is my first shout-out today. Medical Hospitality Tent is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across from Tram Stop 11 and the large Piedmont 727 airliner. The Medical Hospitality Group is... I got distracted. I lost my place where I was reading. The Medical Hospitality Group has a highly trained staff of doctors and nurses taking them from their regular work to volunteer at Sun and Fun to assist those needing basic first aid care. They provide triage, suturing, intravenous hydration, minimal cardiac evaluation, BLS, ACLS, PALS. They have sunscreen, blood pressure checks, blood glucose testing. They can provide a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Over just the past few days, they have addressed issues including wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, eye and ear issues, and minor trauma, along with a transfer to a hospital for evaluations. The Medical Hospitality Group can handle most of your basic first aid issues. They can also provide contact information and referral to local medical resources and pharmacies. Y'all are out there on the corner of James C. Ray and Tom Mack Drive. Even if you don't need medical care, stop by and tell them that we appreciate what they're doing. Another one here is, what is this? flyawa.org. Wings for Humanity. The Raffle of Hope. Raffle drawing set for April 12th, 2023. 500 tickets are left. The last day to purchase the tickets is 11:59 Eastern Time, April 5th. Call to get your tickets at the VFH office, 919-938-2920. All proceeds to funding international humanitarian efforts and life-saving flights. And again, that is flyawa.org. And thank you, Rebecca Stevenson, for that. We also have a shout-out. Stop by the CFAA for lunch, snacks, and drinks. All proceeds support our students. That's right. CFAA and the Plains Group, and PLANES is an acronym for Jack?
We're going to
Try
start
again.
over. Yes, sir. Parents launching a network of educational support. Thank you, Plains, for all you do for our Central Florida Aerospace students.
And I tell you what, our Central Florida Aerospace Academy, we're going to hear more about that in just a minute. Quick shout out to any Recreational Aviation Foundation supporters who are wearing the orange here at Sun and Fun. Look for people wearing the orange RAF, and that's Recreational Aviation Foundation, not Royal Air Force. Those are our cadets. Those are great. The Brits. Look for them and ask about the RAF. And also, this is really cool. You can win a ride in the famous Aeroshell Aerobatic Team aircraft, courtesy of Aero LEDs. Huge shout out to Ashley with Aero LEDs for providing that. They are the premier lighting partner of the Aeroshell team. You can go by booth D6 to enter. And if you need to find booth D6, try the Sun and Fun app. That's right. The Sun and Fun app is now available in the Apple and the Play Store. Download the app, all kinds of schedules, everything else going on. It's a great way to know about the fly-in. If you did not purchase or pick up one of our program books that has a site map, the app can help. Get the Sun and Fun app today. And a quick shout out to AFAC Aviation. Get to know them at, oh, now this is a Brazilian one, and they're going to drive me nuts here. Are you ready, folks? AFACASABRANCA.com. Thank you for sending in that shout out. Let's see what else we got. U.S. Freedom Flyers, booth 62 in Hangar D. Great people doing a lot of really neat stuff. Last one is a big one. We had Waco up on the air the other day. We are coming into the 100th year of Waco Aircraft in a celebration of fly-in in Troy, Ohio. Go to wacoairmuseum.org. Learn more about that. They're trying to get 100 Wacos to their 100th anniversary, which is really cool.
I believe in September.
I'm looking to see where it is here. Yes, it is September 15th through the 17th this year. There's one more thing that I'm going to do before we get into our CFAA interview. I want to let everybody, I hinted on social media yesterday to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And there was a big surprise coming. We are not just Sun and Fun Radio anymore. We are Sun and Fun Radio Video. That's right. You go to our YouTube channel. We are live streaming, and you can actually see the deck on our YouTube channel. Sun and Fun Radio on YouTube. Search us, like us, subscribe. We have been broadcasting live our audio all week long. What we're doing now is a test bed for next year's 30th anniversary of Sun and Fun Radio, 50th anniversary of Sun and Fun. Sun and Fun Radio on YouTube. So y'all stop by. Now, you have a guest.
I do. I'm actually very, very happy because I've been a part of this group, with my half of my children have actually gone to this aviation high school and continued their education, afterwards. But today we're on deck with Miss Jennifer Sasser. Jennifer Sasser is the head of the program for the Central Florida Aerospace Academy. And I'm going to steal it for about another 10 seconds. The coveted location, probably within the state, if not the southeast, for to send your son or daughter into the aviation program at a high school level to get that education. And I'm saying this because every person I always talk to about that always comes back and said, I wish I had that opportunity at my age. So, Ms. Sasser, thank you for being on the deck.
Well, thank you so much for having me today. We're also celebrating an anniversary next year at Central Florida Aerospace Academy. It will be our 15th year in operation.
Congratulations.
So a year of celebrations all around for Sun and Fun Radio and Sun and Fun in general. But yes, we're very happy to be here today and to be talking to you and sharing information about Central Florida Aerospace Academy. It is an incredible opportunity for young people. We are a 9th through 12th grade public high school, meaning students pay no tuition whatsoever to go to the school. We have about 375 students currently. And of those 375 students, we have multiple pathways that the students are able to pursue in aviation. So we're very fortunate in that. We work very closely with Aerospace Center for Excellence and Sun and Fun in general and the aviation community at large to find out the needs of the aviation community and to address those with what can we do at the high school level to begin to prepare these students for careers in aviation. So when we first started out, when CFAA first started out, it was focused mainly on our pilot program and preparing students to get their private pilot's license. But then it grew from that into then they began offering an aviation maintenance program, and then they began adding the avionics program where students are able to get their NCAT certification. After that, they added engineering. We have an engineering certification that they're able to get, SolidWorks certification. They're also able to get a technical design certification, and that's through our partnership with Embry-Riddle University. And we've also now added our unmanned program. So our students are learning to fly the drones. They're getting their Part 107, and that enables them to go out and use that as a career in aviation. This past year, as a response to talking with our partners here at Aerospace Center for Excellence, and they have started their business incubator here on the grounds of Sun and Fun, we introduced our aviation business program as well.
Excellent.
So lots of different facets of aviation, and really we're wanting to draw in those students from underserved populations of students who may never have considered a career in aviation. And maybe they just don't want to be pilots. Not that there's anything wrong with being a pilot, but
true.
but there are
a
so
lot of opportunities out there, right?
Right.
You know,
there
lots
are
of different career
so
options.
many things, and and that's what people always say is that anything in aviation, you can pretty much find any job that's on the outside, you're going to find inside in aviation as well. So we want to give those students an opportunity to get a really well-rounded education.
And education starting at this level, could you even imagine being a corporation or a company saying, oh, you didn't just start 2 years ago with your CFI, or you didn't just start, looking at, this engineering, thought. You started in your 9th grade level in high school.
And what a great way for students to get exposure to not just a single, private pilot pathway or instrument rating pathway, but to the engineering side, air traffic control, maintenance, and avionics. I mean, you really get a well-rounded education, it sounds like. And whether, when you graduate, whether you go to a collegiate flight program, go straight into the industry, whatever it may be, what a great way for students to really get started at that younger age. And let's emphasize again, this is completely free. It's a public high school. That's extraordinary.
Free. Yes, absolutely, completely free. We have students who are part of our home school, which is Kathleen Senior High School. They have no actual application process. They simply just fill out the form, and they are part of our organization. Then there's an open enrollment time, usually in January, where there are students who are not zoned for Kathleen High School who are outside of that. They are able to apply as well, and we've been very fortunate. So far, we have not had to turn any students away. Now we are getting close to capacity. I'm not really sure what we're going to do when we reach that. In my personal view, is that I will find somewhere to put these children. If there are children who want to learn and who are passionate about aviation, we will find somewhere for them to be educated. So that's part of where we are right now. So over in the next few years, we probably will have to begin looking at where can we might need to use your Sun and Fun radio building for a classroom. What do you think?
Well, we're giving credit to the interns out here this week. Like I said, these students are coming out and participating and actually, showing responsibility and learning some new trades. The school has gotten so popular that I think a second campus has opened recently.
We do. We have actually, there's a Central Florida Aerospace Academy, Winter Haven Senior High School, and that is now open on the east side of Polk County at the Winter Haven Airport. And they're in their infancy still. So they are in 3 portables out there on the campus, and they're working on their program, and it's similar to how Central Florida Aerospace Academy Kathleen Senior started, because when we started this program, it was in 3 hangars over on Sun and Fun ground. So it's ironic how it really almost mirrors the foundation and the start of Central Florida Aerospace Academy here in Lakeland as well.
So, Ms. Sasser, my son or daughter is in 8th grade, and they're interested in going to CFA, one of the campuses next year. What is a good and easy way to get more information about the program?
Oh, you can always get great information. We do have a website. It's www.flycfaa.com. However, if you're a young person, here's what I would recommend, because it's very rare for young people to go check out websites. We are on social media, and all of them, basically. So if Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the kids' favorite, we do have a TikTok.
I was going to ask.
We do.
That's the
Oh, yes,
platform
there's a
these days.
TikTok. And all of those, we use the same sign-in. It is at FlyCFAA. So that's the best way to really check it out.
Ms. Sasser, we thank you for being on the deck with us. This is Central Florida Aerospace Academy, and an academy that is now a model for other schools to come in and incorporate and basically cheat off of, because you're doing so well. We thank you for being here on Chats on the Deck 2023 Sun and Fun. We're going to go to recorded announcements.
Hello, this is Dave Pasco with liveatc.net. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. Yes, hydration is everything. So what happens in the sun? Our bodies perspire to keep us at 98.6, and that warm breeze across our face evaporates water from our bodies, too. And those caffeinated beverages are diuretics, which means that when we drink them, we can become dehydrated. So stay ahead of the curve by drinking water all throughout your stay here at Sun and Fun. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Bernie Little Distributors delivers a wide variety of Anheuser-Busch products as well as many specialized local and national craft beers. Also known for the Miss Budweiser hydroplane racing boat, Bernie Little Distributors has been an Anheuser-Busch distributor for over 50 years. From original Budweiser to the latest craft beer or cider, Bernie Little Distributors has what you want. Go to BernieLittleDistributors.com to find the drinks for your next get-together.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor Moto Art. If you're looking to own a piece of aviation history, plane tags might be just what you're in search of. Each collectible plane tag is made from the skin of a real decommissioned aircraft. Would you like to own a piece of an Airbus or a Boeing? Maybe a Grumman Goose, Convair or MiG, Chinooks to Hueys, and Bonanzas to Starships too. Each oval plane tag is handcrafted with respect for the aircraft that it came from and the stories it carries with it. You can see the whole collection of plane tags at the Moto Art booth, N49 in the North Exhibit area, or online at planetags.com.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The daily air show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks SkySpot Advertising of Lakeland for their continued support. SkySpot Advertising uses a high-tech LED lighting system under the wings of their aircraft to create a unique, effective, and affordable way for you to get your message across. All across the sky, that is. If you're looking to proclaim your love, give a shout-out, or promote your business, SkySpot Advertising is a powerful and unforgettable way to target audiences from Tampa to Orlando. You can see SkySpot Advertising in action right here at Sun and Fun every night. You can also check out their YouTube channel, SkySpot Ads, or their website, skyspotadvertising.com.
Welcome to Sun and Fun. We want everybody to have a great time this year, but there are a few simple rules to be followed. Please be careful around all moving airplanes. Spinning propellers are very dangerous and hard to see. Please make sure your lawn chairs are attended at all times so they do not blow into aircraft or injure people. Please closely supervise your children at all times. No smoking or food is permitted on the flight line. Pets are only allowed in the campground and must be leashed. For the complete set of rules, please go to flysnf.org. Have a great time.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. You know, Sun and Fun is synonymous with being outside and walking considerable distances. And the combination of sun exposure, heat, and movement can cause physical challenges to our body. Water, shade, and rest can prevent overheating that can lead to what is known as heat stroke, a.k.a. sunstroke. Early warning signs include flushing of the face, nauseousness, rapid breathing, and headache. So pay attention, get your water, shade, and rest. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Veterans Florida helps military veterans transition to civilian life. Florida works hard to be the nation's most veteran-friendly state by providing powerful tools to take advantage of Sunshine State benefits. We connect veterans with employers eager to hire veterans in jobs using their particular military skills. We assist veterans in creating a winning resume and preparing for job interviews. Employers receive veteran recruiting assistance and may apply for our workforce training grant.
Sun and Fun hosts a Type Club tent during the fly-in. Approximately 20 Type Clubs participate, and their members are eager to share information and answer questions about their type of aircraft and how you can become a member in any of the Type Clubs. Whether you're interested in Cubs, Short-Wing Pipers, Cessnas, Blancas, or any of the other aircraft represented by their club, you won't want to miss the Type Club tent, located just across the taxiway from the Vintage Hospitality headquarters.
And now back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Take it away, guys.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 2023, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo presented by E3 Aviation. I'm Trevor Semino. Great to be here. Joining me on the deck, Robin Lamar and Jack Mason. How are you both doing?
Wonderful.
Excellent.
Filled with wonder at what's going on here at Sun and Fun.
Robin, we're just putting the fun in Sun and Fun, aren't we?
We are.
And you know what a great
and I
Saturday
see it out
so
there
far.
in so many eyes. It's great.
Well, and what a great start to Saturday. Great weather, lots of people coming in. And we are joined also on the deck this morning by Kelly Murphy from Women in Aviation International. She is a longtime friend of Sun and Fun Radio. How are you this morning, Kelly?
Oh, excellent. It's always excellent to start my day with Women Shine Radio here on the Sun and Fun deck.
And who have you brought with you to the deck this morning?
Well, thanks again for having us. Wouldn't be a week without getting our longtime partners, NOAA, here on the deck with us at Women in Aviation International today. We have partnered with NOAA for many years, watching their progress and, frankly, watching all the female crew members of NOAA and all the aspects of the careers at NOAA. And so today I'm joined with Lieutenant Commander Megan Gaston, who's a pilot, and she's also here with Jonathan Shannon, public affairs specialist. So I'm going to introduce them, but first ask Megan, so tell us what a NOAA pilot does.
All right, so I fly the WP-3D NOAA Hurricane Hunter. So our mission is to fly about between 8,000 and 10,000 feet through the eye of the hurricane and mark the center of the hurricane. And that data that we get feeds into the forecasting models to be able to just let the... Sorry, Jonathan, you take that.
Well, Megan's busy flying a lot, but she's our main mission is to fly into the storm. We're gathering data for that current storm, but we're also gathering data with our aircraft on future storms, improving the models so that the next time the models get data, they have a better track, better intensity forecast as we move forward. So Megan's flying a big aerial laboratory going through storms in order to collect all sorts of information with our specialized radar and instruments on board.
So, Megan, you're in the front, and the back is filled with scientists.
Yes.
Right? And you need to be able to talk to scientists. I have to ask. Come on, everyone wants to know. Is it scary?
It is definitely nerve-wracking. I'd say it's probably like some of the worst turbulence that you'll ever experience as a pilot. It's typically dark, or you're flying in clouds, lots of lightning happening around you, which is something that you never typically want to see when you're flying, and then a lot of really heavy rain, which if you've flown through heavy rain as a pilot can sound very harsh, almost like pellets. So yeah, it's pretty nerve-wracking. I would say though, the scientists that we do fly with have been doing this for many, many, many years. So them being up on intercom with them and hearing just kind of the calm and the sureness in their voice calms us in the front. So yeah.
And you're not the only woman.
The only woman?
Well, I understand you did a all-woman crew?
Yeah.
Or there was an all-woman
So there was
crew?
an all-woman crew, and that was in our G4 aircraft that goes by Gonzo. And yeah, that was pretty special. They had an all-woman crew, which is pretty unheard of. So.
And I was really surprised to find that you got to NOAA through the Navy.
Yes, I did.
Wow.
Yeah, so the NOAA Corps has a program that's called the Inter-Service Transfer Program, and it takes active duty military members and transfers them over, same rank, military benefits and everything like that, and then they commission you into the NOAA Corps. So it's a really neat program that they do.
And is there another way? If I'm not a military person, can I get there any other way?
Yeah, I'll take that. So NOAA is actively recruiting pilots or people who may not even have flight experience if they're interested in serving for science. So the NOAA Corps is a uniformed service. It's not a military or armed service, but it has the same pay and benefits as the Navy, as Megan said. But we're looking for students that are interested in service, adventure, science, to be either on our ships that do hydrographic surveys, fisheries surveys, deep ocean exploration. I mean, we know more about the surface of Mars as far as mapping it than we know about the bottom of our ocean. So you can be a part of that. You can also come on the aviation side and fly not only our P-3 or G-4 Hurricane Hunters, but some of our light aircraft and fly missions that are flying out of the North Slope of Alaska, going to study the heat fluxes in the Arctic as the sea ice changes during the summer. You can do marine mammal surveys. So the North Atlantic right whale, it's a highly endangered whale, we fly missions in our Twin Otter that you'll see here on Sun and Fun grounds to mark that population and distribution in order to protect that whale that used to be hunted almost to extinction. Now it's the right whale to protect.
And I always hear flying's so expensive. But you guys are offering a training program that will take you from zip to pilot if you're accepted?
That's right. So we have our basic officer training course is co-located at the Coast Guard Academy with their officer candidate school. Once you finish that 5-month program, you get selected for aviation. You'll go to a private aviation sort of training area, get your commercial multi-engine instrument rating, and then you'll do a lot of on-the-job training with our folks in the Twin Otter, getting to fly, low-level snow surveys at 500 feet, flying about 1,500 to 1,000 feet over the water, looking for whales, leatherback sea turtles, stellar sea lions in the Aleutian Island chains, and then that Arctic mission I mentioned as well.
Are there any opportunities for students who might still be in college who think they want to get into a career in aviation but maybe don't want to go to the airlines corporate, looking for something else like flying into the eye of a hurricane? Are there any internship opportunities or possible ways that they can get involved at that collegiate level?
Yeah, in college, there is a NOAA scholarship program called the Holling Scholars. So it's usually after your freshman year you can apply, and they have 8-week internships paid the summer of your sophomore and junior years, doing science with NOAA. But then the rest of it is working with maybe your local meteorology office or your local NOAA office to find internships there as well.
Can you give us your website? And I know you're here locally, Lakeland, and on the show grounds. Can you give us that information? Then I've got a question for Megan.
Yeah, on the grounds, we're across from the Lakeland Aero Club hangar. There's a big, beautiful blue and white Twin Otter there. We'll be there through Sunday afternoon. And our website is omao.noaa.gov for the NOAA Corps and our ships. But then NOAA.gov is an amazing, from the surface of the sun to the bottom of the ocean, we do it all.
That's great. That's great. Thank you. Now I'm going to turn to you because we love to hear about women's stories as they transcribe over their career. You are a new mom. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How do you balance work and home life? And Noah seems like a great fit for you. So share your story with us, please.
Yeah, so I don't know that I'm balancing work and home life, but I'm trying.
The baby's 6 months old.
Yeah,
nobody is balanced yet.
She's out here, looking at the airplanes right now. So I guess that's pretty much what I would say is, like, when I was in 5th grade, my dad took me to an air show, and that was my first exposure to aviation. There was a female aerobatic pilot that was flying that day, and they had the intercom from the cockpit on a loudspeaker, and I remember asking my dad, like, girls can do that? And of course they can. And that's what sparked my interest. So as far as how I got into this, or people that have influenced me, I can't name one person, but I can tell you that anytime I've ever seen just a female doing what I have aspired to do has given me a lot of just motivation to go out there and do it. So
that's see her, be her, right?
Yes, definitely.
I've got a question. Of course, this is for the non-flying aviation enthusiasts out here. So, Jonathan, NOAA, that's an acronym. What does it stand for?
Yes, it stands for National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and it takes a teamwork to make the dream work. So not only do we have our pilots out front, but we have maintainers, technicians, aerospace engineers, scientists, finance, people who like to talk to people like me, working to support our missions, all based here at the Aircraft Operations Center in Lakeland.
Megan, real quick, we heard Gonzo kind of mention a little bit earlier, but there's 2 Orions out here at Lakeland as well based?
Yes, we
have.
What
are their nicknames?
We have Miss Piggy and Kermit.
The best names.
Love it.
The best
Love it.
airplane names.
Kelly, Jonathan, Megan, Women Shine, we thank you. The all-female crews that are happening, the female participation, it's never too soon to start. Have your father, have your mom, bring you to an air show, get that youth enthusiasm going. We thank this industry for all we can give and support. WAI, we thank you so much as well.
Thank you for being
Absolutely.
here. WAI.org.
Perfect.
Hello, this is Piper Rose Lusky from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
AOPA is eager to get the airshow season started and get back out there and mingle. Along with Sun and Fun and AirVenture, AOPA will be hosting a new kind of regional events in 2022 with a more casual and laid-back feel. These events will offer educational seminars, aviation displays, and aerial entertainment at a local airport near you. Stay tuned for locations and dates to be announced soon. You can visit AOPA.org and stop by the AOPA tent at Sun and Fun and find out more about how AOPA continues to work hard and to protect and promote general aviation for you.
Do you like light sport airplanes? Do you enjoy building aircraft or thinking about wanting to build one? Well, Zenith Aircraft has a kit for you. They have an aircraft that can fit your light sport needs and budget. Zenith Aircraft have multiple engine options along with many different kits including STOL that you can choose from depending on your personal needs. Zenith Aircraft have been manufacturing and marketing aircraft kits from its modern production facility located in the United States and continue to bring you top-notch aircraft kits with over 2,000 kits sold since 1974. With a wide array of customers across the United States and from around the world, Zenith Aircraft is the leading manufacturer of light sport aircraft kits with a proven commitment to builders and owners. You can visit Zenith Aircraft to get more information on these amazing kits at booth MD26B.
Sun and Fun, thanks to our sponsor, Visit Central Florida. When you land in Polk County, you've landed in Florida's sweetest spot. From theme parks and events to the arts, culture, sports, or fine dining, let us be your launchpad to your next adventure. You can stop by the Visitor Information Center here on site or fly over to their website, visitcentralflorida.org, for more information.
Hello, aviators. We have a message from pilot Jim G. You are cleared to land on your own private runway. Beautiful Leavitt Airport NH-38 is now for sale. This 53-acre property includes a 3-bedroom home, large aircraft hangar with workshop, a 4-car garage, and your very own 1,900-foot FAA-registered private runway. All on a picturesque hillside with sweeping mountain and valley views in New Hampshire's scenic White Mountains. Photos, specifications, and more information are all available at nh38.com. That's right, nh38.com.
While we all have good views of the action here at Sun and Fun, if you're a professional photographer looking for the best views possible, then you will want to check out the preferred photo seating area. This area allows an unobstructed view of the air show and other event activities. It's located adjacent to the preferred seating, along the flight line and the air show announcer stand, so you know that's where the best of the action is. There is an extra fee of just $30 in addition to the event admission, and more details are available at flysnf.org.
It's more important than ever to quit smoking. Tobacco-Free Florida, sponsor of the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, offers tools and services that are free and proven to help you quit. Quit smoking on your own terms with its Quit Your Way program. Quit Your Way offers phone, web, and group quit services to Floridians in every county, regardless of insurance status. Free nicotine replacement therapy, like the patch or gum, are also available. More information is available at tobaccofreeflorida.com.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. Yes, hydration is everything. So what happens in the sun? Our bodies perspire to keep us at 98.6, and that warm breeze across our face evaporates water from our bodies, too. And those caffeinated beverages are diuretics, which means that when we drink them, we can become dehydrated. So stay ahead of the curve by drinking water all throughout your stay here at Sun and Fun. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Are you looking for a part or an instrument to help you complete your latest project? If so, you could come down to the Parts Exchange and see if they have something that fits your need. Not building anything? That's okay. You can come out and add to your memorabilia collection or find that next office, studio, or living room aviation piece. The Parts Exchange is your place for aviation parts and pieces for whatever it is you desire to use them for. The Parts Exchange is located in Hangar E.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Polyfiber. You personally can fabric cover your aircraft affordably and hassle-free. Polyfiber can show you how. You can get hands-on aircraft fabric covering experience by the best in the business by attending a free Polyfiber workshop every day at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. located in the Fabric Building in the workshops area. You can also stop by the Polyfiber booth in Building A and talk to a Polyfiber technical specialist directly. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of quality avionics from name brand manufacturers to keep pilots, aircraft owners, and operators flying. With a comprehensive inventory and its helpful and knowledgeable avionics experts, you're sure to find everything you need in avionics, ADS-B solutions, instruments, headsets, pilot supplies, panel design, avionics repair, and more. And their lowest price guarantee means you'll never overpay. You can visit Gulf Coast Avionics in Hangar Delta or on the web at gulfcoastavionics.com. And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Now, welcome back to the deck here live at Sun and Fun, coming to you from Sun and Fun 2023, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. It's presented by E3 Aviation. E3 Aviation, we really appreciate their sponsorship, doing some really incredible things with social media. So our next guest coming up on the deck here is somebody who's very involved in helping people, and it's a volunteer organization. We love having people on that are helping folks and help folks get to appointments, etc. And that is Mike. Hey, Mike, welcome.
Thanks, Carl. Great to be here.
Yeah, it's and if you're listening online, you can go and look at their website. Actually, it's elevatedaccess.org. Elevatedaccess.org. So tell us a little bit, Mike, about Elevated Access and what your mission is.
Sure. Yeah, so like a lot of other volunteer pilot organizations, we operate nationally to fly people to get access to health care that they can't get in their community. And it might be for any number of reasons they might have, and we work through partner organizations that are sending us those clients our way, and we find folks, find our pilots, go through our pilot roster to connect them with those pilots and get them where they need to be so they can get their health care.
So how do you find the pilots? I mean, how do you do all that? I mean, it sounds like it's going to be kind of a challenge.
It is a challenge, and actually a year ago, it was myself, the other founder, and a third pilot. And at this point, we now have over 1,100 pilots that will be part of our network.
Within 1 year.
100?
In 1 year.
Within 1 year.
In 1 year. And so part of the reason I wanted to come on the show and talk to people about elevated access is because we will never have enough pilots to help people. As you can imagine, getting access to healthcare can be pretty challenging depending on where you're at in the country. And so we're just here trying to get as many pilots as we can get. And so we can, every time one of our partners says, hey, can you fly this person from A to B? We want to say yes.
How do you qualify to become a pilot?
So we require our pilots to have 200 hours PIC, and they need to have access to an airplane, and they need to have at least a private pilot license. We do also require that they have at least a $1 million insurance policy, so that way if there is hopefully never an accident, but if there is an accident, we'll have insurance coverage on that.
Absolutely. Now, the people that you are flying, is there any qualifications for them? I mean, what?
No, we really rely on our partner organizations. So our partner organizations, they are helping people navigate their way to get access to healthcare. And so they are evaluating if somebody's in a good spot. So, for example, a couple people that I flew, they were facing a 9-hour train ride. That was their only option because they didn't have a car. They weren't old enough to rent a car. And so we were like, hey, I can fly them. It was about an hour flight instead of a 9-hour train ride. And so that's really, when we tell our partners, if you think it's going to save people time, going to save them money, let us know.
Are these single engine airplane usually? What type of aircraft?
Yeah, most of our pilots are flying 4-seat airplanes, although we do have a few pilots that have like a 2-seat, like an RV-7 or something like that have done a couple flights here and there. But most of our pilots have 4-seaters, but there are we have a couple pilots with like a Cirrus Vision jet and an Eclipse jet that are helping out.
So how do you pay for the expenses for these flights? I mean, it's kind of expensive to fly.
It is expensive. We are a 501c3, and so at the very least, all your flight expenses as a pilot are tax deductible. Talk to your tax accountant to make sure you got all the details for that. And but we do actually have the first step of a fuel reimbursement exemption from the FAA that's been approved. We'd have to stand up a training program and a safety program for them to approve to start being able to reimburse our pilots for that.
Interesting.
Yeah,
that's interesting. So that's actually something that, gosh, I think a lot of folks would really enjoy getting involved with if they knew it wouldn't be too much out of their pocket. That's for sure.
Yeah, at Elevated Access, it's been amazing, the pilots that are flying for us, because we have our only expectation for them is that if they agree that it's a safe flight, in terms of weather and everything else, that they're taking care of that, and that's all they need to do is do that flight. But some of our pilots, we had a passenger that got lost at the airport. The pilot went out on foot because he had flown to that airport to meet them. He went out on foot to try to find the passenger and try to help them. And that's just the kind of, like, pilots, we all love having a mission to take a flight. It's the $100 hamburger. Well, in this case, it's flying people to go get access to healthcare. And having a mission, working with us at Elevated Access just gives people one outlet to have a mission to do something.
A concern I would think you'd have is privacy as far as the person that's being moved in any type of medical care. If I'm trying to sign up, say, as a person that's, someone you could outreach to, what do you do for me so my privacy is held?
For you as a passenger or a passenger? Yeah. So part of that, part of the reason we work with partner organizations is because we require very minimal information from them. So we all know, like in general aviation, there's no TSA, there's nobody checking us what we get to the FBO for IDs or asking us why we're flying. And so when our partner organizations, they refer to us, they don't tell us the exact reason that somebody's flying. And we tell them we can fly people going for care, we can fly doctors, we can fly nurses, anybody around this space, to try to help them get to a place where they can maybe help people where they are. And so by doing that, we protect the passengers' privacy, and we also protect the pilots' privacy as well, because they don't know the details of somebody's flight, so it doesn't put them in
I'm sure there's some HIPAA involved as well that you want to monitor and maintain to respect their privacy.
We aren't technically, unless you're a care provider or an insurance company, you don't fall under HIPAA.
Okay.
But we do still, kind of take some of those principles and try to keep. I come from an IT background, and we try to only collect information we absolutely need to conduct missions. And so about our passengers, we ask for a first name, we ask for a phone number, and of course we ask for weights.
So, say I have an airplane in Tulsa. I have a 182. I've joined your website, your organization, your group, filled out all the information. I qualify, checked all the boxes. So do I enter a network of, I get a phone call or a text message and, hey, this person's in Wichita, can you take them to Tupelo? Or, the scheduling is, I'm sure it's all first class and taken care of.
Yep, we do have, I was fortunate enough, I was doing this as almost solo in terms of staff until January when I hired 2 flight coordinators. So when we get a request in from our partner organization, my flight coordinators look at our roster of pilots, look at where the destination departure points are, and then just start sending out text messages to pilots, say, hey, are you available on this date between these points and with these weights for passengers to do that flight?
Typically, I would imagine a drop-off, if it's a hospital stay or a longer procedure, drop-off and you go home and wait for that call again.
Yeah, typically it is a one-way trip with the passengers. There are some times where it's a one-day round-trip flight, and we don't, like I said, we don't expect our pilots to do more than the flight, but we will ask a pilot, hey, this person's returning the same day. Can you wait 6 hours to fly them back home?
And they can find more at elevatedaccess.org. And Randy, if you wanted to get involved, I think it has some really good information on there and how you can get involved. It's actually a really good website. Good job on that, by the way.
Thank you.
And social media everywhere. And Facebook, Elevated Access. You also are on TikTok, Elevated Access, and Instagram, Elevated Access.
Elevated AXS, because Elevated Access wasn't available.
It wasn't available. And on Twitter, too.
Yep.
So if you want to find out more, can they reach out to you directly if they have any concerns or want to help out?
Yep, I still answer most of our emails that come in from general interest. So if you fill out the contact form on our website, that's how you can start the process of becoming a pilot. If you have questions about becoming a pilot, if you want to donate, of course, you can donate on our website, all those kinds of things.
You said 8-hour flights possibly, so I guess they can make breaks in between.
Oh, yeah.
Especially, okay.
Yeah, we do relay flights.
Relay, okay. So, like, for instance, if there's someone that can only get them to a specific point, then you coordinate possibly another flight.
Yep.
So that's got to be a whole nother challenge, I would think. But that's an IT thing, right? Is that how you do that?
Well, it's a little bit, but also both of my flight coordinators have some aviation experience. And so we actually are using ForeFlight to figure out, okay, where would break this, like, for example, let's say a trip from Oklahoma to Washington, D.C. That's going to be probably a 3-leg flight with one pilot flying to make it be like Arkansas or Kentucky, Western Kentucky, and then another pilot flies them the next third of the way, and then a third pilot flies them the rest of the way. And so we'll do whatever we can to make it happen. And like I said, without our pilots, and since you mentioned social media too, I do want to do a little bit of a shout out to Cheese Pilot on TikTok. Without his viral content, we wouldn't have what we do today. It'd probably still be maybe 6 of us pilots, but now with that, we've got 1,100 because his content went viral.
Wow. Got to get him involved here with the radio station. Talking to Mike here at elevatedaccess.org. Really appreciate what you do, flying people to their appointments, and if they have some challenges getting there, and access to health care. Thanks so much for coming up on the deck. Don't forget to go check them out, elevatedaccess.org. You can hear this interview and more streaming all year long at liveatc.net/SNF if you're local, 1510 a.m. We're going to go to a break. Don't forget to come right back and see some more contact on YouTube and also right here, liveatc.net/SNF.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from HealthQuest Radio Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package. Aviation wants to hear about your journey. What was your aha moment when you knew that aviation was for you? You can stop by the Aviation display at the Lakeland Aero Club hangar or jump on Aviation's tram during the Expo to share your journey to help the next generation of leaders. Aviation is a digital and print magazine focused on attracting, educating, and empowering youth in aviation. You can join the conversation at avinationusa.com or on social media at avinationusa.
Are you an early riser or just want to get started early and take in all of what Sun Fun has to offer? If so, you should come and check out the balloon launch and see balloons in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Daily, limited demonstration flights starting at 0700 in Paradise City by commercial firms. You can have your fill of balloons daily. Also, you can see them in the night air shows, and don't forget about the big event, Balloon Race from the main flight line. All excitement begins Saturday between 0630 and 0800. For more information, you can visit the Sun Fun website at www.flysnep.org.
Hello, aviators. We have a message from pilot Jim G. You are cleared to land on your own private runway. Beautiful Leavitt Airport, NH-38, is now for sale. This 53-acre property includes a 3-bedroom home, large aircraft hangar with workshop, a 4-car garage, and your very own 1,900-foot FAA-registered private runway. All on a picturesque hillside with sweeping mountain and valley views in New Hampshire's scenic White Mountains. Photos, specifications, and more information are all available at nh38.com. That's right, nh38.com.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Shoreline Aviation Insurance. Shoreline Aviation Insurance has a broad aviation background. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, they've done it. This experience helps them be a resource to their clients, not just sell a policy. They've owned and operated both piston and turbine aircraft. They are very experienced instructors and even owned a flight school for many years. They have operated a Part 135 operation, and they currently own an antique warbird on floats, as well as the experimental glass air that Glenn built. All of this experience is what they call the Shoreline Advantage. You can learn how to put the Shoreline Advantage to work for you at shorelineaviationinsurance.com.
Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence are pursuing the mission of a brighter future through aviation with Project Stratos, an aviation leadership and art program. High school juniors submitted aviation-themed essays and original works of art. From the hundreds of entries, a pool of semi-finalists and finalists were selected. You can spot these high achievers during the event wearing Project Stratos t-shirts and representing the future of aviation.
As GA pilots, we understand the need for proficiency but sometimes lack the resources to accomplish it. That's where Redbird Pro comes in, a new app that measures your proficiency in 9 key areas to generate a personalized training plan full of articles, quizzes, and simulator scenarios that address the weakest parts of your flying. Redbird Pro is available in the App Store and Google Play. You can visit Redbird for more information at booth N76 or online at redbirdflight.com.
Sun and Fun offers many services for our handicapped guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office located on the west side of the admissions building in the main gate plaza, or go to flysnf.org for more information.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Honda Generators, the official generator of Sun and Fun. Be sure to visit the Honda display directly across from Sunset Grill to see the all-new Honda EU 3200i generator. Weighing less than 60 pounds and capable of running a 13.5 BTU air conditioner, it's the perfect power source for your RV. More information is at powerequipment.honda.com.
Let your career take flight with Piedmont Airlines. As a premier regional carrier of American Airlines, Piedmont offers an unprecedented pilot experience bonus, a maintenance tuition payment program, industry-leading benefits, and free travel on the largest airline in the world. Piedmont has something for every aviation enthusiast interested in seeking a career. Are you looking for more information? Stop by booth A42 to talk to a Piedmont recruiter. We can't wait to show you everything Piedmont has to offer.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 2023, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. E3 Aviation, a big sponsor of Sun and Fun, and also shout out to the app that they actually are supporting. It's incredible. So if you haven't seen the app and you're wondering how to get to your next seminar, how to get around campus, download it today. Trevor, Kevin, I'm so excited about the next guest coming up here because it's no stranger to Sun and Fun Radio.
No, not at all.
And that's Mike Harris. Mike, welcome, man.
Thank you. It's great to be back at Sun and Fun Radio and back at Sun and Fun. I missed last year for the first time in several years, and I hated it. But yeah, it's great to be back here at the radio station. Good to see you guys.
You know, Mike is going to talk a little bit about his transformation into a new career. So tell us a little bit about what's happened. Kind of, you're now into this new whole career in aviation.
Yeah. So I turned 40 a year ago and decided it was time. I didn't want to pursue a corporate career anymore that I wasn't that crazy about. I had a really successful career with Enterprise for 17 years. Became a private pilot, became an aircraft owner, started my podcast because I wanted to do something in aviation. So I started Why We Fly when I bought my Piper Tri-Pacer. And so I was kind of doing the podcast, private pilot, airplane owner thing, involved with Sun and Fun Radio. I'm still hearing my voice on commercials and stuff and in the recorded spots, which is cool. But where my life was at was that, everybody knew I was crazy about airplanes. I was doing this podcast, owning an airplane, flying as much as I could. But flying as much as I could just wasn't as much as I wanted to, and I wasn't ever really the person that wanted to be a professional pilot. I just wanted to be in the industry, wanted to be doing aviation all the time, and my life was always so busy with a busy corporate career, busy family life. I got 2 boys, and then this hobby addiction of aviation that was always kind of taking the back seat and not getting to do as much as I like to. And I would fly a lot with my sons. My son's grown up flying in the back of my Tri-Pacer. Now he sits in the front of my Tri-Pacer, but so there was integrating like the family in the flying, but it just the non-aviation career was just not what I wanted. It wasn't my passion. I had a very successful career. I was very fortunate to have a great career with Enterprise, but it's just not what I want to do. And so I turned 40. I just didn't want to spend the next 25 years of my working life not in aviation. So I'm in the Nashville, Tennessee area, and I needed to stay in the Nashville area. So there weren't a plethora of jobs that were going to be good career jobs and still support the family and all that for me. But just over a year ago, I had this great opportunity popped up, and I just had to go for it because I saw a sales job in aviation, and that's what I did for Enterprise was a long corporate sales career. So a company called Forge Flight Works in the Nashville area, based at the Smyrna Airport, they were expanding and creating some new divisions and wanted to expand their sales team. So they had a sales opening. So I was literally sitting in a sports bar, and LinkedIn was sending me emails because I'd been kind of looking for aviation jobs, just kind of wishing and hoping. And I saw this email, and my jaw just drops. I'm like, this is perfect. This is Nashville area. It's a professional sales job. They want somebody with Salesforce experience. I've been doing Salesforce for 10 years. And so I put my resume together, sent it that week, sent it to him on Sunday, and at like 6 a.m. on Monday, the owner of the company is like, yes, we want to talk to you. And so phone interview Wednesday, face-to-face interview Friday, and then a job offer same day. Like it was just like, it was a perfect fit for me and for them. So that was a year ago, and haven't looked back, just having a blast doing aviation every day and working at the airport every day.
Yeah, you got some pretty cool stuff. I stopped by your booth yesterday, one of the days, and chatted with you a little bit, saw some of the stuff, the samples. You showed me a Piper Saratoga that you guys just did. It was like a 81?
Yep.
It was absolutely immaculate. It was amazing. Taking something that was old school interior and turning it into something that you'd see in a $25 million corporate jet was pretty impressive. So talk a little bit about what Forge Flight Works is.
Yeah, so a lot of people know us as Carpenter Avionics. We've been an avionics shop for 40 years, Nashville area. So we're really well known as Carpenter, but not everybody knows us as Forge Flight Works. We changed the name about a year and a half ago. We're the largest Garmin dealer in Tennessee, so installing Garmin avionics, that's our bread and butter. That's what we do all day, every day. We also install Avidyne, Aspen, Dynon, so we can install any kind of avionics. We also do a ton of avionics service. We have the bench check capabilities to work on 40-year-old autopilots and do board-level repairs on old radios and autopilots, which is really interesting. But when I joined the company a year ago, what I was excited about was not just that it's an avionics shop and doing avionics very successfully for decades, but that it's a company that's growing. The current owner who's on the company about 9 years wanted to diversify, wanted to get into more aircraft services, not just avionics. So what Kevin's mentioned is that we just started our aircraft interiors division, and we just finished our first full interior. We're an FAA Part 145 repair station already. So we have a chief inspectors and AMPIA, so that gave us the ability to do airframe repairs, modifications. So it was really made a lot of sense and synergy to start an interiors division. And what happened is we did not teach our avionics techs to do interiors. We were fortunate enough to find a Nashville area, a very high-end hot rod shop who's been doing hot rods for 15 years. And we got wind of him because he did a couple of aircraft for his hot rod customers. One of his he did a Cessna 310 and a Citation for hot rod customers who were like, hey, this is the best hot rod guy we can find, and so will you do my aircraft? So he did them, and we got wind of him that way, and then we kind of did on a contract basis a couple of aircraft interior projects, and then we were fortunate enough to work out a partnership that we brought him and his 2 installers in full-time to be our aircraft interiors division starting in January. And so we did it. We've already done the Saratoga, and we've got a Baron in the hangar now, a Mooney coming next, and we're doing seats only on twin Cessna 421 and a Cessna 206. And we've had, this week at the show, we've had a ton of conversations about interiors. And when you look at the work that Gil does, it's insane. I mean, it is so much better. Like, at first, when I first was like, okay, this is a hot rod automotive guy like that. Is he going to know how to handle aircraft? And then when I started learning more about interiors, like, no, like that's a benefit, because what you see in aircraft interiors is so much lower standard than what you see in hot rods. And when I say he's a hot rod guy, he's not just a hot rod guy. He's putting competition show cars, award-winning interiors together in hot rods. He's been to SEMA and won awards. He's been on the cover of Hot Rod magazine. It's incredible. So when he does that in an aircraft, it's so much better than when it came out of the Piper factory. It's ridiculous.
I saw it, and I was just like, I didn't know what to say.
Yeah.
And
the fit and the finish, the way he redid the side panels, the way they're just so tight, so precise, everything lines up perfectly. He even just redesigned the layout of the side panels so that lines would more merge better in with the headliner and things like that. Just the details it's just absolute artisanship. It's amazing.
So where are you located in here? Because I know you have that big slideshow going of the interiors, the avionics, everything, some of the previous and current work you have going on. So where are you located in the show?
Yeah, so we're Hangar D. We purposely put ourselves on the same row as Garmin. So if you find Garmin in the front corner Hangar D, you walk right down the row, and we're right there. And we're exhibiting the avionics and also the aircraft interiors. This is our first time as a company at Sun & Fun. Obviously, I've been personally many times. First time exhibiting as a company. Oshkosh is the same thing. It's going to be a first time exhibiting as a company, and we're doing this. We're going to be the same next to Garmin in an outdoor tent exhibit at Oshkosh, because Garmin's got a big outdoor tent, huge seminars that they're doing all week, and we'll be right across the road from them. And we're hoping to have that Saratoga on static display to show the interior work. And it has a full Garmin glass panel as well, so it's perfect for showing avionics and interiors.
Sweet, yeah.
So you're not camping under the wing?
Not this time. We're camping in an RV.
So when is the Tri-Pacer going to get an interior redesign?
It's coming. It's actually getting avionics first. It's
nice.
Yeah, by
nice.
this fall, it'll probably be the nicest avionics in the Tri-Pacer in the country.
Oh, awesome, man. Awesome.
Which is good. That's going to enable me to do my instrument training, which I'm long overdue for, but I've always had this VFR-only airplane, so I've flown at hundreds of hours VFR, but never was really able to do avionics. What we've actually done with the Tri-Pacer is I've actually sold it to the company. We set it up in a flying club, an employee flying club.
Oh, how
so
cool.
literally starting next week, we have our president, our CEO are Rusty pilots, and so they're going to start getting checked out and getting back to flying in my Tri-Pacer. Our concierge is a commercial pilot, and he's got his CFI check ride coming up at the end of April. So then he's going to train some of our sales engineers, some of our avionics managers and techs. So hopefully by the end of this year, like a lot of our company is flying in the Tri-Pacer, which is very cool.
That's
Absolutely.
really cool. Yeah, definitely. So I know we got to wrap up, get the shout-outs here. So, Mike, again, where are you located? How we find you online?
Yep, we're in Hangar D here on the grounds, and then outdoor exhibit at the other air show up the road. And forgeflightworks.com and mike.harris@forgeflightworks.com is my email.
Awesome. Yeah, we look forward to talking to you in the future again, Mike. Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
I was off deck doing chairman stuff, so I do not know if you guys pointed out that Mike Harris is a former member of our staff.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Of
We
course.
want you back.
Yeah,
Tell your boss.
I'm doing like 3 different aviation companies now. I'm so busy.
Maybe we can get him doing
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Great to see everybody.
All right. So what do we got? We got some shout-outs
Shout-outs
going on,
and then-
Carl. You gonna do the shout-outs? I'll step
Absolutely,
back
and then we'll
let
get somebody to bring our next guest. Wounded Warriors is coming up next in the next 5 minutes here, and it's time for shout-outs. Comes first from the Medical Hospitality Tent located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive. right across from tram stop number 11 and the large Piedmont 727 airliner. The Medical Hospitality Group has a highly qualified staff of doctors and nurses taking time from their regular work to volunteer as Sun and Fun to assist those in needed basic first aid care. They provide triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, actually, some minimal cardiac evaluation, BLS, ACLS, and PALS. They have sunscreen, blood pressure checks, blood glucose testing, too, and they can provide a limited amount over-the-counter items. Over just the last few days, they've assisted with issues including wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma, along with, obviously, transfer to the hospital for evaluations. The Medical Hospitality Group can be handle most of your basic first aid needs. We can also provide contact information and referrals for local medical resources and pharmacies. So please stop and visit the Medical Hospitality Tent. Again, that's corner of James C. Ray, Tomac Drive, right across from Tram Stop 11. The best way to find it, the big 727, right?
That's right. And even if you don't have a medical emergency, you're passing by and you see it, thank them. Tell them you heard about them on Sun and Fun Radio, and you want to say thank you so much for being here and doing what they're doing, because they're volunteers just like the rest of us, except Jack. Jack's a voluntold.
And smiling still. Thank you,
And
Miss
smiling still.
Audrey Boschke.
So, and I'm going to do a shout out for us, because yesterday I went on Facebook on the SNF Radio on Facebook. Please find and like our page on Facebook to find out what's going on. But I told everybody to look for our YouTube channel, Sun and Fun Radio, on YouTube. Like and subscribe, because I had a big surprise today. The big surprise is radio video. That's right, folks. We got a camera over there in the window. Now, I've been teasing Jack all week about we have a face for radio. It has not escaped my attention that the new radio video camera gets the back of my head. I think that's by design. I think Derek and Jack planned that. Huge shout out, thank you to Derek Lagasse and Jack Hodgson for setting that up and making that work. We're actually doing a test bed for next year's 30th anniversary of Sun and Fun Radio and 50th anniversary for Sun and Fun. And somebody was talking to my ear a second ago, so just repeat what you said and I'll stop talking for a second. And, well, of course, Dave Pasco set up. He provides, Dave Pasco, liveatc.net, sets up our sponsors, our audio streaming on liveatc.net/SNF. Dave went in and set up automated live streaming on both YouTube and Facebook. So you can go on YouTube and hear a live stream, and what they did yesterday, now you get Sun and Fun Radio video. So we have another guest on deck, and the man who's been behind the announcements and the recorded interviews all week has shown up twice this morning. My Sun and Fun Radio co-host, Roy Brewer, has some guests on deck. I'm going to turn the deck over to Roy and let Carl and Jack talk to him about our next guests, because what they do is so critical. Take it away, Roy.
Absolutely. It's great to be on again. I think I'm going to wear out my welcome before the week's over, but we have a couple of guests from Wounded Warrior with us, and Jake Narotsky and Jaretza Perez are here with us.
What's up,
and
Hey,
man, it's good to see you back.
Always good to be back, y'all.
Yeah, it's a great program, and what we're going to do is walk through the opportunities they offer for veterans. And I made sure I wore my Wounded Warrior hat that Jake gave me yesterday, and also the shirt, one that they had never seen, that has one that's about 12, 13 years old. So this is what I normally wear on Fridays, but I figured this is a special day for the interview. So we'll go ahead and go through a few items on here. We'll give you the contact information, the website, and tell you how to connect with them. So what does Wounded Warriors, what are they able to offer for veterans?
Well, hey, thanks. First of all, thanks y'all for having us here. It's always amazing to be at Sun and Fun. I'm waiting for the noise to start over my head any second now.
We'll hold off a little bit on that.
You know, Wounded Warrior Project is just an organization that's really about making sure that our warriors are not forgotten and that they're taken care of. And we go all the way back to the very beginning. John Malia was injured pretty drastically, actually, in Mogadishu back in the early 90s, came home and sat in Bethesda by himself in a bed. And he remembered what that was like when OIF 1 kind of kicked off and our first Wounded Warriors started coming home. He realized that, talked to his family and friends, got as much money as he could together, got about 50 book bags, ran them up to Bethesda just with clothes, maybe a phone card so they could reach home. And you see, when wounded soldiers come home from combat, they have nothing that they took with them. They literally cut the clothes off of them in order to help them, on the in surgery and things like that. And so as they arrive, they literally have nothing but their dog tags. And so John knew that, and he brought them those bags. He turns around with his family after spending hours at the hospital and is driving home to their home there in Maryland, gets a call from a doctor that says, we have 300 more coming in tonight. What can you do for us?
Wow.
I mean, how do you respond to that? And so here we are 20 years later, it's our 20th year anniversary, and just doing everything that we can, because most of us are warriors like Jaritza and myself, making sure we can do whatever we can to help our warriors. So we have programs like, we have something called an Odyssey, which is absolutely amazing. We literally just take away 10 or 12 warriors, male or female warriors, take them somewhere where they serve good food, maybe don't have good cell reception so they can put a phone down for a few days and just have an opportunity to connect with each other, do a little mental health workshop with them and just bond and make connections. And I mean, these guys and girls, they take these connections home with them and carry them the rest of their lives. So we also have something called Warriors to Work, where we help our veterans, our warriors, find those jobs that are perfect for them. And then we reach out into the industry and help them find our warriors. And so so many other things we do. And we actually have, like I said, we have Jaritza here with us. She's with our alumni team, and I'll shut up for a second and let her kind of share her story a little bit.
So thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to talk about the work that we get to do. I don't even like to call it work. It's just an opportunity I get to help out fellow brothers and sisters, because I know what it was like to kind of feel left behind and just kind of seen over. So it's an amazing opportunity. At the alumni team, I call us the fun department. It's my opportunity to be able to get some of those warriors and their family members out of the house, out of isolation. I know sometimes solitude is very good, but we very much slime into isolation, which can be very dangerous for the warriors and their family members. So we not only support the warriors, our brothers and sisters at arms, but we also support the family members as well. And it's so important to support the support and to be able to for them to have support as well, as just as much as we do, right?
Yeah.
So for the Warriors to Work program, same thing. We also help the family members, as long as they're registered with the warrior under their profile. It's amazing, because we're not just here to support the warriors, but also the much needed support that the family members get, because they didn't sign up for that, right? We signed up for this. We signed up to on our names on a dotted line, and to know that our family members are always there behind us. We want to make sure that they feel seen just as much as we are. And especially with the women warriors, it's a huge personal mission of mine to make sure that my sisters do not feel left behind, and to make sure that we just continue on moving forward with the camaraderie, the fellowship, that connection, that sense of owning and feeling wanted and belonging to a space, which is a lot of fun.
So to add to that, as far as the wounded warriors and the families, for instance, I had a wounded warrior in the family, and I didn't know anything about the military. He came home. I said, "What'd you do?" And he's a Marine. He says, "Well, I was in recon." I said, "Oh, is that like taking pictures and things like that?" And he said, "Well, no." And he described what he did. And I had no idea how to deal with the things he told me and the emotions that were involved. And I just didn't have the tools. And after many years of being in and out of prison, he finally got involved with Wounded Warriors, turned himself around, and wound up getting a degree in helping people. And he was a big part of the Wounded Warrior network before he passed.
Amazing.
Yeah,
and as a Marine myself, I can tell you that we don't consider ourselves to be wounded warriors.
Right.
We don't ask for help. We don't tell folks that we are injured. We just keep it pushing, because we are the help. We are the heroes. So for us to ask for help is really difficult.
So but for the family that wants to reach out, how do they do that? I mean, it's like, for me, I'm clueless, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how can I find out more about reaching out to someone that isn't in the military but wants to help out?
Of course, you can reach out. You can find us on the website, woundedwarriorproject.org. You can reach out to our resource center. You can call the family member, as well as the warrior can call and just like, hey, I need some help on something. If there is a resource that Wounded Warrior Project does not provide, we know an organization or a resource that does provide. So we're almost like Grand Central, right? If we don't do it, we know a guy that does it. So we're here to help at any degree, at any level of your transition from the military to civilian life.
It's only in the U.S. or?
Yes, this is primarily. It's for our U.S. service members, but we actually do have offices overseas, like in Germany and stuff like that, where our guys are coming back and they're getting taken care of there in launch stool and stuff anyhow. So.
Interesting. Yeah. Absolutely. I tell you what, I'm sold. I mean, I was sold based on my cousin and just understanding his situation, and I really think it's a wonderful organization for the families too. And that's a big part that you just said.
Yes.
For both, because together we can get through this.
Yeah, and what's really crazy is, I started out as a warrior. I came home from Iraq. I did 2 tours in Iraq and came home, and there was just stuff in my head, man, that no matter where I looked, no matter what I was doing, on the outside I looked great. On the outside, I looked like I was successful. I was getting where I was trying to go, but on the inside, I was kind of hiding a lot of that. Got involved with the Wounded Warrior Project, Rich Watson, Sarah Barnett, Jason Bush, all these people from my region that connected with me and just kept me connected until I got the help that I actually needed. And then to come on as a speaker now and be able to share my story and be able to go places and we. With our professional speakers, we go all over the country. We spread awareness and do motivational, inspirational talks, and to be able to tell my story and have a family member hear it and connect with it and go, oh, that's why, oh, that's how they're thinking. It's just amazing, and you just see tears in people's eyes, and you see those connections being made.
Yeah, and if you see them walking around the grounds. You'll see the Wounded Warrior hat, Wounded Warrior shirts. You can talk to a lot of those people, and they'll be able to help you get connected. And it's pretty much a brother and sisterhood immediately. Just met Jake and Jaritza the other day, and we were joking back and forth like we'd known each other for years. So there's a special connection, and there's a lot of help available. So reach out to whoever you can, and they'll point you in the right direction.
Amen. You can save a life. I know that I can publicly admit that this organization has saved my life at least 3 times, but more so in so many other ways. And now I'm at a point in my life where now I get to share some of that information and share some of those resources, and I get to help out the next one. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. Yeah, and that logo on our hat, it's really a buddy carrying a buddy, and it is really a process where you're being carried, and then we give you the tools and walk you through and just stay there with you hand in hand until you're the buddy that's carrying somebody else, man. And so it's a tribe. It's a group.
Yeah, I've had a lot of comments when I wore the apparel, different shirts or hats or things, and talked to a lot of people, but it makes an impact on people when they see the shirt and start talking to others about it. And we've got 3 of the 4 branches, or actually there are 5 branches, 6 branches now, but the 3 most important ones are represented. We have the Marine Corps, the Army, and the Air Force. Well, I tell people when they tell me Semper Fi, I usually tell them Tempur-Pedic, because we're the chair force, and we rate things by hotels, and so
so when you say you sleep under the stars, you're talking about how many stars that hotel has?
That's absolutely correct.
Well, look, hey, I just want to let people know the easiest way to get a hold of us, woundedwarriorproject.org. And our speakers, again, like I said, we travel all over the country. We're at no cost to our host. Just go on woundedwarriorproject.org, look down who we are, click on us, and we'd love to come share our story with us. And, hey, if you're a warrior, go on the Resource Center, man. We're waiting for you. We're ready to jump in there with you, man.
Thanks so much. We're going to go do a break. Come right back. Don't forget, liveatc.net/SNF.
Hello, this is Mike Harris from Why We Fly General Aviation Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Do you get as hungry as I do after spending a full day immersing yourself in all things aviation? If so, you could head down to the campground and enjoy corn on the cob roasted daily, so you can come and see why this has been a Sun and Fun tradition from year one, and sit around the fire and enjoy a night of entertainment with great corn and music for everyone. Located at the Sun and Fun's Convention Campground nightly.
Epic Aircraft. Now here's a company to watch out for. The E1000 is a sleek, sexy, very fast, all-carbon fiber, 6-seat, certified, single-engine turboprop with some pretty impressive performance numbers. With its 1,200 horsepower PT6 engine, this rocket ship offers a 333-knot cruise, 1,560 nautical mile range, 1,100-pound full-fuel payload, a 4,000 foot per minute climb, and a roomy cabin. It even looks fast just sitting on the ramp. You can see the remarkable Epic E1000 at outside booth number 3.
Bernie Little Distributors delivers a wide variety of Anheuser-Busch products as well as many specialized local and national craft beers. Also known for the Miss Budweiser hydroplane racing boat, Bernie Little Distributors has been an Anheuser-Busch distributor for over 50 years. From original Budweiser to the latest craft beer or cider, Bernie Little Distributors has what you want. Go to BernieLittleDistributors.com to find the drinks for your next get-together.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org.
You are invited to be right here on the flight line Wednesday and Saturday evenings starting at 7:30 for 2 spectacular night air shows. Featured performers include some of the most beloved and some of the newest and most innovative acts. You'll see skillful, world-class, and memorable performances with breathtaking lights and pyrotechnics unlike any others. There will also be a drone light show featuring over 60 synchronized, mesmerizing drones. You won't want to miss this one-of-a-kind aerial display Wednesday and Saturday evenings.
Pilots trust Phillips 66 lubricants to keep engines running smoothly, and this week you can trust them to put the fun in Sun and Fun as it proudly sponsors every takeoff and touchdown. Visit the Phillips 66 Pilot Welcome Center and booth N30 to learn about our aviation products and get some cool giveaways. And if you need proven engine protection for the flight home, you can buy Phillips 66 Aviation Oil at a special price all week long. Phillips 66 lubricants, keeping the world running smoothly. Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Flying Eyes sunglasses and prescription eyewear are designed by pilots with comfort and functionality in mind. The temples are millimeter thin and flexible for headset compatibility with shatterproof, non-polarized lenses that offer a clear view of your instrument panel. Experience the comfort and clarity you deserve with Flying Eyes, available at booth NE40 or online at flyingeyesoptics.com.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks SkySpot Advertising of Lakeland for their continued support. SkySpot Advertising uses a high-tech LED lighting system under the wings of their aircraft to create a unique, effective, and affordable way for you to get your message across. All across the sky, that is. If you're looking to proclaim your love, give a shout-out, or promote your business, SkySpot Advertising is a powerful and unforgettable way to target audiences from Tampa to Orlando. You can see SkySpot Advertising in action right here at Sun and Fun every night. You can also check out their YouTube channel, SkySpot Ads, or their website, skyspotadvertising.com. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Textron Aviation. If you like trivia, you can put your Cessna and Beechcraft knowledge to the test. Tell us the year any of our display aircraft were certified and you'll receive a special edition giveaway. Only at the Textron Aviation booth east of the FAA building while supplies last.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. You know, Sun and Fun is synonymous with being outside and walking considerable distances. And the combination of sun exposure, heat, and movement can cause physical challenges to our body. Water, shade, and rest can prevent overheating that can lead to what is known as heat stroke, aka sunstroke. Early warning signs include flushing of the face, nauseousness, rapid breathing, and headache. So pay attention, get your water, shade, and rest. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 2023, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. And it is that time of day again. It is time for lunch with AOPA, the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. We have some folks from AOPA who join us every day, right around this time. And Carl, who do we have with us from AOPA today?
Yeah, today we have somebody who's giving away something that's really cool, an airplane. And who doesn't want
I'd like to win an airplane. That'd be great. I'd love a free airplane. That sounds perfect.
Eric Webb from AOPA, the most popular man out here, because he's giving away an airplane. Hey, Eric, good seeing you, man.
Good to see you all. Good to see you. How's it going?
So I just have to ask, what's the deal with the redesign for the aircraft?
The redesign. So a couple things we've done. So for those who don't know, we have a sweepstakes airplane that we give away every 18 months. And the one we're working on right now is a Cessna 170B, 1953 manufacture year.
Cool.
And we have taken the Continental 0300, 145 horsepower, yanked it out of there, replaced it with a Continental Prime IO 370, 195 horsepower engine, added to that a Hartzell constant speed Trailblazer carbon fiber prop. And let me tell you, that thing has really livened up compared to what it was before. I mean, it was a great flying airplane before. Don't get me wrong for all you purists out there, but what it is now is insane. 250-foot takeoff roll, 40 degrees of flaps. It's incredible.
Very cool.
Still in process, contrary to the story AOPA posted today.
That's why I asked, because, you know, it is a special day, you know,
Yes.
April Fool's Day, that is. So
I like to have a little fun with that every year. Last year, I think I said the Tiger was something had happened with the engine and it wasn't going to fly down, and then I ended up coming anyway. This year it was we're going to leave the paint and interior the way it is and give it away that way, which is not the case. The next thing for it is going to be Gardner Low Aviation at Falcon Field, just south of Atlanta. It's going in there for a whole smattering of avionics. For those who are asking, yes, it is going to be a glass panel, but it's going to be a top-of-the-line glass panel. Some of them will be round in shape. Thank you, Garmin. Let's see what else. It's going to go. We're going to try. This is going to be a big ask. We're going to try to do the paint and interior before AirVenture. So as you know, we're April 1st right now. That's not an April Fool's joke. We're going to try. It may or may not happen.
Setting the bar high. I like it.
Let's set the bar low so expectations can be shattered. So yeah, we're going to try to do paint and interior before that. So the paint scheme is still in process. There are 2 at AOPA who have seen it. I have not even seen it yet. So that's how secret this is.
Must be top secret, right?
Yeah, you got to have clearance, and I don't have that clearance just yet, but maybe one day I will. I forgot to mention, we also put some 29-inch Alaskan bush wheel tires on the airplane too. So it really has a nice, mean look to it.
So I am a proud AOPA member, and I would love for a chance to win this airplane. So what do I have to do? Do I have to be an AOPA member? And if so, what do I have to do to possibly have a chance at winning this airplane?
The multi-million-dollar question. So everyone asks that. How do I enter? How do I buy a ticket? So the first thing is no purchase necessary at all. No purchase, no membership, no contribution required. Visit aopa.org/sweeps and read the official rules. It's 5 pages of legalese that you're welcome to read through, but for those who do read through it, you'll be rewarded with some other methods of entry aside from membership. So those who are already AOPA members get entered automatically. They have an entry into the sweepstakes. So if you're an AOPA member, yes, you are entered to win that plane. If you're on the automatic annual renewal program or a life member, you get 5 additional entries, so 6 total. If you happen to be a card carrier of the AOPA World MasterCard issued by Commerce Bank, you get another entry. There are 5 different methods of entry that are listed in the official rules, so be sure to check that out at aopa.org/sweeps. We also have a list of all the contributors that might give some idea of some other mods that might be coming to the airplane that are not attached to it right now, such as the well, maybe I won't give that away just yet. We are going to go with a lightweight interior. We're going to have some folding jump seats in the back seat. So we're going to really keep the weight down as low as we can, 195 horsepower. A lot of people are also asking, what's the cruise like in the airplane? I'm sure it goes a whole lot faster now with all that extra horsepower. And the answer is, it depends.
Okay. Yeah.
If you're running at 23 squared and you're keeping it pretty economized, you'll get about 120, 125 miles an hour, which is all the faster it went before. If you've got a little money in your pocket to burn and you don't mind shorter flight legs, 25 squared will get you about 135, 140 miles per hour. So those Alaskan bush wheels are great. They make every landing look like you know what you're doing, at least for me. No bouncing. And they do slow the plane down a little bit, but it's a nice trade-off. Everything in aviation is a trade-off, and you trade a little bit of fuel economy. But on the way down here to Sun and Fun, I was running about 23 squared, 24 squared, somewhere in that neighborhood, 120, 125 miles an hour, ground speed of 98. Thank you, headwinds. And I was burning
I
about...
love headwinds.
Love them so much. Burning about 9 to 9.5 gallons per hour. So fairly reasonable for what it is, 195 horsepower, certainly about 30% more than the 6 gallons an hour with the 0300, but nice trade-off.
So you've had a few chances to fly this airplane now.
Just a few.
Just a few, yeah. What do you think as an owner? I mean, is this the kind of airplane that you can go do backcountry stuff with? Is it good for cross countries? I mean, if you are the lucky winner of this aircraft, what can you do with it?
Gosh, I mean, what's the limit? Obviously, you're not going to get in the flight levels. If you do, it's going to take forever. But I don't think that's something that we want to get into. Yeah, backcountry flying, takeoff rolls. If you really take some of the fuel load out and you make sure the back seat's out, we do have a weight and balance with or without the back seat. If you take all the weight out you can get a takeoff roll of about 150 feet, which is great for STOL. I was joking last night that we were going to remove all the flags from Laird Boulevard. I was going to hop in the plane, fly it over to STOL, and kick everybody's butt and come back. But, of course, we were not going to do that. Totally illegal. But it's it's already a great backcountry airplane. Once we get the vortex generator. Ooh, did I let a secret out? We're going to put vortex generators on it.
Okay.
In addition to the Steen Sportsman STOL wing cups that are already on there, we're going to put some vortex generators on. So you're going to really get to slow that stall speed down. Takeoff rolls are going to get short. And even the landing roll, someone said you could probably take off and land from a football field. And the answer is yes, you could, provided there were no obstacles. That's a really great flying airplane. So it can be a cruiser. It was a cruiser before with the 0300. It doesn't have an autopilot, but once it's a 170. Once you get the power set and the trim set, it's really hands-off, maybe a little bit of a touch on the rudder pedal here and there to keep your course true. Even now with the 195 horsepower engine, it's still just like that. On the way down here to Sun and Fun, I would set power, set trim, hands-off. I could sit back, just monitor, touch the rudder pedals here and there. It's a really great flying airplane, and it still is.
So other than winning an airplane, there's a lot of reasons to join AOPA, don't you think? From advocacy?
Yeah, advocacy, yes. We're currently working on a number of things. I'm not at liberty to disclose them at the moment, but if you stop over by the tent, maybe talk to Stacy Heaton or Mike Genter. There are representatives from our advocacy team who are here. They can talk to you about some of the things we're working on. Constantly, every day, protecting your freedoms to fly at the state level, the local level, even on the national level at Capitol Hill. We're working hard to keep aviation accessible to everyone. And then we've also got our foundation who funds the Air Safety Institute with all the great safety content. We've got the You Can Fly program that we've got a STEM curriculum in high schools across the country. I think last count that I remember was over 400 schools and thousands of students that are currently going through our free STEM program. We have the AOPA Flight Training Advantage that helps bring some efficiency to your flight training. We've got the Rusty Pilots program for people who haven't flown in maybe 2 years to 20 years or more. So we're getting more people back in the left seat. So lots of great programs there. And we've got, of course, our aviation finance to help you purchase your next aircraft, Trevor.
We're a little ways away from there.
All right, so
got to finish law school first.
Oh, that's a good call. Speaking of law school, we do have our Pilot Protection Services program, which is invaluable. I myself, as an AOPA employee, have purchased that additional coverage because I'm flying all the time, like most pilots are. And you never know when something might happen, whether it's on purpose, where you forgot a regulation, or something you just weren't aware of. We can help protect your certificate and keep you flying longer.
And you also have insurance services as well, I believe, for GA pilots?
We do have a partner, Assured Partners Aerospace. We do not have in-house insurance services, but Assured Partners Aerospace is one of our partners, and we do recommend them for any of your aviation insurance needs. We've also got our medical certification staff who can help you out with your FAA medicals and answer any of your questions like that. For me, example, I developed allergies recently, seasonal allergies, and I said, hey, there's lots of over-the-counter allergy medications. What should I take? And they said, stay away from these. You can take these, and you're still safe to fly, safe and legal to fly. And I said, great, that's awesome to know. I had a question about airspace. President Biden lives out near where I fly a lot, and TFRs pop up, and people said, hey, there's a TFR. You can't fly there. And, well, yeah, you can. So we got Pilot Information Center as well for any of your aviation technical questions.
Excellent. And don't forget to go check them out at the booth here right across from the radio station here near the FAA building, AOPA.org. And don't forget, you can look them up on the app, the Sun and Fun app, if you're looking for a direction to their booth. Thanks so much, Eric Webb from AOPA.
Thank you, gentlemen.
We're going to go to a break. Don't go away. Come right back.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Church services. A non-denominational church service will be held on Sunday prior to the event at 9 a.m. in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area. Daily devotionals will be held every day in the MASA tent in the Light Plain Paradise City area from 9 to 9:30 a.m. Catholic Mass will be held on Saturday of the event at 5 p.m. at the CFAA building, the high school. A non-denominational church service will also be held on Sunday of the event at 8:30 a.m. in the Light Plain Paradise City area.
Looking to enjoy the air show up close and personal? Want to be right where the action is? Come to the preferred seating area, which is located on the flight line, right in front of the announcer stand. You'll have access to restrooms, some shaded areas, bag storage, and complimentary water. Seating is provided, so you don't even need to bring your own chair. All-day access to the preferred seating area is just $25 per person in addition to the regular admission, and a separate ticket is required. More information and ticket purchases can be found online at flysnf.org.
Visit the Bahamas' vibrant and immersive booth at Hangar D, booths 20 and 21, to see how easy it is to fly to the islands of the Bahamas. Representatives from tourism, customs, and civil aviation are available, making the Bahamas booth your one-stop shop for planning your next fly-in to the 16 islands of the Bahamas.
Sun and Fun welcomes our veterans and active duty military. There is so much to see and do at the Veterans Plaza near the main entrance. You can visit the Veterans Welcome Tent, military displays, war reenactors, VA and veteran services, daily presentations in the Air America tent, live entertainment Friday and Saturday at 1700 hours, and much more.
Gary GPS Reeves, that's the guy in the pink shirt from pilotsafety.org, is an official sponsor of the Sun and Fun Educational Forums. For the best way to fly single pilot IFR with autopilots, Avidyne, ForeFlight, and Garmin, you can check out the free classes Gary is teaching this week by searching the online Sun and Fun daily schedule for Reeves or visiting pilotsafety.org.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Polyfiber. You personally can fabric cover your aircraft affordably and hassle-free. Polyfiber can show you how. You can get hands-on aircraft fabric covering experience by the best in the business by attending a free Polyfiber workshop every day at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. located in the Fabric Building in the workshops area. You can also stop by the Polyfiber booth in Building A and talk to a Polyfiber technical specialist directly.
Get your hands dirty and learn new skills by coming to the Sun and Fun workshops. All the workshops are staffed by experienced instructors who are dedicated to home builder education. Many are builders themselves and eager to share their experience with others. Whether you're interested in wood, metal, fabric, or composite airplanes, or learning about electrical systems, welding, engines, or safety wiring, we have all this and more. These workshops are held daily from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and are free for the cost of admission. For more information and a complete listing, you can go to flysnf.org.
As GA pilots, we understand the need for proficiency but sometimes lack the resources to accomplish it. That's where Redbird Pro comes in, a new app that measures your proficiency in 9 key areas to generate a personalized training plan full of articles, quizzes, and simulator scenarios that address the weakest parts of your flying. Redbird Pro is available in the App Store and Google Play. You can visit Redbird for more information at booth N76 or online at redbirdflight.com.
I'm News Channel 8's Keith Kate. Every day, a lot of news happens in the Bay Area, and where you choose to get your information matters. There's only one news operation in Tampa Bay that is always on your side, looking out for you, making sure your voice is heard, and uncovering the truth. News Channel 8. We're in your neighborhood and at your call, investigating and reporting on the stories that impact you and your family. Trust the station that is always on your side.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Travel Shoreline. Travel Shoreline offers the personal service and expertise you just can't get with the online discount services at no additional cost to you. Our travel professionals have the knowledge and expertise to do the legwork for you and can help find options you otherwise may not realize are available, ensuring a hassle-free experience. Travel Shoreline can arrange airline or private charter air travel, cruises and resort packages, ground transportation, any type of travel. They have Disney and Sandals specialists on staff, and their corporate travel management services allow the client to focus on their business. You can learn more at travelshoreline.com.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, sponsored by E3 Aviation. And Carl, we have some very special guests from across the pond.
Absolutely, across the pond. The Royal Air Force Cadets are always fun to have on the deck here. They do an incredible job of volunteering. Joining us today from the Royal Air Force Cadets is actually a squadron leader, Mark Bird. Mark, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I would love for you to introduce the two wonderful and smiling cadets that we have here on the deck.
Right, these two cadets are from Southeast England, laser region as we call them. So I'm going to get them to introduce themselves because they're from different squadrons across the region. Carry on, CWO.
I'm Cadet Warrant Officer Chloe Harbour and I'm from 176 Hove Squadron in Sussex Wing.
I'm Flight Sergeant Knight. I'm from 593 Swanley Squadron just outside London.
I love seeing you guys here every year, and it's terrific what you do. And we kind of, look at the Civil Air Patrol and what they do, helping out and volunteering. It's really cool to see folks like you come out here and do a great job, and are actually very polite and efficient in everything that you do out here. So thank you is what I want to say from everybody here at Sun and Fun. But as far as the cadets are concerned, they get involved in a lot of projects. One of the really cool projects that you have here, and a lot of people don't realize, is a lot of the Royal Air Force cadets were trained in Central Florida, actually just south of here in Arcadia and also in Clewiston. And some of those actually passed on, and they're actually buried here at the cemetery in Arcadia. And having visited that cemetery, I'd have to say it is actually better maintained than any other cemetery I've seen in Central Florida. So, and that's a big part of your mission, isn't it?
Yes, it is. During the war, quite a few of the pilots went to Canada and America for training. Unfortunately, 24 of those pilots in Acadia didn't go back to the UK, but it was safer to come over here for their pilots training. So for us, I think it's really important we remember those. But importantly, if you look at the ages on the gravestones, they weren't much older than the cadets that we've brought along. And that's really important. We're very good at saying that the youngsters of the day won't meet the challenge. In my opinion, they will, because in 1940 to 1945, we were saying the thing about our youngsters. But we need to remember a lot of them put their lives on the line and did not return back.
And that's through training. And I was absolutely surprised at this. First of all, another thing, too, is I think it's called the War Graves Commission. I'm not totally sure. They actually send people over here to actually help refurbish and beautify those actually sites. But it's cadets like these that actually help do that.
Yes, they do. They in the UK. Well, the Commonwealth Grave Commission is all over the world. Mm-hmm. Anywhere where we lose our soldiers, airmen, or seamen, they're entitled to a Commonwealth Grave Commission grave, and they look after those particular graves. And the cadets help to maintain that as well, in the UK and abroad as well.
Well, it's good seeing you back, and I think it's been a while. It's 2 years, I think it is, or when was the last time?
2019 was the last time we was here.
Awesome. And the other thing, too, is that they get involved with the Civil Air Patrol cadets, which I think is really cool. So what are you guys doing together?
Barbecue, rugby, or you might call it American football, but we call it rugby. But no, we've had a few nights together, barbecues.
Well, speaking of barbecue, Monday night we had kind of a kickoff party, if you will, over at the Aero Club. And I think Jack stopped in for a minute, and we bought 100 hamburgers, 100 hot dogs, and about 40 pounds of seafood, and cooked all of the stuff. And about 2 hours in, we thought, oh my, we've made way too much food. 2/3 of it was sitting there on the table, uneaten. Mike Z gets on the phone. An entire regiment of your cadets show up, and you blew through like locusts. And ate this, so it was perfect. Just great.
It is part of our training.
Well, we had the opportunity to teach your cadets how to properly clean and eat a crawfish. It's like a baby lobster, and that's how I coaxed part of these members into eating. Oh, it's a baby lobster. That's all it is. So it was great to see these guys. And you said you had a sergeant or something that was quite pleased with himself.
He sat there for probably 2 hours going through that food. I think most of it was him.
Training and eating crawfish, but also training and doing many other things in those tasks here that are important at Sun and Fun, like parking. Our Civil Air Patrol does parking here in the U.S. You actually came prepared.
Yes, we did a bit of training beforehand. We took the weekend away to prepare for this, so the cadets can't come unless they meet certain criteria. So I'm actually going to request one of these guys to tell you all about it. Go on.
Yeah, of course. So the camp was advertised to us around about November, December time, and to apply we had to just complete an application form expressing why we wanted to come on the camp, our interest in aviation and aerospace topics, and also what camps we'd done previously and the experience that we had with the Air Cadets. And then based off that information, the staff picked a lucky selection of cadets to come on the camp. I believe there are over 100 applications this year because it was the first time, as we mentioned already, that we'd been since 2019. So a lot of interest. We feel very privileged.
So you guys,
privileged to be one of the few.
You call it camp. Would that be the same as we call a deployment, like a small deployment to
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, it'd be the same thing, yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So this is great that you help out with parking, but there's got to be other reasons you got involved with the Royal Air Force Cadet Program. What kind of benefits are there to someone like yourself?
There are so many benefits with the Royal Air Force Air Cadets. For me personally, it's developed my leadership abilities, my confidence. When I joined, I was quite a shy 12-year-old little girl, and now I can stand up and talk on a radio station, for example, and talk to a room of people that I've never met before. And of course, there's all the academic qualifications that come with it as well. You can earn BTEC qualifications. You can do the Duke of Edinburgh's Award, which is something that we do in the UK. And there are just an incredible range of opportunities that you just can't get anywhere else.
And doing a great job, I tell you, it's amazing.
Fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, as far as the military service, is it similar to CAP where this can credit towards military service?
Unfortunately, no. The CAP's got quite a good program there. I think we should learn some lessons from that. But if you look at the Royal Air Force itself, 70% of the pilots are ex-air cadets. 40% of the ground crew are ex-air cadets. If you join the Royal Air Force Cadets, there is no emphasis for you to join the forces, but you will see these cadets will just get further in life, join the police, join the ambulance service, fire services, but they also go off to the Army, Navy and Air Service. They tend to stay longer in service and also get further up the chain when it comes to promotion. They still need to pass the same tests and all the other stuff, but they're better equipped to pass those tests.
You introduced yourself as flight sergeant. So
Yes.
you have the same rank structure or similar rank structure as our military?
This was something that we learnt as well. The Civil Air Patrol has quite a vast rank structure compared to us. So as cadets, we only can go through NCOs, non-commissioned officer ranks. So we start as a cadet, and then we'll carry on through corporal, and then we'll go up to sergeant, and then flight sergeant, which is what myself is. And then we have CWO, the highest rank possible for a cadet. And then if you become a staff member in the RAF Air Cadets, then you can go into officer ranks. So that's where it kind of differs with the CAP, because I believe that they can go into cadet officer ranks, whereas we're unable to do that. But
So similar to ours again, whereas it's time in rank, and then certain achievements, certain fill this block, this training, and then you test to achieve the next rank.
Yes, you will be deemed good enough to go up to the next rank by the staff. I think that also differs a bit, where the staff will let you allow you to go up another rank, but I think with CAP they have to pass some certain tests. With ourselves, it's not really the tests that deem you good enough to go up, it will be the officers that will make the final decision.
Yeah, definitely more merit-based.
Yes, yeah.
With us, we've got two tiers as such. We've got the training side. So when you train, you've passed various levels. So from first class cadet all the way up to master. But with the corporals, sergeants, flight sergeants, and CWOs, we don't have a unit full of corporals. That's something, if you want that, you need to work for it. And not everyone gets promoted. So it's really done on your leadership, your organisation ability, and your ability to speak on radio.
So those people that are looking to get involved and they're here listening online, how can they find you online?
Well, in the UK, just go look for Royal Air Force Cadets online, and you can sign up there, give us your details, and we get in touch with you. Also in the UK, there's 900, or just over 900 squadrons up and down the land. So in total, the organisation's probably 60,000 strong. 10,000 of those are staff, and the rest of them are CCF cadets, which are combined cadet force cadets and Royal Air Force Cadets. So it's quite a large organisation. We're actually big in the Royal Air Force.
Well, thanks so much for coming today, and hats off to what you do for the Commonwealth War Graves in Arcadia, and we thank you for all the service you've done and what you've done here at Sun and Fun. Thanks again for coming. We're going to go to a break. Don't forget to come right back and listen on liveatc.net/SNF.
Hello, this is Larry Overstreet. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF. Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Looking to enjoy the air show up close and personal? Want to be right where the action is? Come to the preferred seating area, which is located on the flight line, right in front of the announcer stand. You'll have access to restrooms, some shaded areas, bag storage, and complimentary water. Seating is provided, so you don't even need to bring your own chair. All-day access to the preferred seating area is just $25 per person in addition to the regular admission, and a separate ticket is required. More information and ticket purchases can be found online at flysnf.org.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Lincoln Electric. You can visit the Lincoln Electric booth, N44 and N45, to take advantage of limited-time show special pricing on MIG and TIG welders or plasma cutting equipment. Learn TIG welding in our welding education workshops. Lincoln Electric, ready to help you with all of your welding and cutting projects.
If you or someone you're with requires urgent medical assistance, please call 911 immediately. If practical or less urgent, you can visit Sun and Fun's Medical Hospitality Building and Tent located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across from the big Piedmont jet near the main entrance. Medical Hospitality is staffed from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. by licensed volunteer doctors and nurses. From sunburns, blisters, and dehydration to insect bites, headaches, and stomach pain, they are ready to help. And water and sunscreen are always available, free of charge. Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor LiveATC.net, the worldwide leader in live rebroadcasting and recording of ATC radio communications. You can listen to aviation radio on any device, from the busiest airline hubs to your small local airport. It's aviation in action at LiveATC.net. You can even volunteer to be a part of this unique network, helping to bring new airports and frequencies online. LiveATC's pre-configured compact receiver systems make it easy to add your local airport. You can follow them on Twitter at LiveATC or like them on Facebook. LiveATC.net, live air traffic from their headsets to you. Sun and Fun hosts a Type Club tent during the fly-in. Approximately 20 Type Clubs participate, and their members are eager to share information and answer questions about their type of aircraft and how you can become a member in any of the Type Clubs. Whether you're interested in Cubs, Short-Wing Pipers, Cessnas, Blancas, or any of the other aircraft represented by their club, you won't want to miss the Type Club tent, located just across the taxiway from the Vintage Hospitality headquarters. You can help save lives by donating blood at the Big Red Bus at this year's Sun and Fun fly-in. You could literally be saving the life of a hospital patient. The annual Sun and Fun fly-in blood drive is Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Each day is a great opportunity to help others. All blood donors receive a custom Sun and Fun fly-in t-shirt plus a $20 e-gift card. You can make an appointment to donate blood at oneblood.org/sunandfun and share your power to save lives.
CQ, 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 radio, electronics, and avionics fans. The pilots of the Lakeland Amateur Radio Club are running a special event demonstration radio station next to the Florida Air Museum gift shop. They are ready to share with you the excitement of amateur radio, and if you're a licensed operator, you can be on the air. As you walk from the food court to the museum, you'll see the big antennas on your left. 73 from Whiskey 4 Sierra.
Since 2016, Piedmont Airlines has been a proud sponsor of Sun and Fun. As the premier regional carrier of American Airlines, they have unprecedented pilot bonuses, a maintenance tuition payment program, industry-leading benefits, and free travel on the largest airline in the world. Piedmont has something for every aviation enthusiast interested in seeking a career in the industry. You can visit a recruiter in Hangar A, booth A42. Piedmont can't wait to meet you and share the exciting career opportunities they have to offer.
Sun and Fun thanks our official sponsor, the island of Bahamas. Whether you're into fishing, diving, boating, or maybe just a little romance, the 16 major islands of the Bahamas and its 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean may be just what you need. Did you know that in addition to cruises and the airlines, you can fly your own private plane to the islands of Bahamas? It's easy, hassle-free, and oh so close. You can find out more about our beautiful islands at booth D20 and D21 in Hangar D or online at Bahamas.com. Grand Bahama is waiting.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Good afternoon, Sun and Fun. Welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live. Come to you again from the Sun and Fun 2023, the 49th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo presented by E3 Aviation. Also a special shout out to Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport, flygrb.com, again, where you can win that trip to AirVenture if you come down to the radio booth. outside, they've got a little QR code, I believe, where you can scan that and get registered with the family to go have a nice summer vacation. Carl, we've been talking about the Aerospace Career Fair this week and what futures lie out there for these future aviators, and what better segment can we get into right now to talk about some of those possible jobs?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I tell you what, that is amazing what they're doing over there at that career fair tent. And also, they're having forums behind that, which, by the way, I'll be presenting tomorrow at 10 a.m., dealing with challenges in your career and your background. So things like medical and possible arrest and things like that. So we go over some really interesting topics. But, you know, somebody who's been really interesting and very inspirational is actually the folks at Piedmont Airlines. I know them as Henson Aviation. And, you know, Trevor, I think I wanted to kind of hand this over to you because you are actually at that point, at some point in your career, getting closer to that point of possibly joining an airline. So introduce our guest here.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are joined on the deck this afternoon by Sun and Fun Radio veteran Tyler Tenbrink from Piedmont Airlines. So Tyler, welcome. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
And how has the show been for you all so far this year? Piedmont, the booth always seems very popular for all sorts of reasons, not just the swag, but for the programs that you offer. So
it's usually the swag. Come on, let's be real.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
I love the shorts.
That's right.
Exactly,
right. And
the boxers.
That we were talking before, the tumbler, some good stuff.
Yeah. It's actually been really, really good. We enjoy Sun and Fun. We come back every year, obviously. So we actually just went into a larger partnership, a year-round sponsorship with Sun and Fun, and we're great. We're happy to be huge partners of theirs. Just expanding the partnership, being intentional, and just showing up.
Well, excellent. So I would imagine that you've met a lot of aspiring airline pilots this week. So tell us a little bit about your cadet pathway program and what options are available for that maybe recently certificated commercial pilot looking to make the step towards a regional airline.
Yeah, so our cadet program on the pilot side is actually really simple. We took that program and expanded it and made it into its own unique cadet program. There's a lot of them out there, but with Piedmont's cadet program, we opened it up. Instead of having to go to a specific school or a specific type of school, we went ahead and said, hey, you can go anywhere and learn to fly at your leisure. And then, so you could go to a Part 141, you could go to a Part 61, and you could go to a university. But the nice thing about our cadet program is you don't have to be a CFI. We love CFIs, don't get me wrong, but we also have opened it up just to commercial multi for those people that didn't want to just go and teach. And so then on top of that, we pay you. So there's a little bit of money involved, about $30,000 while you go and build your time. So that's helpful for student loan payback or however else you're going out to do it. It works out really well.
That's a good incentive for sure. So what about if you might be interested in something other than being a pilot? I mean, we've talked a lot about the pilot shortage. You hear it on podcasts, you see it in media headlines, but there's also a mechanic shortage, a major airframe and power plant mechanic shortage. So tell us about what Piedmont is doing to help out in that area.
Yeah, no problem. So we took some, we took a look at everything that was going to be short, right? We know that there were shortages in pilots. There were actually some talks about shortages on the dispatch side. The A&P side has actually really come to light, actually prior to COVID. And we came up with a program that allowed for a select few people. So I think we have about 60 in the program right now, where we go ahead and hire them in, almost like cadets. And we pay for their entire A&P. So we have, I think, 6 partner schools, PIA, AIM, Liberty, and we just bring people in. We do an interview, we bring them forward, and then they have a guaranteed job with Piedmont. So it's actually worked out really well for us, too. And the biggest piece of this is we know pipeline programs are the future. And that's really what we want to do. We want to be able to create our own and make sure that we have the staffing to continue to grow our airline.
I got to meet one of those women A&Ps yesterday at the Women in Aviation lunch that you sponsored, right? She was the keynote speaker.
She was. She's amazing.
Yes. Do you want to tell us a bit about that person?
Yes. So she's been a Piedmont mechanic for years, actually.
12
12
I asked
years.
Her. Oh, yes.
Wow. Yeah. So, and it is a very male-dominated, job. And it's very interesting to watch because I did ask, I was like, a lot of people are looking to move to a bigger airline, right? They want to go to a main line. That's their end career goal. They want to be with a major carrier. And she said she loved working for Piedmont. She has the schedule she wants. She loves the people she's with. And that's the most important part about a job, right? You don't want to go to a job that you hate every day and you don't like the people. At Piedmont, it's different. I've worked for numerous airlines. And it's as much as cliche as this sounds, but it is like a big family. And we have a great time while we're doing it. And that's the most important part of having a job. If you wake up and you love it, then you're set for life.
I was so impressed. You guys also sponsored that luncheon. You're very proactive in reaching out to all parts of the community. You sponsored the AWAM, Association for Women in Aviation Maintenance.
Yep.
Party at Women in Aviation. I am so impressed.
Yeah, it's a one of our biggest selling points is the fact that we are always looking for a diverse and inclusive environment, and we want all different people. And getting women and minorities into the airline industry, in a primarily male-dominated industry, is huge. And that is one of the top goals of Piedmont, is to make sure that everybody has access to a job that they want.
And she was a double bonus. She was both a woman and a minority.
Yes, she was.
And nearly 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
I mean, my hero.
She's amazing.
You know, one of the things I love about Piedmont, you said this, is quality of life, and also it's a big family. Having flown, Henson Aviation is when I started flying on in the 1970s.
Yep.
And it's now progressed to Piedmont Airlines. It still has kept that kind of family feel, hasn't it?
It has. It's an interesting thing, because when I talk about Piedmont, it's like I go into the office and it's not just I'm a number, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can walk into Eric Morgan's office, who's our CEO, and just say hi, talk about what's going on in that day and go forward with life. And anybody can do it. A pilot could land in Salisbury, Maryland, and walk up to his office and just say hi. But we are a company of 10,000 people. So we are a large ground handling corporation.
And you've
it's
never
enormous.
laid off anyone.
We have never furloughed a pilot. Over COVID, we did not furlough a single pilot, and that was huge for us. The union and the company worked really, really close together to make sure that we could keep the people that we could keep, and we did it, and we did it well.
You said ground handling? What do you mean by that?
Ground handling is a little bit interesting. That's where I started. I threw bags. So I was a ramper, and basically got my foot in the door. I was in college and flight school and started throwing bags, and that actually is... I would do that any day of the week. It's a great job. You get to be outside. You get to deal with people. It's stressful, but at the same time, it's, you get to be in the operation, be around aircraft, and it's a lot of fun. We have a lot of people that go starting ground handling and then become a pilot or a mechanic or anything they want to be. I mean, we hire the gamut. So you've got people from rampers all the way to finance and anything in between. So there's jobs to be had everywhere.
And as far as a job, say for a pilot, going back to that, could I get hired as a captain?
You could. And the
nice thing, he's not too old.
No.
Would there be any bonuses associated with that?
There's always bonuses. There's always money
Look at the
involved.
hair, yeah. I mean, he's a silver fox, no doubt about it.
I know, right? But no, the nice thing about what's happening right now in the industry is a lot of people are talking about being captain constrained, meaning we have an overabundance of FOs, which I'm going to put a plug in for the regional airline industry. We have done a really, really, really good job at filling the pipelines and getting people back into aviation and back into the cockpit.
You're right.
I cannot give anybody more credit than the regional airlines. But the captain situation is now they're promoting all these pilots over. They're going to mainline. They're going to larger carriers. So they're taking all the captains from us, and we have an overload of FOs and not enough captains. So they can't build time. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's very odd. So now we're offering bonuses for people to come in, and it's $100,000. If you qualify as a captain and can fly our aircraft in the left seat, you can step into the left seat, bring your longevity from your other carrier. So if you
bring your
longevity. So if you were let's say you were at another carrier, 135 carrier, you were at another 121, or you just got out of it during 9/11. The amount of time that you collected at your previous carrier, you can bring to Piedmont, and we pay you at that scale.
Come back to aviation.
I know. It's wild. And then we give you $100,000 as soon as you walk in the door.
Sounds like a pretty good deal to me.
Yeah. It's not just separated out. It is literally the first day of class. It is in your first paycheck.
Wow. So Tyler, where can people come find Piedmont at Sun and Fun? And then where, if they can't make it to the show, where can they find you online?
So you can find us at AO42 over in Hangar A, or you can find us at Piedmont-Airlines.com.
Excellent.
Awesome. And a big shout out to what you do here at Sun and Fun with the Career Fair. And they said you're partnering again next year?
Yeah, we are. We are one of the the presenting sponsors. So we like to make sure that Piedmont's well represented around the area.
So you said that the regional airline industry is really the one that's making a difference, and you're right. I mean, it really is. What you guys are doing, hats off to you for getting people back in aviation and actually making it so that they can make a living at it too. And Piedmont, the old Henson Aviation.
Yep.
Family-run organization, wonderful people. Go check them out online and check them out at the career fair.
Yeah,
Thanks
please
so much.
do. Thanks,
Appreciate
everybody.
You coming by. Thanks
Yeah.
again. Take care. We're going to some shout-outs here, and then we'll be bringing on Auburn University as a hot swap here, so someone's going to bring them up. But one organization that actually Jack will help me out talk about is Central Florida Aerospace Academy. And I guess the Planes organization, and it's they have lunch and snacks, and they have all sorts of different food items that they
doing a daily different luncheon design. So every day you can go over to the Central Florida Aerospace Academy campus, and the parents launching a network of educational supports providing lunch each day for a small fee. So go over there and have a good meal.
Parents, say that again.
It's parents launching a network of educational support. So that let's just think of that's the PTA group for Planes,
Gotcha.
Planes for CFAA.
Awesome. And those proceeds from the food that they sell goes
right back into the school fund. So when the bus is not available to be there, Planes can help chip in and cover the field trip.
Awesome. And other organizations out here do the same thing, which is kind of cool, and try to raise. But this is a big fundraiser. People forget that.
100%.
That's what Sun and Fun is a fundraiser for everything that they do here for ACE. You know, Sun and Fun's this event, but ACE is here all year round, and there's things for people of all ages. You know, obviously we're concentrating on that group of young aviators and also young people getting into all sorts of careers in
and their
aerospace.
careers and their futures.
Absolutely. Also, shout out to the Recreational Aviation Foundation. They're the folks that are wearing the orange, and you look for them all over the campus here, and the RAF. And the next organization to shout out to, you can actually win a ride in the famous Aeroshell Aerobatic Team, courtesy of Aero LEDs. They're the premier lighting partner for the Aeroshell team. You can visit them in booth D6 to enter. Where's D6? It's in Hangar D, and that's the hangar that's all the way out there to the west. Also, the next organization that we want to give a shout out to is everyone here at AFAC. Get to know who they are at afaccasbronca.com. And we're going to leave it at that, because then you can get online to go check them out there. Other one that we want to do a shout out to is the Freedom Flyers. Freedom Flyers are actually in Hangar D. We had them up here, and go check them out at Hangar D. It's in booth number 62. Well, Jack, joining us on the deck here is our next guest, and we've actually spoken with Auburn Aviation quite a few times here. As you remember, in years past, Will Levier and Auburn has been a big supporter of Sun and Fun, and not only through everything they've done in aviation, but also the fact that they're so welcoming to everybody. Their booth is open to everyone. So big shout out. And what was really cool is I saw somebody walking by and it says, "Hey, I know you. I listened to your podcast." So I'm going to let them introduce themselves. Hey, welcome, Zach.
Welcome. Thank you for having us. Appreciate it. So my name's Zach Lewis. I'm originally from Birmingham, and I'm currently a senior at Auburn in the School of Aviation. I'm studying aviation management right now.
Hi, guys. My name is Ella Such. I am a freshman, and I'm studying professional flight.
Auburn University is a storied history. They really do. And a lot of people don't realize, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's the oldest university, or oldest training program that's still around.
Yes, sir. Longest, most continuously run flight school in the country.
Wish I could say that.
Dates back all the way to when the Wright brothers came down to Montgomery to Maxwell Air Force Base. They began training pilots for the ATP CTP program, and then started offering aerospace administration courses at Auburn. And then from there, began continuously training pilots, and then in 2018 we built a new building called the Delta Airlines Aviation Education Building. We've got 700 students right now, 500 on the flight track, 200 in management. We got a fleet of 42 aircraft, and we're just continuously growing. It's truly amazing to see.
Zach, a quick question for you. We're always talking about captains, pilots. The management portion of this, kind of give us an overview as far as what that entails.
Yeah, so aviation management is basically the same curriculum as professional flight. We just have that built-in, or there's a couple classes that are a little bit different. We just have that built-in business minor incorporated into it, so we can just get a feel for the business side. So doing classes like finance, marketing, management, and other aspects of that. Another cool thing about aviation management is there are many internship opportunities out there, and a lot of our faculty and staff at Auburn push those internships to our students. So many of the management students will take on internships during their time at Auburn.
Zach's very humble, but he's had quite a few really cool internships, and he's got another one this summer.
Yeah. Well, Zach is management. Ella, are you management, pro pilot? What are you doing?
I'm in the professional flight side, so I'm working on my flight training right now.
Excellent. How many hours do you have and soloed and any of that yet?
I think I'm sitting around 130 flight hours right now. I'm currently pursuing my instrument rating, so I got to solo and all that good stuff, getting my private pilot's license. Now I'm working on reading those instruments all the time.
Well, Carl's a seasoned flight training officer at a major airline, and I taught at Oklahoma State myself, so we're with family here.
Yes, absolutely. And, interestingly about Auburn University, I have to give them a shout out as far as the fact that you've joined a good university for the alumni. One of the things that's really important in this industry is networking. Auburn does that, and they do it better than most.
Yes, sir. I would have to agree. We have an amazing event coordinator at Auburn, and she works with the team, and they put on a lot of events that really help the students connect. We are very proud of our alumni network. A lot of our classrooms actually have name plaques dedicated to some alumni that have been instrumental in helping us build our program. And we have Auburn Business and Aviation Days and career fairs every semester where we get a lot of experience and knowledge gained from other professionals industry-wide, whether it's commercially, carrying cargo, corporate flying, military flying. We get to make those connections and really learn how to network, starting from day one as a freshman.
Well, I know if you talk to guys like Charles Barkley, he says Auburn is the University of Alabama. So
we're an everything school.
Yeah.
An everything school, that's for sure. It's a happy valley to me. When I actually visited Auburn, full disclosure, we compete against Auburn, and we try to beat them every year in the competition. But it is an amazing town, and it's just infectious, the amount of excitement that's on campus. And I showed up during, I forget what you call it, but it's before a football game. And
the Tiger Walk. Yeah,
there was just all sorts of strange stuff happening.
Yeah.
And
there's a ton of rich tradition at Auburn. And for us, it's really cool because, I'm not on the pro flight side, but to see them be able to go do, a cross-country on a Friday, and then the next day they're, in a stadium full of thousands of fans watching the football team is just, that's kind of what makes the Auburn program unique is the sports we have, being the only SEC flight school, and then just the rich tradition and culture it's awesome.
You had to make that plug, the only SEC flight school out there.
Yes.
Well, I think being from Oklahoma.
It's the best of both worlds at Auburn because you're on campus, you get the big school SEC vibe, and then you get over to the Delta Airlines education building, and it's a small school, and you know your students and instructors.
You got an Aggie here, and I forget, where'd you go? OSU?
Well, Oklahoma State's where I taught. Grew up a hardcore OU fan, being from Tulsa, so I think you're going to have a new member in the flight training environment joining us soon in the SEC, that being Boomer Sooner.
Yeah. So. We'll have to stop talking about the SEC then.
Carrying over, a quick question for you. So with the program, you're going to be a graduate. You're going to have your flight hours. What would be the next continuing portion that Auburn works with other companies for job placement? I see here a pathway program maybe.
Yes, sir. So we are actually pathway programs with Delta Propel, United Aviate, and most recently Southwest Destination 225. All three of those companies have partnered with Auburn and kind of demonstrated their trust in the level of training that all these pilots are receiving. So what that kind of looks like is each program has a different requirement for when you can apply, but all of them, you send in your application, your resume, all of that stuff. They read through it, and then if they like you, then you move on to your interview portion. And if they accept you into the program after that, that is a conditional job offer. So we have students part of Aviate, Propel. I'm interviewing for 225 next month. And if you get accepted, that's the only interview you ever have to do. When you are 19, 20 years old, you're interviewing with these major airlines, and that's it. You don't have to try to wait and secure an interview 10 years down the line competing against everyone else, because Auburn has provided us with these amazing opportunities with the airlines.
What? We are partnered with JetBlue Gateway as well. I had to pitch that one.
Yes, actually, I was going to say, you forgot about us. Yeah. No offense taken. But, actually, that is an incredible program, the Gateway program. You can talk a little bit about it if you want.
To be quite honest, I don't know too much about it.
So we partner with a lot of different schools, and there's different types of gateway programs. And one is we have a Gateway Select, et cetera, and with the universities partnering with a good flight school and a good flight program like Auburn is incredibly important.
It is
because you see the difference when they come through training as someone who does training at the airline, somebody who's been through a very robust training program like at Auburn. They have a lot of better chance of making it through training at the airlines. And it's interesting that I say that, right, because not everybody makes it. So there's a few that don't, and normally the Auburn grads are ones that stick to it. So I'll give you credit for that, and do a very good job. Not to inflate their egos too much, but one of the things that if I'm looking at the program, one of the things I'd like you to do is remind us, where can I find you folks online if I'm, say, somebody who's young that's looking into getting involved in the Auburn program?
We have a website. You can go through Auburn University, click on the College of Liberal Arts, and then furthermore you can find the aviation page. We have a tour request form, so you can go in, fill that out, and come pop by for a tour. We offer them Mondays and Fridays. We're a little biased because we are ambassadors that also give tours. So we think everybody should come by, see the facilities, see the fleet, see the sims, all of that good stuff. We also have a phone number that you can call. It's actually run by students that are employed through Auburn University. You can ask them all your questions and get some good information.
So importantly, too, you actually can qualify for the restricted airline transport pilot's license, which is what you need to get hired by an airline. So you can get your degree and possibly go in with just 1,000 hours as opposed to 1,500 with a bachelor's.
Yeah, so to get that restricted ATP, you have to take 60 credit hours at Auburn, which can qualify you for that. And then kind of to bridge that gap from graduating with 350 hours, to that 1,000, most students will go into being a CFI, or if they want to go survey or do something cool out in Alaska like that, that's an opportunity as well. And then if you do 30 credit hours at Auburn, then you are qualified for 1,250.
How about the more non-traditional routes? Like, say they want to go corporate or some other type of aerial survey. What type of networking opportunities do they have there?
Yeah, so a lot of alumni at NetJets and Wheels Up, so they're constantly down on campus at different career fairs, always come to talk to students. And another cool thing about Auburn is the aviation student organizations we have on campus. And so they'll come and be guest speakers and also come set up and give away swag and talk about their companies. So that's just a great way to have this for the students to network with the corporate companies, because I think it's important. We are a very airline-focused school, but there are so many other opportunities out there, like the corporate side of aviation. And so I end my tour every Friday just saying, like, there's not just airlines, there's not just Delta. I know we're right next to Delta. There's all these different jobs that you don't even know about that, Auburn does a great job in providing those opportunities.
How about if you want to be a mechanic, say a dispatcher, any of the, all those other type of jobs that are out there?
So something that's really cool about Auburn is that when you walk into the education building where you get your keys and take your ground school and stuff like that, we actually have a team of dispatchers that work as students. They're part of the aviation management program, and Auburn employs them to be the dispatchers for the professional flight students to get them some real-life experience for that. We also have a lot of internships and stuff for people that want to get into that side of aviation. And being an aviation management student sets you up for opportunities to go into financing and aircraft sales and all of that stuff as well.
Jack, it's incredible. They have this incredible network, a great name, wonderful programs.
With student ambassadors, giving a first-hand experience about their education and how they can be, continuing for their futures. So thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And I will say, if anyone's listening and looking at going to collegiate aviation program, please check out every school out there. See which one fits best with you, because we all have different cultures, but we're all in it together. We're all we have the same mission, all trying to produce great pilots and great aviation management people. So, feel free to come check us out, but also make sure to check out other schools and look at all the opportunities out there.
Wow, some great advice. But you guys are truly ambassadors for aviation and the airlines and the whole aerospace industry. Thanks so much for coming by. It's terrific that I got to meet you. He walked up to me and said, "Hey, I'm a listener," and then all of a sudden we're back on the deck talking again. So.
Yes, sir. Love the podcast, and I'll continue
Thank
listening.
You. Appreciate it. And we're talking to Auburn University, and don't forget to listen to us all day and during the air show at liveatc.net/SNF. We're going to go to a break. Don't go away.
You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Honda Generators, the official generator of Sun and Fun. Be sure to visit the Honda display directly across from Sunset Grill to see the all-new Honda EU 3200i generator. Weighing less than 60 pounds and capable of running a 13.5 BTU air conditioner, it's the perfect power source for your RV. More information is at powerequipment.honda.com. Higher Power Hydraulic Doors is a family-owned and operated business with over 30 years construction experience. They are the premier hangar door manufacturer on the market today because of their proprietary design. While traditional hangar doors put additional stress on the building, our hangar doors are engineered to eliminate this significant and expensive problem. Stop by to see us at booths 22 and 23 in Hangar A.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. Yes, hydration is everything. So what happens in the sun? Our bodies perspire to keep us at 98.6, and that warm breeze across our face evaporates water from our bodies too. And those caffeinated beverages are diuretics, which means that when we drink them, we can become dehydrated. So stay ahead of the curve by drinking water all throughout your stay here at Sun and Fun. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Kolbaba.
Let your career take flight with Piedmont Airlines. As a premier regional carrier of American Airlines, Piedmont offers an unprecedented pilot experience bonus, a maintenance tuition payment program, industry-leading benefits, and free travel on the largest airline in the world. Piedmont has something for every aviation enthusiast interested in seeking a career. Are you looking for more information? Stop by booth A42 to talk to a Piedmont recruiter. We can't wait to show you everything Piedmont has to offer.
Sun and Fun offers many services for our handicapped guests. Handicap parking is available near the registration building. Please let the parking attendant know so they can wave you onto the lot. We have a golf cart that will shuttle people from the handicap parking lot to the ticketing window or the scooter rental. You can bring your own wheelchair or scooter, or we have them available for rent on a daily basis near main registration. Please visit the Handicap Services office located on the west side of the admissions building in the Main Gate Plaza, or go to flysnf.org for more information.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Flying Eyes sunglasses and prescription eyewear are designed by pilots with comfort and functionality in mind. The temples are millimeter thin and flexible for headset compatibility with shatterproof, non-polarized lenses that offer a clear view of your instrument panel. Experience the comfort and clarity you deserve with Flying Eyes, available at booth NE40 or online at flyingeyesoptics.com.
I'm News Channel 8's Keith Cate. Every day, a lot of news happens in the Bay Area, and where you choose to get your information matters. There's only one news operation in Tampa Bay that is always on your side, looking out for you, making sure your voice is heard, and uncovering the truth. News Channel 8. We're in your neighborhood and at your call, investigating and reporting on the stories that impact you and your family. Trust the station that is always on your side.
Every afternoon, Tuesday through Sunday, Sun and Fun is proud to present the Daily Air Show, brought to you by Shell and AOPA. You can join us at the flight line for exciting air show performances with highly skilled pilots flying all types of aircraft. The Daily Air Show lineup includes a variety of aircraft such as ultralight paramotors, gliders, World War II fighter planes, modern aerobatic and race planes, as well as military fighter jets. The displays of masterful flying will delight the crowd every afternoon all week long.
While we all have good views of the action here at Sun and Fun, if you're a professional photographer looking for the best views possible, then you will want to check out the preferred photo seating area. This area allows an unobstructed view of the air show and other event activities. It's located adjacent to the preferred seating along the flight line and the air show announcer stand, so you know that's where the best of the action is. There is an extra fee of just $30 in addition to the event admission, and more details are available at flysnf.org.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back. Chats to the deck, from the deck live, coming to you from the Sun and Fun 2023, the 49th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. Carl, Miss Robin, we are looking at beautiful blue skies, a little breeze in the wind earlier. So I know there was no special dance to create this kind of weather, but speaking of weather, I think we got some better, knowledgeable gentlemen up here to talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And talk about mixing of the air. We're going to mix some organizations here through the National Weather Service and the FAA Cooperative Research here. We actually have Bill Luttrell and Danny Sims. Welcome, guys. This
Thank
is
you.
terrific, and you're not allowed to throw things at each other.
No, we don't. The only things we throw are platitudes.
It's the new FAA. It's been delightful to meet you guys this year.
You know, the aviation
With
weather,
smiles.
absolutely. Aviationweather.gov. For those of us been out there, we've used it quite often. It's a great website. It's constantly evolving. How do you do that?
Well, I'm glad you went ahead and mentioned that. Aviationweather.gov originally came about in the 1990s. Cooperative effort between the FAA and the National Weather Service. The FAA invested a lot of resources in putting together a web capability, which that was leading, cutting edge. You know, internet, is that going to work? And it's been very, very successful over the years. We also do a lot of the research for the products themselves. The FAA does that weather research and then transitions over to National Weather Service. But as I said, 1990s technology, that's old. That's old. Bill's going to be able to give you some updates on some things as we talk about their new one.
So we have a new site. It's our beta site that should be operational by August. It's beta.aviationweather.gov, and it is a cooperative site between the FAA Research Group, CIRA, and our Aviation Support Branch in Kansas City. We have very much updated it as a mobile-friendly site. It is a universal site. If you get a special issued at, say, Rio de Janeiro, it's going to update as soon as that special hits the web. So we use a global mosaic satellite. We use both GOES, both Himawari Meteosats and UK Met, and we get a global view of the satellite data as well. Global observations, global SIGMETs, global AirMets, and it is in real time. The speed on the mobile site is much improved because of the way it's no longer a static page and you're pointing at your computer.
No, I just pulled it up while you were talking, and oh my God, is it fast.
And there's no internet around Sun and Fun.
Yeah, there is absolutely no lag. I'm watching it live. And by the way, there's a line of storms out in the southern Georgia coming through here.
So, click on the observation, say close to the line of storms that would have a TAF.
And actually, it's kind of, whoa, we got a PIREP too above flight level 180 and cloud layer to 160, convective SIGMET 59 Echo.
Can I leave tomorrow? Do I have to leave
Where are you
today?
going, by the way? So let me click on one that he just asked me for. So I do have a METAR here for AMG. Let's do one for a little bit closer here. How about Jacksonville?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, Jax. So, wow, that's pretty tough there. 240 at 16, gusting 27, 10 miles visibility, scattered 4,000, broken 6,000, and broken 7,000, temperature 2.18. 3009 on the altimeter.
You could do
that was quick.
As long as we have connection from the international side.
Mm-hmm.
Mexico, it seems to drop out fairly often, but we get them back quickly. And our aviation support branch in Kansas City, Austin Cross and Rob Hepper have been instrumental in getting this put together and put out there to the world. The FAA Research Group has been instrumental in working with them and getting new products and new availability out there as well.
Yeah, it's all throughout the Caribbean too. Sorry, it's I was just looking at Cuba. I'm just like so enamored by this thing.
I tell you what, take a look at Australia.
Yeah, Australia. So go ahead, you're going to ask.
Does this mean I can throw away my weather instruments that I've bought 10 years ago and put into my plane?
I wouldn't.
Okay, but it looks so good on his laptop, and the tablet will
so you're
do the
talking
same
about
thing
the tablet. Yeah, the tablet will do the same thing. But if you want to know what's happening outside your plane, in flight, so running with you,
okay,
they're
not bad to have.
I'm a meteorologist. You give me data, I love data. So I'm not going to tell you to go rid of data. But it is the pilot reports are also instrumental in this. If we don't get pilot reports, our forecasts and our SIGMETs suffer. We need to know what you're seeing when you're in flight.
Okay, so ask us again.
Pilot
Give
reports.
us pilot reports.
Pilot reports
please.
are incredibly important.
Pilots, part of your responsibility in flying is to give them reports of your weather to help everybody else out.
Yes, if you go through something that you don't want to go through, I guarantee you nobody else wants to go through it either.
And is it easy?
The pilot reports?
Yeah.
You can just call it into the center unit, and they will post it for you. If you can't, if you're in trouble, you can't post it yourself. Let them know. They'll post it for us.
You know, I'm looking around in New Zealand where my wife was stationed, Antarctica. They have stations down there now. It's severe turbulence. I'm seeing that in Auckland, and that came up like seconds. And I'm moving around the map, and it's happening really quick.
So that's one of the products that the FAA has developed. We have products that we have developed for the identification and the forecasting of turbulence, give you intensity. We focused on the CONUS initially, but we've expanded that. There's a global product that's out there, and again, that's where we are working cooperatively with the National Weather Service. We turn those over, so yeah, no matter where you go there's an indication of that. So that's the type of things that we're working on. But I just want to also mention, and I don't think Bill mentioned this, that the original aviationweather.gov was really geared towards a PC. Now it doesn't matter whether it's a smartphone, whether it's an iPad, notepad, whatever, because I think there were a lot of people who said, I'd love to use this program, but when I try to pull it up on my smartphone, I'm not seeing anything at all. Aviation Weather Center, National Weather Service, they listen to their customers and they address that.
And there's no better way to find out what you need than to let us know. And in that website, there is a way to give us feedback.
Yeah, the pilot report thing is just, I've been flipping through all the different Pi apps. I brought one up right now.
So go to the menu, and you'll see a drop-down. And in the drop-down, you'll see an email icon. You'll see a profile icon and a question mark icon. And in there, you can set up your own profile, put in your flight path.
That's it.
Save it, send it to flight service, and you'll be back in the front of the queue. You can go in and click on the question mark, and it's got tutorials and fact page to let you be able to be trained on the page.
Yeah, this is cool. You know what? Actually, I will say one thing as I'm watching this. I'm not doing a sales job here either. I'm just I'm looking at it. I'm having way too much fun. The aesthetics of it are easy to the eye, even in old person's eyes like mine. It's it really is, and to zoom in and get those reports right away. I think that's awesome.
Again, it's not a sales thing, but and how much is the subscription?
You paid for it in your taxes. You don't have to pay for it again.
And so it's across, it's Apple, it's Android, it's,
It works on any browser and any mobile device.
And is it a technical app? Do I download it?
No, ma'am. It is not an app. It is a mobile
website?
Mobile website.
I have to www.
And HTTPS.
Okay.
And this is the one we can look at now, the beta versions at beta.aviationweather.gov. And that's the one I'm looking at.
And that's the only thing that will change when it goes operational is we'll get rid of the beta and it'll just be our replacement for aviationweather.gov.
Yeah. How soon do you think so?
We're scheduled for August.
Oh, you did say that.
Unless somebody, unless
and
things
we
happen.
can find you. People can go and mine you here at Sun and Fun.
Absolutely.
Am I right? Are you in the FAA building?
That's right. We're over at the FAA building. Bill is joining us over there. We have things set up about not just what we've been talking about today, but other aviation weather products, aviation weather research that we're doing, gearing products towards the cockpit and making sure the pilots can understand and interpret it as easy as possible. As Bill said, you're not meteorologists. We don't want you to be meteorologists, so we want to give it to you very simple. You can look at it at a glance and know if you're going to encounter or likely to encounter a hazard or not.
Advanced weather training with the FAA in their building today.
Well, this has been way too much fun. I've been playing the whole time we've been doing this interview on their website, beta.aviationweather.gov. I would say anybody go out there and check it out. It's fast, it's clear, and I popped up forecasts for here in Lakeland, and I'm really enjoying it. I'm enjoying it a lot. I'm going to need a few more minutes than just here. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate you coming.
Thank you very
and they
much.
haven't thrown anything at each other the whole interview. I appreciate that. You're listening to liveatc.net/SNF. We'll be back with more interviews. Don't go away. We're going to cut to a break.
Hello, Hello, this is Piper Rose-Lusky from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Pilots trust Phillips 66 lubricants to keep engines running smoothly, and this week you can trust them to put the fun in Sun and Fun as it proudly sponsors every takeoff and touchdown. Visit the Phillips 66 Pilot Welcome Center and booth N30 to learn about our aviation products and get some cool giveaways. And if you need proven engine protection for the flight home, you can buy Phillips 66 Aviation Oil at a special price all week long. Phillips 66 lubricants, keeping the world running smoothly.
It's Dr. David Goldbaba. You know, the best protection against the harmful rays of the sun is light clothing. That's right. Thin cotton clothing is about the best way to avoid excessive sun exposure. And this protection comes with absolutely no risks of doing harm, especially important for those of us traveling from the northern states. A wide-brimmed hat is another healthy option to reduce excessive sun exposure. For Sun and Fun Radio, this is Dr. David Goldbaba.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Polyfiber. You personally can fabric cover your aircraft affordably and hassle-free. Polyfiber can show you how. You can get hands-on aircraft fabric covering experience by the best in the business by attending a free Polyfiber workshop every day at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. located in the Fabric Building in the workshops area. You can also stop by the Polyfiber booth in Building A and talk to a Polyfiber technical specialist directly.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor LiveATC.net, the worldwide leader in live rebroadcasting and recording of ATC radio communications. You can listen to aviation radio on any device, from the busiest airline hubs to your small local airport. It's aviation in action at LiveATC.net. You can even volunteer to be a part of this unique network, helping to bring new airports and frequencies online. LiveATC's pre-configured compact receiver systems make it easy to add your local airport. You can follow them on Twitter at LiveATC or like them on Facebook. LiveATC.net, live air traffic from their headsets to you.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance. Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance is the nation's premier avionics and aircraft maintenance facility. With 5 locations throughout Florida, they are fully equipped to handle anything your plane may need. Their staff of experienced pilots, A&P mechanics, and avionics specialists are ready to help guide you through a custom solution that is right for your aircraft. You can visit them in Hangar C or always online at sarasotaavionics.com.
You are invited to be right here on the flight line Wednesday and Saturday evenings starting at 7:30 for 2 spectacular night air shows. Featured performers include some of the most beloved and some of the newest and most innovative acts. You'll see skillful, world-class, and memorable performances with breathtaking lights and pyrotechnics unlike any others. There will also be a drone light show featuring over 60 synchronized, mesmerizing drones. You won't want to miss this one-of-a-kind aerial display Wednesday and Saturday evenings. Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Shoreline Aviation Insurance. Shoreline Aviation Insurance has a broad aviation background. Chances are, if you're doing it in aviation, they've done it. This experience helps them be a resource to their clients, not just sell a policy. They've owned and operated both piston and turbine aircraft. They are very experienced instructors and even owned a flight school for many years. They have operated a Part 135 operation, and they currently own an antique warbird on floats, as well as the experimental glass air that Glenn built. All of this experience is what they call the Shoreline Advantage. You can learn how to put the Shoreline Advantage to work for you at ShorelineAviationInsurance.com. They say you need one airplane to go fast, one to go slow, and one to go upside down. If you're into that third category, you can stop by the Sun and Fun Aerobatics Center and the Curtis Pitts Museum. The Aerobatics Center promotes stall spin awareness, unusual attitude recovery training, and better airmanship through aerobatics. All aviation enthusiasts are invited to stop by the center, located adjacent to the aerobatic tent, and enjoy the shade and hospitality.
Visit the Bahamas' vibrant and immersive booth at Hangar D, booths 20 and 21, to see how easy it is to fly to the islands of the Bahamas. Representatives from tourism, customs, and civil aviation are available, making the Bahamas booth your one-stop shop for planning your next fly-in to the 16 islands of the Bahamas.
Do you like light sport airplanes? Do you enjoy building aircraft or thinking about wanting to build one? Well, Zenith Aircraft has a kit for you. They have an aircraft that can fit your light sport needs and budget. Zenith Aircraft have multiple engine options along with many different kits including STOL that you can choose from depending on your personal needs. Zenith Aircraft have been manufacturing and marketing aircraft kits from its modern production facility located in the United States and continue to bring you top-notch aircraft kits with over 2,000 kits sold since 1974. for. With a wide array of customers across the United States and from around the world, Zenith Aircraft is the leading manufacturer of light sport aircraft kits with a proven commitment to builders and owners. You can visit Zenith Aircraft to get more information on these amazing kits at booth MD26B.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, coming to you from Sun and Fun 23, the 49th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, presented by E3 Aviation. Sun and Fun Radio is brought to you by the wonderful people at Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. All week long, you've been hearing us say that. And returning to the deck is the lovely and talented Miss Susan Levitt. And your title, I always goof it up. So even when it's in front of me, I goof it up. So your title is?
I'm the Marketing Communications Manager for the airport.
All right. And it is your job to tell people why they should come to Green Bay. Yeah, there's that other fly-in whose name shall not be mentioned. No, I'm kidding. Green Bay is a great destination for going to AirVenture. Why is that?
Absolutely. So it's a little bit different experience. It's still a towered airport, but it's a little more laid back. We're about 50 miles north of Oshkosh. Still plenty of restaurants and hotels and kind of a little easier to get into those restaurants and hotels. We still encourage people to book early, especially rental cars if you're flying in commercially. I've got American, Delta, United, Frontier, and Sun Country that all serve our airport. And then we've got 2 fantastic FBOs that you can fly your own aircraft into. Jet Air Group, which is a Signature Select, and then we have Executive Air. Typically, we end up with around 450 to 500 GA aircraft for the week.
That's a lot for being 50 miles away. Now, all these people fly in and then drive down?
Yes.
It was like our friend Jeb Burnside said, you fly in, you're about to enter the pattern for Oshkosh, you see all those airplanes, and every fiber in your being is saying, run away, run away. So, and there are, we had a friend of mine had a buddy drop off a camper, or he brought in his camper, and he wanted a buddy from his air park to pick him up before the show. We don't have the show traffic. No, I'm not flying in. I'm not flying into Lakeland. I'm not flying into Sun and Fun. There's too much traffic. I'm not doing it. He wound up picking him up in Plant City or somewhere. I'll fly to Plant City, but I'm not flying into Lakeland. Yeah. So during, you're a great destination if you don't want to fly into AirVenture, and you've got all those great services available. But what about the rest of the year?
So the rest of the year, we can't ignore the big green elephant in the room, can we? We've got the Green Bay Packers, which have the mecca of football stadiums, Lambeau Field. I have Emily here. I found out yesterday that she's also a Green Bay Packer fan, and actually they spent their first anniversary at Lambeau Field for a game.
Yes. Really?
Yeah. Yes. So they've.
Congratulations. And that is Emily.
Emily Herron.
Emily Herron.
Yep.
And you're here with us, Emily, to talk about Green Bay or talk about what?
I'm just here to help represent Green Bay Airport. I'm excited to be working with Susan and working with their marketing team on trying to encourage and promote people to fly in and use their services during Oshkosh. So Green Bay is a place I have been several times. My husband and I have been to Lambeau Field a few times. My husband loves the cold, so we always go when it's super cold. But I'm looking forward to being in Green Bay in the summertime before Oshkosh when it's not 2 feet of snow and negative 10 degrees. But yeah, so I'm happy to get to work with them and promote their airport.
And you're also wearing a badge that says Sun and Fun Brand Ambassador.
I am, yes. So I have an Instagram. I'm Emily at the Airport on Instagram and TikTok and YouTube and Facebook. But yeah, so it's a fun place. I'm also an airport manager, so I manage a general aviation airport in Kentucky.
What airport is that? Come on, plug for the old home state.
Yes. So it's Madisonville Regional Airport, which is in Madisonville, Kentucky. It's in the western part of the state.
Okay.
It's a great fuel stop when you're flying up to Oshkosh.
Or when you're flying down to Sun Fun.
When you're flying down to Sun Fun, absolutely. I did a video about that last week, so yes.
That's cool beans. So, okay, I needed to touch on her being one of our brand ambassadors because that's a relatively new program for Sun and Fun, and we've got a bunch of them this year. It's really cool that we're here.
I just came from a meet and greet for the brand ambassador. So
cool, and so being a brand ambassador, you're going to tell everybody about Sun and Fun Radio,
absolutely.
Right?
I grew up coming to Sun and Fun, so I love Sun and Fun.
And did you know Sun and Fun had a radio station?
I did, but I probably haven't listened a whole lot, but I will in the future.
All right. Well, the good thing is after Sun and Fun ends, you can tune in Sun and Fun Radio on liveatc.net/SNF.
I do.
Sun and Fun ends, but the radio the radio program doesn't. We run Best of Sun and Fun from the year before. So we are 24/7, 365. Things go the way we want. You'll be able to listen after Sun and Fun's over. You should be able to listen for a day or a day and a half and not hear the same thing twice.
That's
so we
awesome.
got a
Yeah.
lot of great content. But thank you for being here for us as a Sun and Fun brand ambassador.
Yes,
and,
thank you.
And thank you for coming and repping with Susan. You know, she's a wonderful person. She's a radio sponsor now. What is it, third year?
Yes.
Third
Yep,
year?
You've let me come back 3 years, Dave. That's pretty good.
And we gave up our grassy patch over there. Tell me
Yes.
about the Hold Short area.
So initially, the Hold Short area, people that have been coming to Sun and Fun for years will remember it as the area where it was airline pilot check-in. And we wanted to still continue that, but sort of refresh it, and had a conversation with Sun and Fun Radio. Was that maybe the first year? And I said, you know what? I think we could make this sort of a hospitality area to give people an idea of what it's like to come to Green Bay and Northeast Wisconsin. You can relax in our Adirondack chairs, but then we also give away a trip to Oshkosh when we're down here. And it includes camping for a week. You get $500 gift card to either one of our FBOs or Airline of your choice. You get helicopter rides and a lot of other fun perks once you get up to Oshkosh.
And passes to the Packer Museum.
Yes, absolutely.
Best part.
Absolutely.
And so you've got QR codes down there.
Yes. We have QR codes that you can easily just click. You can go onto our Facebook page. If you're somewhere on grounds and you're nowhere near, you can go on to the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport Facebook page. You can enter that way. Otherwise, I have paper slips there, too. If you prefer to write out your name and information, we don't badger you with communications throughout the year.
Cool. So, and if people want more information, again, the Hold Short area is right here, right next to the radio station on the corner of Leanhout's Way and Voyager Path. Look for the big Honda display. We're right behind that. And the Hold Short area. You got a cornhole game there. I've been watching. That's been very popular, by the way.
It has been.
We'll be glad that was loud.
That actually, we brought that down from my airport because it was too loud in the terminal. So I said, you know what? I think it's not loud for a radio station. I think it'd be perfect. down here.
Jets flying over. Ain't nobody can complain about the sound of the cornhole game.
Exactly.
It's actually very popular. I mean, I'm
It
seeing
has been.
people playing with it all day. Your seats are very popular. People, and of course, with the night show tonight, I'm guessing there's going to be a lineup to get chairs. So I'm sorry, somebody's. Carl's wife is trying to call me. That's the good one.
Oh, funny.
Sun and Fun Radio, you're on the air. I'll call you back.
Tell her what she's won.
Yeah, right. I did that to somebody one day, and we actually were on the air. Somebody called me, and we were on the air. Jack Hodgson, when UCAP did that to me, called me up. I was like, Jack Hodgson, how the bleep you doing, buddy? Family podcast, Dave. We're recording here.
Right.
Give the guy a little notice. So we're having fun here. Green Bay, Austin, Straubel, great place to go throughout the year. Now, what about if I want to? I want to come when there's 10 feet of snow on the ground.
Yeah, so this year we've had a lot of snow. A lot of people have been really excited about the cross-country skiing, ice fishing, if you're into that sort of thing. I am not, but, a lot of people like to do that. Some downhill skiing that's friendly for families or first-time skiers, and snowmobiling is huge.
All of which I did as a kid in Minnesota.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I loved it. And it was a blast. I don't miss it living in Florida, but
Good memories.
I don't miss it at all living in Florida, but yeah, it's a blast. So I got all the activities. Wisconsin's great. Now, and this is kind of a silly question, and being from Minnesota, I should remember this, but I've been here for 45 years. How far are you from places like Wisconsin Dells and that kind of big tourist draws?
About a 2-hour drive to
so it is
Wisconsin
a
Dells,
ways.
so it's nice and close. Another great destination
It
year-round, absolutely. We're about a 40-minute drive to Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin, which is located in the peninsula that sticks out into Lake Michigan. So a lot of great options.
Great. Well, we're running out of time here. Again, we're here on the corner of Leanhout's Way and Voyager Path. And you've been hearing it here, but I'll say it again, FLYGRB.com. Susan, we can't thank you enough for being our sponsor for the radio station. We look forward to continuing a relationship. Emily, welcome to the brand ambassador here, and welcome to working with Susan. She's a great lady.
Yes,
we got
you.
5 seconds. Anything else?
Just excited to have Emily as part of our team.
All right. We're going to go ahead. I believe our air show is rocking. We're going to go to the air show commentary. This concludes our live broadcast for today, but stick around. We got a night show tonight. Take us to the air show, Mr. Derek.
Steve, Jake Anderson, Mike Williams, Brandon Fontaine, Andy Serrano, Tim Groves, our team leader, and on the ground, Sergeant First Class Aaron Fiegel. And ladies and gentlemen, we have jumpers away, and you see the smoke. They're coming together. They've linked up in free.